If we'll all stand for the prayer and remain standing for our salute to our flag and country.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and every day you give us. And again, we ask that you be with the county residents today and help us to try to make fair and just decisions. We ask this in your name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated, please. We'll continue our workshop on I don't know. Didn't call me. I assume he'll stroll in a minute. But we need to move on. We're continuing the budget workshop that we started in
We have the tax subject to it.
is that what we are?
Yeah.
Is the tax assessor collector prepared to go forward with? No, that wasn't what I asked. You're prepared for whatever.
Whatever you say.
All right. You want to tell us anything to start with?
No, I'm already
Well,
giving my presentation.
I thought maybe you might have thought of something new and different that you didn't say yesterday.
No, I didn't think of anything.
Okay.
On the pro tax rates notices, you had currently 12,823. For the fiscal year, you spent 7,500, but it's proposed 21,000.
The reason for that, James, is if the election in November, if that rollback amendment fails, because we're mailing out the notices as if it passes. If it fails, we'll have to mail out again the homesteads. And last year we underestimated postage, so he told me to, when I talked to them down at P&A, they sent out our notices, told me to raise the postage for this year.
That's where it gets maybe up to 21,000. We may use it, we may not.
Yeah, I don't see that constitutional amendment is going to fail, but it's a just in case.
And James, just to clarify, if you look a little further down in the current year's budget line 4271, tax receipts, conversions, etc.,
Where's 4271?
a little bit further down from the
That's it.
12,000.
The
You notice
8,000?
that's 8,000, so the addition of those two together would almost equal that 21,000.
Gotcha, because she has 0 on that one.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Telephone went from 16 to 6,000.
Again, that-
4,300 this
that-
year.
It depends too on the fiber optics. I explained before that if we do a lot of training on the computer, but because of the slowness of the computer, that we have to be on the phone to
Okay.
get the audio part, so that takes, so if we get the fiber optics, that would eliminate a lot of that, so.
One other thing that I would bring to the court's attention that's an addition to this year was the part-time seasonal employee for the number of hours that has been proposed. That's an increase from the current year's budget,
Up to 7,000.
yes,
From 20 hours to 30 hours.
and a longer time period.
Any other comments or questions?
No, I just say on the new computers, you're at 1340, you haven't used any, and you're up to 4,200. Just, they're getting older.
Yeah, we need 2 new printers, and those printers are those big printers, like at the counter. Those are like,
And I'm sorry, I'm sure you explained this to us when you
That's
brought
okay.
it first,
we talked to other people sometimes.
but yeah. Thank you, brother.
You need 2?
Yes, sir, 2 of those big printers.
Any other comments or questions?
I did that.
Nothing else?
Good enough.
Okay, and I don't have any, Chevy. All right, let's move on to
Capital outlay.
I don't know where it's next.
Next would be capital outlay,
Capital outlay.
500.
Got kept at the top.
Well,
There it is.
Department 500 capital outlay is a proper place.
Yes, sir.
Starts with 500,904 EMS facility. You want to go over that for us?
EMS facility, EMS facility will not be finished until, December 30th, I guess, 31st. The architect has said that estimated, I think 350,001, is that correct?
That's what she told
To
me,
be a
yes.
carryover into next year's budget. However, during our budget workshops, we talked about doing 500,000 just in case something, it'd be something else.
And that's where the 500,000.
That's why the 500,000
Came
came
from.
in. But it's projected to be 350,000, but then again, this is Karnes County. It does not always be what it is. So,
That's always what it is. It's just not always what it's represented to be.
yeah. But anyway, it was, the architect is, like again, as I said, estimated to carry over to finish the project would be $350,000. But we talked in the meeting, in our workshop, that's where we added 500,000 to the budget.
Okay.
The fire alarm system,
We're putting $150,000 more in there. If you want to cut it, we'll cut it to 75,000, maybe 425,000, and cut 100.
Pete, would you please use your microphone? I can't hear you.
Well, for, then you can project that it's 350.
In other words,
I don't wanna cut it so close to where
Very
it's,
close.
yeah, I can see Forrest maybe cut it to 450, if you wanna do that.
all right, we're taking the dollars out, let's take $50,000 out, and make it just 450 instead of 500,000.
Sounds good to me.
Well, we'll see where we are.
Okay.
Okay.
The fire alarm systems, is that a good number, Pete? $60,000?
Yes. I think we're going to get a couple of them done. I have some paperwork there that they can do 2 of them out this year's budget. I know 60,000 is good. I'll know probably later today whether we can cut that some.
What will that give us for 60?
Let me ask you one right now. Some papers here. Okay, I don't remember what the other, but we can initiate these now. They said these are good numbers for your building. What is this? This is juvenile probation for 9. And this one is for 18 on the tax office in your building there. For the fire alarm system. This is in last year's budget. We can get these done 9/8, that's 27. That's almost $30,000.
Okay.
So we probably can cut that 60,000 down.
95, 64, 50, and what was the other one?
So I don't know what the other one is, I don't know.
No, but-
What, 9 and 18. 9 nines.
So technically, you can cut out 28,000 of that 60.
So we can, but it's okay to go ahead and teach it. It's in last year's budget, correct?
It's in the current year's budget, yes.
Okay. All right, so that can be cut back.
In this workshop, I don't want to be the only, well, yeah, I do want to be the only one if I am. When we're discussing things, I want you to discuss it for the benefit of the court, so that we all can hear what's going on and not have these individual discussions.
What-
All right, the fire alarms were in last year's budget, and they hadn't been done, and we got back with the people who quoted it and updated it, and we had that two of these buildings could be done, but another one could not. That was the juvenile probation and the tax office. Could be done for approximately $28,500. And so we can go ahead and get those in this year's budget. So therefore, we can take out that much from the 60,000.
How much, Pete? 30,000?
But we don't have an update on the other one. It has to be updated to see exactly how much it is.
On what's the other one?
For
I
this
don't
building.
understand.
This building,
This building alone?
yes, this building by itself. We don't have a current update on it.
Have you asked for one?
Yes, we have.
And who's,
We expect to get it today.
okay. Well, I don't know how we're going to end up with a proper figure if we don't have it. Are we going to sit here until he comes in? Is it what you,
Well, if we leave $35,000 in there for it, I think it should cover it. Since this is a more difficult building with no seating access or anything else, and they updated.
In our current budget, this building has allocated for the fire alarm system $18,222.35.
Well, that's all.
The reason 200 East Calvert was the higher estimate at the time was because we have the two stories.
the two what?
Stories, the
Two
two
levels.
floors.
Oh, okay.
All right, then, if that was the quote last year, then I would think probably 25 would be enough for this one if it was updated.
And how much was it?
In the current year budget, it's $18,222.35.
I think we ought to leave 30 in there
I
just
would
for,
think so too.
Right, and leave 30 in there since
huh?
Just in case.
Just in case, 30. Let's cut that alarm system by $30,000.
I'll remind y'all, in the proposed budget, all these capital outlay expenditures are proposed out of unencumbered fund balance, not out of our ad valorem taxes.
Was there a resolve on you paying the bill on this one when it didn't work, that Robert pointed out it hasn't worked for quite some time and we've been being charged for it?
Pete was supposedly had contacted him.
I got a call back the other day and they said if we want the alarm to work, we have to put in a phone line. We have to get our computer man to set the phone line for it so it'll work. I thought there had been a phone line put in for it. I haven't checked out to see whether it had been or why it was disconnected or what. But it said we have to get a phone line put in for the alarm in this building.
So what are we paying them for?
That's what I'm saying.
We also have a phone line for the fire alarm system. We've been paying a monthly phone line.
Well, then it seems like that we need to investigate further. I think it would have been nice if we'd all known that. Have you haven't done anything to investigate
No,
what
I
the
haven't.
problem is? Perhaps you told us and I don't remember. have you discussed it with the court?
No, I didn't.
Which at this point doesn't matter, we've got to go forward from here. How much were you suggesting? Did you make a suggestion
Shelby had said 30,000.
30. I think that's a fair number.
for exactly what?
The fire alarm systems, reduce it from 60,000 to 30,000.
Okay. All right, let's move on. This jail camera system is not in the,
The two camera systems that are reflected on the proposed budget are for 200 East Calvert and 210 West Calvert.
I see that, I'm down to the third one.
That's
it's a zero.
incorporated in the jail. That's at a 0 for next year.
That's in the new jail,
Correct.
supposedly.
Now, on the others, for 200 and 210 West Calvert, there was discussion as to the extensiveness of cameras. I don't know what these quotes included, if they included cameras in every office location, if they're just exterior, if they're exterior in the halls. I'm not sure. Robert, do you have any idea?
I do not know. They gave an estimate of what they thought it would take to remediate this building, since there's already cameras here. And then at the other building over there where Brenda and them are at, it would be a total start from scratch. So we kind of put that on hold. We really wanted to study to see exactly what the county has in place before we throw more money at it. So that's why we took it off the agenda the other day. We really like to see where we're at before we do that.
When do you think we're gonna find out?
Right now, we have a couple of security companies looking at it, and we were going to do a survey, but I don't think, Judge, we're going to be able to accomplish that before the end of September. So
Okay.
whether the court chooses to roll that money over, that's up to y'all, but I think it's a project that needs to be done in some form.
I think we gotta leave some money in there, at least $100,000 to be divided between all the camera system. Right now it's 115,000.
What
I'm
item?
looking at item number 5721 and 5722. It says camera system 200 East
Yeah.
Calvert, and the two together, one is 53,000, one is 62,275.
You wanna take out 15,275, and leave
Just
100,000
leave
combined this year.
combine the two together.
Camera systems.
Yeah, because I know that I sent them a link to talk to what company out of Victoria, and I think they're talking with them,
Who's they that are talking?
Robert and Dwayne.
We got a couple of different security companies that were sent to us, so that's what we're going to do versus hiring an architect. I know there was some discussion about not using an architect, so we're just going to go straight to the security companies and let them come take a look. In addition to.
When are we going to have some kind of feedback from them? Do you have any idea?
I do not, Judge, but if I can speed the process up and get it done, hopefully we can get it done in 30 days.
Well, I'm not sure what we need to do on the budget for next year. We're just gonna pick a figure out of there.
What I suggest to the court, if you want to leave the amount there or reduce it slightly, and this way, once the proposals come in, y'all can take a look at it and see if it's adequate. Just looking at the basic cost of those proposals, and you add 10% for, inflation and things that are going on, I think you would be fine, but, I think there's 150 in there now? Okay.
I'm not sure what figure we're talking about.
I think there was 62,000 for the one building, and
The 62 and the 53, or the 62 and the 33?
53.
the 53 and the 62, yeah.
Okay, I thought we had passed that quote though. and just end up with those figures at what amount?
Shelby suggested that we.
$100,000 total?
Yeah.
We're hoping some of the current system that's already in this building, Judge, since it's only 3 years old, could be rehabilitated to meet the requirement for that new system. So we're hoping the county will actually come under that figure and save some money.
Is this the first time they've looked at this building? Anybody's looked at it? I hadn't been here all that time. I can't imagine why they hadn't already taken care of this. Did they just choose not to? Whoever was the moving source on the commissioner's court, who I'm talking about, I'm not throwing rocks at anybody else.
But there are external cameras on the front and the sides, but nothing in the back, right?
Yes,
And the courtroom,
yes.
you're talking about
Nothing
putting.
in the courtroom.
No, we're talking about what there is now.
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
you're talking about adding something to the courtroom for the district judges for now.
Is that, are you sure that's in this plan? How many are we adding to the courtroom?
How many cameras?
Yeah,
I
What
won't
we're
know
talking
until
about.
the security system assesses the,
well, we don't know.
correct,
We don't-
Nobody knows.
We don't know, Judge.
How? Well, no, I better hush, because I'm about to say something.
That was
I
planned
don't
during the
need
budget cycle last year, and so they were asked to come over and give an estimate by, I don't know who on the court, but anyway, they came and gave an estimate, and that's where those figures came from.
to. Well, apparently the court just free wills whomever a particular person wants to deal with on something that the rest of the court doesn't know anything about sometimes. That don't have anything to do with our budget problem, other than budget is a 5-person vote every time we vote on something, if they're all here. And in order to do that, we need to have all of the information. Everybody needs it on the court, that's on the court, not just one or two. So please discuss it with the whole court when you're doing this.
Judge, if the money's tight and if the court chooses to not to fund that this year, you could wait a year and we can have it assessed and bring it back following budget. That's strictly up to what the court wants to do, but.
Well, I'm trying to get somebody to say something and see if we can find out what the court wants.
Okay,
Nobody say anything but me, and I don't control the court, although perhaps the judge is supposed to. Maybe I'm just
Well-
not smart enough to.
I think for sure the tax office needs to have that because they handle a lot of money and a camera over that counter for the security purposes of if somebody would come in there and heaven, hopefully it never would happen, but there's always that capability or possibility that somebody could come in and especially during the tax season when all the big money's coming in, try to, take it. And it's just a security issue. It's also about way you don't have to monitor it every day. You don't monitor it every day, but when something happens, you can go back and retrieve that footage of the video system and probably make a case about something. But I think that case, the tax office needs to have that camera system as well as on the outside of the system, outside of the building.
Have they asked for that?
Yes. Brenda has asked for.
What exactly did you ask for, Brenda?
Well, we need a security system. We need some kind of security cameras over there, Judge. That's like Shelby said, there's a lot of money comes in that office.
I hadn't changed any from,
Well, that's fine. That's your decision.
no,
No.
trying to find out exactly what you're concerned
I
about.
know Robert is always concerned about that too. There just needs to be some security cameras in that building.
I guess I'm trying to say it's like extra insurance.
the majority of the money comes through that office, Judge, in this county. And for years, there's been no security there as far as that goes. If something happens and someone gets hurt or there's a robbery, then we need to be able to have somewhere to start in order to be able to put the pieces together. And the back door has always been a big concern there. I mean, for years and years and years, it's just anybody can walk in that back door unannounced, and if Lawana's not there in her office that day, they can walk in and easily hold somebody hostage or rob that place. And so really, it would be to the advantage of the county liability-wise and for protect their people.
Do they leave the back door open, unlocked all the time?
If I'm there, it's unlocked.
Yeah.
Because if I'm there, people come and bang on that door, and I'm the one that has to be inconvenienced to get up and unlock it or let them in.
Don't get up?
They just continue banging, or they'll come to my window then.
Put a sign out there and go around.
I agree. Just put a sign on the back.
I don't know. I don't understand the fact that we've been without that all this time, and then suddenly it's so critical that we have to.
Well, unfortunately, the population of the world has changed its mentality, and there's a lot more.
It'd be nice if some of the change happened in Karnes County.
Positive change.
Apparently, we're not getting our share of it.
The positiveness.
That's kind of what it looks like to me. But, all right.
And I will say too, if the back door is going to be locked, then the front doors need to stay open till 5 p.m. Because
Well,
even if the tax office closes their operations at 4:30, the treasurer's office and my office still work till 5.
Who decided that the time of work would be different? Everybody or a person in each office decided when their door would be unlocked and when it would be locked? Or?
Well, as Vi stated yesterday, the policy states the office hours of the county are 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, except for the sheriff's department. Brenda continued with the hours of operation that were in effect when she took office, which I
You
think.
changed, did you say?
We can change it to 5, that's fine, that's okay.
And I think those were implemented back when Phyllis Pavelik, whatever, was here.
Well, I ran an office for 50 years, practicing law here, and we didn't work from 8 to, from any time other than 8 to 5.
I think the reason that was done years ago, Judge, was because to give the girls time to get their drawers balanced, to get everything locked up and stuff before 5. But whatever the court decides is fine. That's just how it's been done in the past.
Well, there's ways to work around that too. You can stagger your girls just like in the banking industry and everything else.
That's no problem.
Is there a reason why the case drawer, or at least one perhaps, or could not be put up in at the end of the day and counted out in the next morning?
Well, we can just stagger their balance in times. We can have 2 balance early and 2 balance later. That'll be fine, that's not a problem.
Well, I'm apparently the only one that thinks it's a problem, and perhaps I'm wrong. I'd be the first time in a good while, but I understand there might be a situation. I've got them off the floor right now. Now let's move on. We're not making any headway with this.
We're at 115 North Market.
I don't know where we are.
Under 200 East Calvert.
For the flooring.
200 East Calvert. Number 5730. There's $50,000 in there. I guess that's been there for a while.
This is the second year carryover of that amount. That possibly could be high. I have not seen all the quotes on the painting, the back door, steel door, metal door replacements, the rest of the carpentry work that needs to be done as far as the baseboards, etc., from when the flooring was replaced last year.
You know what they are?
Who has the fee?
I have no idea. I don't.
James?
Was it 32,000?
The painting?
No, the painting is 11,000.
Yeah, the painting's-
Where were they supposed to be two? Maybe it was everything combined together. Not sure.
The only one I saw was the painting.
That's it.
Where is the one you saw, Pete? Did the rest of the court see?
I think only me and Pete saw they showed it to us. Who has a Vi?
Brian has it.
So Vi has the rest of this for the doors and all?
I've never seen anything on the doors, all I ever saw was the painting. I spoke to the painters when they came to get the bid. I don't know if anything was done on the doors.
I don't know why I want to say that Vi showed me something on the doors. I could be mistaken. So many things that we do, I don't remember.
Well,
So
I'll
we can,
text her.
yeah, if you can ask her, see if she has any of that information for the doors, the flooring. But right there it says floor, but flooring's done.
Flooring's done. It's just the baseboards and the
Right.
painting, and, I didn't see anything on the doors, but I'll text her.
okay. What is this next item in 5731 North Market parking lot side entrance, $7,560?
We just scratch that over.
Let you know.
Yeah, that's.
Well, Pete, what was it on here for, if we can just cut it up?
Put some parking space on Bouchelle Street.
I think that building needs additional parking space when there's something there. People are both sides of the road and across the street, and it just congests the whole area. I mean, you don't think that
Well, it'd probably be a hassle for the city to get permits to do it right there.
Okay.
Nobody's talked to the city?
I'll talk to them and say, well, maybe not, yeah, go before council and get a permit. Anyway, I don't think it needs it that bad where we have to have it.
so you won't scratch it.
Let's just take that out.
All right, 75,620. $5733 HVAC evaluation and repairs, 210 West Calvert, $40,000.
What is that?
That's the air conditioning, correct, Pete, for
The additional air
additional
conditioning.
air?
If we ever get authority to put a unit on the roof to air condition the hall and blow it down towards the break room, county attorney's office, that's for putting that air conditioning system in. They said it's 10 tons, the report says it's 10 tons short of air conditioning in this building.
So that's something we have to roll over in case we get to it. Or
Yes.
Have to do one, James.
roll over to keep it in the, it's currently a $40,000 budget, but the proposed is $40,000, so just roll it into the next FY.
Well, what is that 8,057.08?
That was the engineer's report that said it was 10 tons short.
And the,
We paid the engineer $8,076 for a report. That was, water tech engineer.
why did we report 8,057.08?
That's what's been paid,
Oh, then it's not 8,076.
76.
And we still need, the balance of that in there, not the whole 40 if we spend 832.
Well, unfortunately, the cost of everything goes up. By the time we might get around to it, I would suggest leaving the 40.
Well, I keep hearing that, but the cost of everything does not go up if you shop. So perhaps it does down there. How long has that budget item been on the agenda? I mean, how many years?
This will be the second year.
And there's been no progress other than $8,000 worth.
I think the reason for that, and I haven't been included on any of the discussions, just what's been said in court, is we're waiting to see if there's gonna be any type of litigation before we make physical changes to this building.
Litigation.
With the architect for the problems we have on the east end with the mold and the water seepage, et cetera.
Herb, do you know anything about?
Judge, they're gonna be in here to do some additional testing, Monday of next week.
And this is a follow-up on the,
It has to do with the JP office, and it has to do with whether or not the pipes under the floor are leaking.
yeah, but that comes from that last group that came in here and,
This is the group that we, it's part of the insurance group. It's not part of anybody that is.
so we don't have any control over that. The insurance company is controlling that.
Well, we have control in that we paid the premium, but they are the ones that are gonna do the testing.
I understand, are they keeping you in the loop of what's going on?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
They also are probably going to bore some holes in the east wall in the office area of the sheriff's office to determine, they have determined that there's some flashing issues at the roof, and that's where some water could have trickled down, but they're concerned with the amount of mold that is in there, and they're considering doing some boring of those walls.
Did they write a written report when they did the last inspection or whatever they did?
I'm sure there is one. I haven't received it. Herb, have you?
We asked the adjuster to be put on the agenda for the 15th of September, to give the court an exact update as to what's going on. There has not been a written report by an engineer yet, and we can
Okay.
report. But we have it tentatively scheduled for the 15th of September for a report from the adjuster.
And of course, what precipitated all, this is on the HVAC evaluation and repairs item in the budget for next year. How much should we budget?
For the air conditioning unit,
Whatever that all means, HVAC, I think, is air conditioning.
that, from what little I know about it, 40,000 is what the estimate is.
Well, that's what it was, and we spent $8,000 this year, so 32 is the balance of what was budgeted before for 2 years. Is 32 sufficient?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any objection to reducing the 40 to 32?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why don't you speak up?
If we have to put 10 tons in there, about $4,000 a ton is not an unreasonable price. The $8,000 was spent for engineering that we didn't anticipate it being that much for the engineering study. So I suggest that the $40,000 stays in there.
Okay, court. Nobody
The
here.
8,000 was just engineering?
Engineering.
That's when we originally put the 40,000 was just gonna cover the work for the air conditioning. It wasn't gonna cover anything for engineering.
Well, it had to cover whatever engineering was necessary, James.
What, when we
I mean,
originally
y'all
got,
might not have included it, but, well,
when we originally got that 40,000 quote on it, what did it include?
It was Zane hiring Lorraine Daly. I mean, that's the history of the process there.
Of the, where the 8,000 went?
Yes, Zane came in here, said, I don't know what else to do. He hired Lorraine Daly. Lorraine Daly connected with her engineer, Quadtech, and it was an $8,000 fee for them to come in and tell you that you were under air. And then you hire Buyer Brothers to come in, and they, you know, if you hire an air conditioning company, they give you that evaluation themselves without having to go through Lorraine Daly. You know, but we didn't go through Buyer Brothers first, but you have in your budget elsewhere, a $7,000 maintenance fee with Buyer Brothers for the air conditioning service as well.
and so it was a failure of the court to understand what you're saying.
That's correct.
Yes, sir, it's a middleman process that probably didn't need to be done if you had just gone straight to an air conditioning service.
Okay. What are we going to show as an agenda item for that this year, this coming year?
I say, on my part, I'll speak mine, I say keep the 40,000. Shelby?
I agree. Yeah, if you're saying so much, what'd you say, P per ton?
10,000.
You said, what was the cost you threw out per ton?
4,000 tons is a 10-ton unit.
It's 40,000.
Does that sound reasonable, commercial air conditioning?
Yeah, I mean, the market fluctuates a lot, but it sounds reasonable.
Just leave it there.
And then, you know, there's gonna be other avenues they're gonna poke at.
Okay, for this purpose and for right now, we'll leave $40,000 in there and let's move on. The next item, phase 2 plans, and I don't know what that stands for, CRTHSE.
That's
Courthouse, so that's, the next several are all zero down to acquisition of properties.
5739 would be the next one. Acquisition of properties, 250,000.
What happened to,
Those have been completed. The phase 2 plans, the audio visual system, they've zeroed out. Short Rock Kitchen is zeroed out.
I'm sorry, I didn't mark it on my sheet.
The communication jail tower has been completed. Now we're the acquisition of properties, is that correct?
Yes,
Acquisition of property,
Yes.
There's $250,000.
what are we,
I don't know. I
what are
don't
we
know.
requiring? I can't imagine. We need to sell some, I think.
that was put in the budget by the court in the possibility of the acquisition of the back corner lot here. And if anything additional would be discussed as far as the east wall property in front of the jail, where the offer was made and
That's right, it was
it
centered.
expired.
It was centered and not directed to any one property, just in
Yeah,
the
just-
case we were gonna acquire any property.
Phase 2 plans for the courthouse and what's the rest grant? spent?
Restoration.
That's true.
That's the
Restoration was a grant spent for.
grant,
Grant.
but that's zero this year. We will finish that out. Fisher should complete his billing within this fiscal year.
The fiscal year we're in right now?
Correct.
Okay. So are you saying that should be reduced or taken out or what?
Correct. If you'll notice in the far right-hand column, there are no figures there, so there's nothing to be budgeted for that.
Okay, so the 64,000 that we spent is all that is going to be spent for that purpose, is it?
No, sir, they're still in the billing process, but it should be completed within this fiscal year. I will email Lewis and confirm that to be sure.
Okay, and I don't understand why if the 64 was spent, why wasn't the 250 reduced? That doesn't, we're just throwing figures around that apparently don't mean anything.
That was the architect's fee.
That's what had been,
What was the architect?
the 64,000,
$250,000.
the
For the
64,000,
grant. He made out the papers for the grant.
those are for the plans. The fiscal year expenditures so far to Fisher Heck for the courthouse restoration, updated plans and grant application has been 64,000 plus. The process is
64,204.23, is that
Correct.
what that is?
correct.
Okay.
The process is continuing, and we are continuing to receive bills from Fisher Heck, but it should be completed within this fiscal year. So therefore, no dollars are set aside for fiscal year 16, but I will email Lewis to confirm that we don't need to carry anything.
It would be helpful, I think. Let's move on down.
We're on the property acquisition of $250,000.
My opinion is leave it.
I think we should leave it in there.
The whole 250, even though
Yes.
we're showing the expenditure of 64, is that correct?
No, that's a
No.
different one, that's, phase 2 plans. We're down to the one, right, you said, we're down to 5739.
Correct. And the expenses to date, the $7,731.50, that is legal fees that have been involved with the negotiations of the possible acquisition of the east wall property, that the offer has expired, and according to Jeff Chapman, will not be reoffered.
Okay, that's over at the new building?
At the jail, yes.
And that's you're saying that, I know he made an offer to the people that live there, and the offer's not going to be remade, and the offer was not accepted.
That is what Jeff told
Okay,
the court.
so that needs to be taken out. Do we have any other properties that we're trying to acquire
Well,
that
the
we
dis-
need money for?
The discussion has been the back corner of this block for possible parking once the courthouse is finished, since we will lose the other parking lot.
Has there been any discussion with the owner of that property?
There was couple of years ago, Pete was discussing it with them, but there has not been any offer made recently, as far as I know.
Was an offer ever made, Pete?
The discussion was that he was concerned that he would have to pay more taxes and insurance, and if he passed away, his wife couldn't afford to pay that. So we discussed with him to buy another house. So I took him and looked at a couple of houses and found one, and he looked at it and said he thought it was okay. And came back in a week or two and said, well, how about building me a storage room on it? I said, well, we're ready spending X number of dollars, and you've got a little concrete slab there, you can build a storage room on it. Won't be much. And he said, all right, just forget about it for now.
Judge, the last discussion was about a year and a half ago, and we talked about a 1031 exchange. I believe it's a 1031, where he could sell the property and have so long to go and find something else to replace it with. He couldn't come up with a figure at that time that we could talk about, and we never got to the level of an appraiser because he could not agree on an appraiser at the time, so we just kind of dropped it because he was afraid he was going to get in a tight spot financially. Nobody has talked to him since that time. Pete and I were involved in those negotiations with us.
Do we need to keep carrying this as a budget item? If we don't have any plans to do that?
Just the only, I can't tell you what the plans are for the future, but if we're gonna buy the lot, we need to leave it in there as a possibility. If Joe decides he wants to sell it, we probably ought to talk about getting it if y'all want to use that area for a parking lot over there.
Well, but Herman probably and ought to, and I mean, there seems to be no discussion of it now.
There's not.
No current, and there hadn't been, I've been here half a year, and there hadn't been any time during that part of the time. Pete, do you have something about it that we don't know about?
No, nothing about that property precisely, but at the courthouse meetings, they said we're losing a lot of the parking lot, and they recommended, THC recommended we own this property down here, aren't y'all gonna buy that? And they expecting us to buy it, so.
Did they write us a letter saying that? And the answer is no, I
No,
know.
they did not.
You know, if they want us to do something, it looks like that they would at least, tell us in writing what they expect. I think we'd be damn fools if we sit here and did something and spent county money without direction in writing of how we were supposed to spend it and how much we were supposed to spend, and I've not seen anything like that. I can talk loud enough without that, really, if I need
I
to,
just turned it down.
but that's all right, I understand. I'm the only one that's saying anything, which sounds stupid to me.
I think we're like we're a year or 2 years behind from creating additional parking places. Hell, we can't get the jail, the sheriff and them out of there back here anyway, so it's not gonna matter for a parking lot. I just soon take out the $250,000 and if the future, within the next budget year, maybe it'll come back into play. But my opinion would be to take out the $250,000.
You're talking about item,
The acquisition of properties, number 5739. The East Wall property is, to me, is off the table because the offer's been declined. And this one here, if you're looking at 2018 maybe before the courthouse is finished, Pete?
Fall of 17.
All of 17, so that's another budget year, so that's $250,000 to me. It goes in unencumbered funds, so they just putting it back. I mean, that's just my opinion, that's what I'm looking at.
this is item 5734,
Yeah. 39.
39.
39.
Okay.
Judges,
Okay.
I still say keep it on my part, in case something comes up.
Where are we on our figure that we're trying to look at for the maximum amount of budget we can spend next year?
Well, as I stated when we first started on capital outlay, all these items are out of unencumbered
And
funds.
they don't.
They don't
count
affect that $4 million.
Okay. But they are spending tax money that's
Correct.
been paid by taxpayers
Correct.
regardless.
Correct.
Who have a right to object if it's not, if in their idea and their thought process, it's not something that we really need to spend money for. Well, let's move on for right now and just leave that in limbo, I'd say. We're not making much progress with anything.
Okay, the next item that involves a monetary allocation for this fiscal year is item 5741, courthouse restoration, $2 million. The estimate received from Fisher Heck for total restoration is 7.7 million. And of course, we won't complete anything within the next fiscal year. And the way they're changing their funding from all at one time to biannually or semi-annually, April and October, the suggestion was that we budget the $2 million in this coming fiscal year's expenditures.
The suggestion from whom?
THC and Fisher.
So we would have money to pay them with.
So we would have money to
Is
pay
what they're
for,
recommending. Now, it's gotta be what they're doing.
well, this is for actual construction and progress on the courthouse restoration.
Well, I want it to progress, but I want to be sure it doesn't all go to architects.
No, this is for the actual building part.
All right, you want to leave then
Leave the 2 million.
the 2 million? All right.
The next item with budgetary funds does not have a line item number by it. It's renovations to the quote old jail. There were estimates thrown around by Fisher and Heck when we first started discussing this that ranged from $50 a square foot to a couple of $100 a square foot. The number that Pete suggested to put in is 300,000. I think that's a very cushioned estimate, but I'm not in construction.
Pete, how'd you come up with 300,000? I mean, what do you consider?
It was a figure in the courthouse planning meeting that general consensus was it would take 500,000 to fix it up right. And so the people there suggested numbers and they came up with 300,000. Let's just put 300,000 in there and see what we can do with that. So we know the budget's tight. Generally agreed that 300,000 is the number we put in there.
So that number could be
Actually,
less.
Fisher said about 500,000 to fix it up well. That's what he actually said.
I don't know what he meant by well, do you know?
What was that question?
What he meant by fix it up well, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, that was to put new air conditioning and a new roof on and do all the general repairs that he was supposing it would need, because he did not do a estimate on it. He did a square foot estimate, not a detail.
And that would be removing floors and replacing flooring, and there had been discussion during the courthouse restoration committee meeting of just leaving the concrete and staining concrete instead of replacing with
Floors are
tile.
concrete, are they not?
Correct. Instead of replacing it with tile or anything else. So again, I think that is a number to be able to satisfy any potential things that came up. But I think it's allowing on the positive side.
Is that,
And you never know when you restore anything or remodel anything. You always run into hiddens that you're not aware of at the time. I know they talked about some plumbing issues with the washing machine. Well, I don't think when the jail is refurbished for archival storage that we will need a washing machine. So perhaps that line can just be capped and not have to bore through the cement slab and everything else to replace.
does anybody even know where the piping is in that building? I'd be really surprised.
I certainly don't. I'm not quite that old yet.
Well, I'm old enough, I'm just not, I've been in the jail probably more than anybody in here through the years. And,
It is a visitor.
well, not necessarily every time. I was in there one day talking to a client, I reached down in my coat pocket and had a gun in my pocket and was locked in the cell with a prisoner. Kind of dumb, but, all right, I'm not sure how to move on from here. We haven't resolved hardly anything.
Let's leave it, we voted in Commissioner Court the other day, we voted when we approved the building to be the archive building, and we did the $300,000. And it passed the court, so that we pretty much set that amount then.
Yeah, okay, just leave it like it is, which is, we've got it in next year's budget for $300,000, do we not?
Correct.
Okay,
The next item with funds allocated is another non-numbered line item because it's new. It's building renovations at 115 North Market and 111 North Brown. My understanding from Warren is the repairs and renovations at 115 North Market, which is the juvenile probation building, will be almost totally completed this year. If nothing else, the materials and all will be purchased. Is that correct, Pete?
Except for some roof material, roof rigs and screw, etc.
So then, can that amount be reduced at any? Are we going to renovate 111 North Brown, which is the old Canal building, and into any type of offices or anything else? Or do we need to reduce that amount of capital outlay?
I'm not sure that we need the building for office space. I keep hearing that, but I don't keep hearing what offices are gonna be there and why we need them there and why we don't utilize what we're utilizing now. We're operating now. If anybody on the court has an idea about that, well, speak up.
When we purchased the building, what was the intended use of it?
I wasn't here, I don't have any idea.
I think the intent was at the time, we were gonna create the HR and the financial officer, and we were gonna move some people around at the time. I think that was the whole purpose. It was gonna create
It's also creating a position of IT.
IT is gonna be in there as well, so it's gonna be utilized that way. So that's all that's kinda gone away.
And then,
TCEQ needed an office space out here 2 days out of the week.
But we've got them in the juvenile probation.
and then Pete had proposed to make the back of the building the shop, office area, and semi-storage for
With
maintenance.
Which we are doing.
Who do we have that works out of the shop?
Warren Simmons, and
Does Warren need a shop?
yes, I think we do.
Is he officing out of that space now, or is he still at 119 North Brown? Is he still at 119 North Brown for his office?
Yes, he still is. I have talked to Freeman a lot about getting a computer line, a phone line over into that other building.
Don't do that yet.
Don't what?
Don't do that yet. We may not be using Freeman anymore.
I'm not, I haven't done it. I've talked to him about it.
Don't talk to him anymore until we know what we're gonna do. I suppose you'll have to talk to him to tell him you can't talk to him anymore.
What do you think, Pete, on that? Building renovations?
The $200,000,
Yes.
and that was all for the 115 North Market and 111 North Brown.
Correct.
What are we gonna do exactly with those two places if we're gonna spend $200,000?
Well, if we're going to have an HR department, we need to have a place for them. We need to spend something over there to fix it up. We need to put them someplace.
What are the renovations, repairs to the juvenile probation building that Warren's working on now? Bathrooms?
Bathrooms, a door on the west side.
And I know back when we were discussing office space and relocations, the conversation was that once the east end of this building is fixed, that the judge and his outside offices as far as VSO, emergency management, HR, if that is corrected, would all house in that area, correct? Isn't that what was talked about?
Talk about it, but I don't know that there was any blood oath that anybody took about it. I know one that didn't.
Well, the only reason I'm bringing that up is because that would alleviate the thoughts of an HR office being necessary in the Canal building.
I don't think we have a clear picture of what we're gonna do with any of the buildings.
I don't think so either.
Jumped off the ball.
We have been talking and talking and talking, but not anything etched in blood.
Maybe we should have some blood letting and we would get past this, I'm not sure. Might be mine. Well,
What do you think, Josh?
are we stuck on this $200,000?
$200,000.
at this point, I would rather just see us not do anything. Until we have a clearer picture of what we're gonna do.
You
This-
wanna wait another year?
That would make sense to me, but I may be the only one that thinks it. Do what?
Go backwards another year, 10 years, not do anything.
Well, you've been here longer than that, and we've said and not done anything, and, I mean, I'm not sure what you want us to do that would make you feel good. If you've got some ideas, well, let's get with you.
I had some ideas, I put them on the agenda about 4 months ago, and you said we need to have another meeting, see who's going in offices, and we haven't had anything.
Well, we're meeting right now, Patty. What are those ideas? I don't know.
Well, we're a year away from this, and I can see the juvenile probation office, that's something that needs to be done. Whatever you're doing over there, we need to finish that for it. I don't know how the 200, I can't remember how the 200,000, was that just a number that was thrown out there, was it an actual estimate for work, or?
No, it's not an actual estimate. We had discussed it here in budget hearing the other day. And I think I had 150 in there, and James suggested, well, let's just go with $200,000 so we can fix something up nice.
What was
You and I both agreed, just leave 200,000 in there. Do something we can do.
What was the guesstimate to remodel that, like 8,000? Just a
There
guesstimate?
was about $90,000 to fix offices in the front, and 2 restrooms. That was not a bid, it was just
Yeah,
my estimate. Yes,
which was pretty fair.
Well, you gonna cut it to 150,000?
I think that'd be good.
James, what do you think? I mean, y'all are in construction, I'm not.
Well, I'm in money,
Well, I am too, but
and we need to put the money where,
That's what it was before.
okay, we'll put 150 right now.
so we got a responsibility to take care of what we have. That is, if we're, the ones that we're occupied in, I think.
We're all operating one way or another, right?
But yet, it's like, it's everything else, you still have to maintain what you
Oh, I
have.
agree.
And in the past, this county never has, they just let it go till it fall down.
Okay. We put 150 in place of 200,
Right.
is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now that brings us on down to courthouse maintenance.
Judge,
Yes,
we have to make a motion, all these reductions that we did. You want me to go through them and make them?
yeah, if you would.
All right, I'm gonna make the motion on, as for Department 500 capital outlay 0904, the EMS facility. The proposed was 500,000, we're gonna do a reduction of 50,000 on that one. You wanna go one by one, Judge, or do you want me to
No,
put them all in?
let's put them all together.
Okay.
If we have a problem, then
Next.
we'll go back.
Next one is 5720, the fire alarm. Let's see. The fire alarm systems. The proposal is 60,000, we're gonna do a reduction of 30,000 on that. Okay, next one is 5721, the camera system combined with 5722, the camera system for 200 and 200 East Calvert. One was 53,000, one was 62,275 for a total of 115,275. We're gonna do a reduction of 15,275, which the remaining proposed will be 100,000. On 57,
Wait.
Go ahead.
Minus 15,275,
yes,
is
Judge.
that correct? Okay.
On 5731, for the parking lot side entrance, we're gonna do a full reduction of the proposed 7,500. We're gonna do a reduction of 7,500. It'll be zero.
$7,560.
7,500, not even with glasses I can see them. Some new glasses, my apologies, 7,560. And then the other ones that we have talked about,
Wait, 75, 60 we're leaving in, or we're?
we're gonna do a full reduction of that.
Okay, all right.
And then there have been,
Zero.
the other ones we didn't do anything with until we got back to building renovations. That's a new line item. We don't have a line item for that one yet. Is that correct, Norm?
That's correct.
Okay. The proposal is 200,000 for the new FY. We're gonna do a reduction of 50,000. That's my motion.
Second. Okay, it's been a motion and a second to reduce the line items that were named specifically in the amounts that were named with each item. All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign, all voted for. Motion carries.
$730,560.
That have been reduced on that.
That's what I added up, if I'm wrong.
750 come up.
560. 730, 560.
730.
That's the reduction or that's the total left?
That's the reduction.
The reduction on what?
Everything that we reduced has been reduced.
Oh, so far.
Out of the capital.
Out of the capital.
Oh, only out of the capital outlay?
Yeah. Okay, we're in courthouse maintenance now.
I came up with 402,000 reduction, 402,835.
835.
Yeah, you're right, 'cause I had something wrong right there. I took the 450 and added that, so it's 50,000, 30,000, 150,
How much
7560. Would you get one?
Second, I'm double checking.
Okay, I got 142 because it's 50, 30, 15, 7 is 50. 50 and 50 is 100, 130, 137, 142, and then 275 is
I had a wrong number, I wrote
835,
down.
so it's 142, 835.
Took out the 250 courthouse, acquisition of properties.
337, 560.
Acquisition of properties,
395, 275.
we didn't take out the
You're gonna
250.
leave it in?
No, well, it was, I got here 2 against 2. So it was
We
Shelby
left-
and the judge
we
wanted
left
to
it.
take it out, us 2 didn't want to take it out, so
It stays.
David wasn't here to break it, so it stays.
So then it's 145, 275 is the reduction.
145, 275.
Yes.
Okay. Are we down now to courthouse maintenance?
Yeah.
$152, $835.
152, 835, yeah.
The 152 is what you reduced it by?
Correct.
Now, my question again, are we down to courthouse maintenance?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And just to retract for just a minute, y'all were talking about office relocations a while ago. On the July 20th budget workshop, the motion was made by Reynolds and seconded by Rosales to move the county judge, VSO, HR, and emergency management coordinator, if necessary, to the current sheriff's office, move the county attorney and staff to the county judge's office. All voted aye, motion carried 5-0.
Yeah, that was in the same building right here, moving over there.
But it said back up there, if necessary.
I think that was for
I heard you read that.
The if necessary was emergency coordinator position,
Well,
not all the offices.
it doesn't say it that way.
Well, if I would have read it correctly with the correct punctuation, it would have sounded that way.
Well, I disagree, but, with my punctuations, it read differently. And what I heard you say was different.
Okay, back to courthouse maintenance, we're getting nowhere.
Okay.
Okay, on the courthouse maintenance, we get down there to janitorial supplier, we're getting pretty low on the plate, well, we spent 781, so put 8,000 in there. Hopefully that'll be enough. Change of pickup fuel, maintenance pickup fuel, cut it down to 2,500, should be. Janitorial supply gas up there was 2,500. And there should have been some tickets deducted from that. Detroit tickets deducted from that.
Not for janitorial, for yard maintenance, yes, but not for janitorial gas.
Or I don't know.
If y'all will look at line item 4203, fire alarm phone line, there is a phone line in this building specific for the fire alarm, and through July 31st, we had paid $443.74 for that line, so it is obviously something with the phone alarm, the fire alarm itself.
So we gotta put 600 in that one or something? 700 in that line item?
I'm sure any upgrade or anything else is going to require a phone line. So yes, I would think we need to put something in there.
What would you recommend, 1,000?
I will get the fire alarm, CSI and Jeff together and see where that fire alarm line is and why it's not connected.
I would think we should put at least $900 in there on an average of $75 a month.
Is the line not connected? Did I hear that?
That's what CSI said, it was not connected to the line.
Why are we paying a penny for it, for a non-connected line?
The phone line is connected. I don't know if it's connected to the fire alarm system in this building. It was at one time, and Robert mentioned that it was constantly going off.
And it got disconnected after
It's
that.
disabled in that junction box, Judge, right there on the right, when you come in the main door.
Yeah.
The line is connected, but they have it disabled right there because it constantly goes off. There's something wrong with it.
Well, we need to do something. We don't need to pay more money for a phone line that doesn't work.
No, the phone line works. It's the fire alarm system.
For the fire alarm system that doesn't work. Maybe we need to set fire to it and see if it works. Maybe we don't really know.
Just go pull it. Let's see what happens.
Does anybody know where it is?
It's in the hallway.
It's in the hall.
That's just a monitor there, I don't think you can set it off.
That's the
That's a
alarm, but
monitor.
the handle's right there.
But there may be a handle here somewhere.
Yeah, don't pull it, maybe cut off.
While I'm running out after the fire starts out of the building, you suggest that I pull the alarm as I run by, or I'm not gonna stop? God, what a place.
I think. Pete, on 4216, maintenance tools, last year we had 4,000. Y'all spent 6280 and you got 5,000 budgeted for this current year.
Sorry, I was not aware that 6280 had been spent on tools, so I don't know what that paid for. That paid for the lawnmower?
It possibly does. I don't have detail in front of me.
I'll have to check that out because we intended to buy some tools. And this year's budget, I thought the 4,000 was still in there. So that must have been.
So you want to keep the 5,000 in there?
Yeah, I think we need 5,000. We need at least 4,000.
You want to reduce that to 4,000?
We're reducing to 4,000.
Does anybody not know what the 628055 was for?
The water knows, but she'll have to check her.
It's probably the lawnmower that was bought,
Did you have a new lawnmower that y'all purchased?
the lawnmower,
That's
the
what-
riding mower.
That's what Pete said is
Yeah.
for the mower,
It's the
bro.
mower.
Probably the main.
Could we find out for sure?
Yes, we can.
How long will it take to find out?
Go on. I can.
I would have to be able to go back to the office and pull up the records in the system because I have not ever been able to acquire the laptop, so I could do that from here.
How long will it take?
Whatever it takes me to go back down there and get it.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna
10 minutes,
recess the
15.
meeting until you get back. If it's the rest of the day, so be it. Let's reconvene our workshop meeting. We'll continue with the staff that we had started down, if the one with you.
Yes, sir, that includes $4,301.76 for a lawn mower and $292.59 for a weed eater.
Tell me what we were on, so I'll
Line
know what to
item.
look for.
Line item 100, 510-4216, maintenance tools.
What was the lawnmower?
$4,301.76.
Okay, what was the other one?
A weed eater, $292.59.
292 and 50 what?
59.
Is it 4201?
And what was the rest?
4301.76.
What was the rest of it?
Miscellaneous
Oh, just miscellaneous?
tools. I wasn't
Okay.
gonna go through and pull invoices.
That's okay, thank you. Thank you, man.
What are the utilities, how many months is that? The 31/7?
Correct, that was through July. The utilities in that line item are,
That's 10 months.
yes, 200 East Calvert, 210 West Calvert, 119 North Brown, 111 North Brown, I believe that's all the offices on that bill.
Okay, do we have any other utility bills?
We do, but they are specific to the department. For instance, the sheriff's office contains the utility bill for the jail. The outlying JPs contain their own utilities.
Okay. So did we complete with that information? Everything with the budgetary report on that page and the waste recycle?
We have not discussed the $25,000 that's in here for courthouse maintenance and repairs, generalized repairs, etc.
Okay.
These are all items that had previously been discussed in workshops. I'm not sure if there's any wiggle room for reduction or not, Pete.
What are the electrical and air conditioning repairs?
Those are different repairs, like at 115 North Market, we just had to replace the outside unit, Pete.
Yes. Exterior. Air
We've had to have buyers come out and do different things that were not covered under the contract we have with them.
We don't show any budget for them this year.
Yes, sir, it's the very last item under 510. It does not have a line item by it because it will be a new budget. It's $7,000 for their contract.
Okay, that's for next year,
Correct,
the next budget year.
correct.
But there wasn't one this year, you're saying?
The contract was not executed until sometime during this budget year. And so anything that has been serviced by them now is coming out of the electrical AC line item,
Which is where it back up,
4552.
yeah.
Who is the custodial supervisor?
Warren Simmons.
Oh, okay. Well, who is the new FT maintenance custodian?
We have 3 full-time custodians. One handles mainly the exterior, the yards.
Okay,
Then the other 2 positions are the custodial staff that handles basically 100% of the interior.
For all of the buildings.
Correct, the buildings here, plus in this next fiscal year, it will include road and bridges location also.
okay. So that will add that. How about EMS? Will they take care of that?
They take care of their own.
They take care of their own? Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure that one of these people were moved from half-time to full-time, and since there's been a big issue over this half-time to full-time stuff, if there's any place to cut, I'd say that needed to go back to half-time. And how about deep cleaning? It wasn't used last year. I know this was addressed when we went through it the first time, but is it something that's...
Deep cleaning is in progress to be done before the end of the year now.
Okay, that's fine.
And as far as the additional full-time custodian, David, in our current year budget, it was budgeted as a full-time position with the hiring to begin at a part-time and move into full-time, which has transpired. And I will say that position, or the individual filling that position, is doing a really good job.
Thank you. Okay.
Commissioners, I'm sorry to interrupt, but back to the courthouse maintenance, the last thing we visited about were the tools, and someone had suggested, I think Pete suggested cutting it by $1,000 and nobody made a motion on it. Did you still want to do that?
We're still working on the courthouse, right, still?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that you didn't forget about
I
that.
think the judge kind of wants to go through the whole thing
Okay.
and then backtrack and then vote on everyone.
Okay.
Unless the judge wants to vote on everyone individually,
I
that's,
don't care how you do.
You did yesterday, so it doesn't matter to me. I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure you remembered that that was a
I
decision.
have it circled right here for a motion, so when we're done. Thank you, Carol. Judge, did you want to go ahead and do that one or wait till the end and backtrack the way we did the other one?
Well, let's do it the way we did the other. Which we went through the whole thing and then went back and
Yes, Judge, then we went back.
did each one.
Yeah.
Now, currently, the janitorial staff has not been utilizing Time Clock Plus. They were waiting to get the remote access hooked up. I don't know if that has happened yet. If that has happened and they do start using Time Clock, which I think they should, just like everyone else, we will need to increase those email addresses. Mind you, that's a nominal amount, but because we only have one set up right now, and that's the supervisor. So we'll need to increase that to 24 times 4, whatever that is.
I'm sorry, I lost you. What line item?
24 times 4 is 96.
It does not have a line item by it. It's right above Buyer Boy's contract,
Okay.
Sarah email addresses.
Right now, it's $12 per post.
Correct. We'd need to change that to 96 to fund email addresses for all 4 positions.
Okay, and, does that finish?
Yes.
May I ask if we're doing these renovations, or the clerk's office is going to be redone, the sheriff's office and Daisy's office being bored, is that the proper time right now to do the deep cleaning if we're going to have all of this construction work going on?
I asked Warren that this morning, came in and asked about a schedule for deep cleaning, and I asked him if he knew what was happening. Did we want to deep clean the carpets if they were going to be ripped up? Because at this point, I don't know if they're going to be ripped up or not. And he said he was going to maybe put that on hold till he found out some information about the carpets.
The insurance company is still talking about taking the carpet out of the area the sheriff was in. And if they do, then it'll be left up to the commissioner as to what they're going to put back down. But I think the insurance company will pay for the cover that they took up, either carpet or linoleum or whatever they're going to put back. I think that's part of the insurance coverage. I understand.
But the question was, should we deep clean if we're going to be under construction again? That's kind of throwing money away.
In the sheriff's office, that's the only area that I'm addressing. I don't know what other areas have carpet in them that need that deep cleaning. I think the clerk's office, district clerk has some, the county clerk has some. I'm not sure about that.
But have they said anything about needing to tear my carpet out?
No,
Okay.
they haven't talked about
So,
that.
so are they supposed to come back? Or are we just leaving those air scrubbers in there forever?
They're going to come back and do your office after they get through with the justice court's office. And they
Okay.
can work on it Tuesday.
Okay.
So, did y'all, there are 3 changes on this one, right, did y'all? I got 3 changes here. Add on 900, negative, take out 1,000, and then add 96, change it from 12 to 96. Those are 3 changes.
Where are the first 2? I've got the 96.
Here, Judge, on the top right here, on the empty one right here, from 443 that we've used right now, that one, the one that said put in $900, figuring it about $75 per month, is that correct?
Yes.
Right,
And then the next one on the tools, on the maintenance tools,
4,000.
4,000 from 5,000,
5,000.
do a reduction of 1,000.
And then 96.
And then the last one, yeah. You want me to make a motion on those, Judge?
Yeah.
To,
Pass it.
fire alarm phone.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve on the courthouse maintenance. Item number 4203, the fire alarm phone line. The proposed budget right now is 0. Go with a $900 proposed. On item number 4216, maintenance tools. The proposed budget for the new FY is 5,000. Do a reduction of 1,000, so the remainder would be 4,000 for the new FY. On the Sarah County email addresses, it doesn't have a number on there. It's going to be a new line item. The proposed is $12, raise it up to $96.
That's your motion.
That's my motion, Judge.
You seconded, Pete. Motion been made and seconded to change the 3 line items that James identified. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. All voted for, motion carried. That puts us down to the waste recycle.
Yes, Judge. Can I speak on that one since that was mine?
Go ahead.
Okay. On the waste recycling, I went through it the last time. If the court has any questions for me, go ahead and question me. But on the 40,000 for the vehicle equipment, I want to do that line item. I want to do a full reduction on that one. I'll try to squeeze by with the truck that we have here. Also, maybe the road and bridge, like I had mentioned, I wouldn't use that if road and bridge had one used, but we'll do a full reduction on that one. That's about it. Everything else, I've spoke about it before. If y'all have any questions, go ahead and shoot them out there.
Yeah, say them again for my sake. I'm the only one that.
On the last one, on vehicle equipment, I had $40,000 in case that truck broke down, some older truck, to purchase another one, but let's do a full reduction of that one. Everybody's doing some kind of reduction, I'll do a reduction of about 40,000.
Do you need to put something in for repairs? You're not gonna give them.
I believe we had some.
You got 4,000?
Yeah, we had some.
Have nothing.
Okay, where did we figure?
Up above,
I just went right through all
at
of
the
this.
very top. the
Repairs.
first
I
item.
got it right there. Yeah, that's enough. We've done some repairs on the vehicle and it's running decent.
Well,
And if y'all see I don't know if y'all remember, but the current budget for the dumpsters, 75,000. We've used currently right now this year, 64,000. I had moved it to 100,000. If y'all remember, I told y'all that Kennedy and Runge started dumping over here more. TCQ still has not got with us about where we could do a burn site. We found a burn site areas and all that, but until TCQ allows us, we have to keep putting a lot of this into the dumpsters. So I need at least $100,000, and we may use it if TCQ comes and talks to them beforehand. We may not use all of that, but we may use it all. That's why there was a $25,000 increase on dumpsters.
and which line item is that?
That's the only one, 3321, Judge. It's on one of the other pages, somewhere's up here, right here, that 100,000 right there.
Okay.
Well, the only other thing that I would bring up is, if I remember correctly, the operator's salary was pushed above the median on this particular one. From my personal consideration, given the fact that we're cutting people to halftime and such have you, that might need to be put back to the median of 30,749.96. But that's my opinion.
I think when we first started this, one of your comments was that you didn't want to mess with anybody's salaries or anything. We would cut everything else. I think that was one of the first things that you had mentioned, Commissioner.
Okay, yeah, so be it.
And I believe the logic for the increase in that particular salary was because of him handling money, having to do reports, et cetera, more than just a, for lack of a better term, trash pusher.
Yes,
Which line item are you talking about?
1160.
1160.
The first one, Judge. Right there. This one right there.
That hourly rate equates to $15.89 per hour, where the median for the position based on the salary survey was $14.78 per hour. So it's $1.11 above the median.
Dollar, how much?
11.
Any discussion? Does that need a
Yes.
motion?
I'll make the motion on the waste recycling, Department 512. Doesn't have a new line item, just to go ahead and do a full reduction in the vehicle / equipment of the 40,000.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second on reducing the line item. Which line item specifically, if you don't mind?
It's not enough.
It doesn't have a
It's
new
not
line
a-
item.
it's not
Doesn't have a
numbers.
number.
No.
Okay. To the $40,000.
Yes, do a full reduction of it.
Okay. Any discussion at all? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign. All voted for, motion carried. And that gets us to the emergency medical service.
Correct.
Who's going to?
If you remember, the EMS administrator came before the court and gave a presentation on the way he wanted to redo his vacation policy, which would say it had a reduction of $200,000 plus some change. would affect his budget that way, and I think we should consider that to be his major cut.
Do y'all have anything else that you want to mention?
Like Shelby stated, the only thing that Dennis had changed, as requested, to rewrite the compensation policy on our sick leave holiday time, which would cut the significant amount of money out of our payroll budget. Only thing we asked for on the new budget was the 3 cardiac monitors that we discussed and presented to Commissioners Court. There was some discussion on that, and everything got approved to go ahead and budget for 3, along with the new Lucas device, which is the automated CPR device, as we currently have 1 due to some grant money that we received. But those are only 2 additions that we added into the budget.
Casey, what was the cell phone? I forgot. I know we've gone through all of this before, but I see the cell phone doubled.
I believe that was to add 2 cell phones for myself and Dennis, if approved.
That's right. That's
Yes.
right. I remember that. Sorry about that.
That's not a problem.
I don't remember everything.
That's okay.
We also, I don't know where we ended up with on, we had a discussion about Casey being the assistant administrator, and Dennis requested some type of compensation for that. I don't know where we left that at.
We put it in there.
No, we
Yeah,
did
we-
not.
No, we didn't.
Because
We did.
when I visited with Mary Ann Science Thompson from TAC, and we cannot give a flat stipend amount because he is an hourly employee otherwise. So he would have to be compensated at an overtime rate, and it would vary per week. It wouldn't be able to be tied to just a $5,000 per year, and it would have to be comp time, not a monetary.
So what we did the last, I think it was 5,000. He can't get that.
Correct. That was the discussion, was a $5,000
Right.
stipend, but it cannot be funded as a stipend, flat stipend like that.
We didn't take action on.
No, we just discussed it, waiting
Yeah.
to see what TAC had to say.
And how can we roll it in?
The only other way to do something would be to do a additional cents per hour or something increase, because of the fact then you're going to have the issue of, in our salary survey, we have an assistant administrator position in EMS. Just a minute, and we'll see if we can find it. But I think that's at a lower rate of pay than Casey has as a paramedic.
And nobody's in that position right now?
No.
It's never been created.
It hasn't
Well,
been.
there hasn't been a specific line item, if you will, on our budget. It was.
Correct, it was included in the survey, but it has never been a budgeted position. It would be at $21.48 per hour.
Which is lower than being a paramedic? Nope.
I believe so. I don't have Dennis's breakdown
It
of,
was 2134 is what the current paramedic mid-range is at.
So for a paramedic, it's 2134. And what is the
but you'd
assistant?
have to add 1.7%
7.
increase to that.
Which ranges 2283 is his breakdown, that I believe is what he did.
Okay, Casey, you're good at this.
Maybe we should hire.
That's what the fixed rate that the
Correct.
increase, yes.
2283.
So what is the pay if it was created for the EMS assistant?
2148, which is less than his paramedic rate.
With the 1.7?
Since we've opened the salary door, how does y'all's pay compare to the commercial world, the real world? What does Angel Care pay their people similarly?
I am not 100% sure on that, Commissioner. Dennis would have, he called around to all the outlying agencies when the salary survey was turned in, and to my knowledge, what he told me is it's pretty close to everybody else is paying, if not just a small amount more. But that was informed from Dennis to me.
Well, I was
personally
hoping-
haven't done the research on it.
Yeah, I was hoping he would be here, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm
he-
sorry, he's talking to the new building company that we're looking at.
Okay, well, that's fine. I was curious because it's been brought up that possibly the rates in this county were considerably more than the going rates in some of the other counties around us. And since they opened the door on salaries, I'll ask.
Shelby, I know you've worked with EMS a lot. I'm just throwing this out there, you know, just throwing out there an option. If there's a position of EMS assistant, what is that, what?
Assistant administrator?
Assistant administrator opened up, but it's never been, nobody's ever taken that position?
No, we've never funded it.
Never
It's
funded.
never been put in a
I'm
budget.
currently in a position, but it's not funded as an assistant administrator position, it's just a paramedic, and the assistant administrator is done on my time, either on shift or off duty.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
And that's a salary position. Can that be done, but add in something more there since it's a different one? Because being that you're a paramedic, if you get more than this, I think that's what the court talked about too, right?
He does the assistant administrator duties as, while working as a paramedic, which saves us a person.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but if he would be the assistant, you know, if he would be the assistant, then we can roll that into that one, and he'll be doing the assistant job, plus he'll be doing the paramedic.
The only thing that I can see possibly a problem with is the fact of you could have the question of the impropriety of possibly double dipping.
Yep.
How do you differentiate between his paramedic hours and his administrative hours? And Casey, this is nothing directed at you, it's just talking a position. It could very easily be abused to the fact of, well, yes, I did. I worked my regular shift of 48 hours, and then I spent another 30 on administrative duties. So instead of paying just the 48 hours, you'd now be paying 78 hours. And of that, how many would be overtime? It wouldn't be a flat salary because of him being a paramedic also.
All right, if you, let's go to Dennis, right? Does he ever go out there on paramedic calls?
Yes, if there's an employee that for some reason calls in sick last minute, that's his duty as an administrator to fill that spot.
Okay, he's the administrator. Your duties as assistant would be the same too?
The same, but the unfortunate fact is the paramedic would be to call in, Dennis will not be able to fill that spot due to him being a lower certified level. Now, most of the time, the way our license sits is we're BLS with MICU. So that means we can have two EMTs on an ambulance. We don't have to have a paramedic, but the way our protocols are set up is a paramedic is in a way required to be on an ambulance due to the medications and everything that we carry and our protocols that we have in place.
Say what kind of calls?
Any ambulance call that we go on, we're licensed at a BLS level, which is basic life support with MICU capability. Currently, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we're staffed at the MICU level, which means we have a paramedic on a truck at all times. That's how our protocols are set up. That's how the medications that we carry. An EMT cannot administer.
You're going through protocol. What's
Protocol.
Protocol.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like our guidelines.
I got you.
Yes.
The plan.
Correct.
Okay.
But me and him, just to answer your question, Commissioner, yes, we both fill in that position if need so. Dennis will fill it if he needs to, and then if I'm on my day off or what have you, we both fill that position if we have to. And that's his duty as required for his administrative role.
My position is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just leave alone what you got.
When you asked the question about the salaries, and I just looked up here in San Antonio, the median salary for a paramedic is $37,397.
Okay. And what are we paying?
Well, I think it's very confusing, and I appreciate the service they do, I appreciate the department, but the way this is listed on here, you have a paramedic salaries at $545,932. You have EMT salaries at $438,000, and he said he had 6 and 6. When you divide those figures by 6, you come up with $90,000 a year and $73,000 a year. So it's confusing to know exactly how they're paid. I understand there's some overtime, but, and I appreciate nothing against the department or the service, but it's just confusing when you look at $73,000 and $90,000 with the figures on the budget. It's confusing to understand how they're paid.
I can answer that question if I will. The way those numbers reflect is if we're just like the sheriff's office, if somebody were to call in sick, we can't just close our doors and just put an ambulance out of service. Those numbers reflect paying an additional staff member. Number one, paying the sick leave for the sick employee. Also paying for the additional staff member to be paid and compensated for covering that shift. And if they're in overtime in that pay rate, in that payroll cycle, you have to cover that as overtime as well. So taking that number divided by 6, it does reflect like $91,000 with that as an additional cost to cover that shift.
So we're paying paramedics $90,000 a year?
No, sir.
No? Well, I need you to explain it further.
We work 48-hour shifts. We get paid an hourly rate, and then anything over 40 hours a week or 80 hours per pay period is considered an overtime. So we work 48 hours and we're offered 96 hours. At that time, we just get compensated whatever with the time we work for that pay cycle. I don't know how much further you want me to go into.
So there are times where in a particular pay cycle, if someone's on vacation or sick or taking accumulated holiday leave, that we're paying we're paying 2 paramedics for one position.
Correct.
For 12 hours, 24 hours, whatever it might fall in that particular shift.
It's like having a substitute teacher. You're still paying the teacher who takes off, but you're paying a sub to take the classroom. So if the paramedic takes off, you have to have someone in their place to ride the ambulance also.
Shouldn't that be itemized somehow as a substitute position, or, I mean, you know, when it's, the way it's reflected in here, you say 6 paramedics and 6 EMTs, you know, it clearly reflects $90,000 and $73,000 salaries, so.
Well, I'm sure Dennis or Casey could make a different
can-
a different spreadsheet of presentation. But
Look-
that's where the cost comes in, is because you're having to pay the replacement.
Let's take a second and look at the cost to date. Does this reflect the middle pay period in August? The figures that are year to date, are they the last pay period in July?
We got paid on July 31st, so it would be inclusive of that.
That,
period.
okay. Take the 398, 148, which would be 10 months, and divide that by 10 and multiply by 12, and let's see how well they're doing with it. That would be one way of taking a look to see if they're using that.
What was the number?
398, 148, divided by 10, multiply by 12, and see how that reflects against the 545.92.
That comes up to $477,778.50, which is actually above the budgeted line item as it stands for this year.
477? No, it doesn't.
$477,778.
Oh, for this year, okay.
That's the
Okay,
proposed.
but it's under substantially next year's.
Yes.
So court did not plan quite enough for this year, but we probably got a little cushion for next year. And that, you can do the other one the same way. Those reflect 10 months of pay, so if you divide by 10 and multiply by 12, you can then compare it to the requested amount and see how that compares. And it should be, if they calculate it correctly, it should be some less than that, because I'm sure they put a little safety in there. I agree that perhaps a more definitive presentation would be better, but I do understand what you're talking about.
Any other comments, questions, explanations?
I guess the whole thing I'm concerned was further, the case that coming in on his days off somehow. And it's not every day that he does come in on his days off, but he does spend a lot of time. And if you're gonna do this, he needs to be compensated for stuff on his days off.
That's where they started off from, what to give him for all the time that he puts in over.
Yeah. And he does, when he's on shift, he's doing it anyway, so that's part of his duties there. But after you go off shift and you have to come back and update stuff and you can't do it during the call, so
And we don't want to get into a wage and hour issue where
No.
there's time being worked that's not being compensated for. I understand that. But I still think if it ain't broke, don't fix it unless Casey says it's broke. It's basically on his shoulders.
And that was something, Commissioner, that we talked about last year with Judge Butler during the budget process. There was some more discussion about it. We never took any action on it. It was something that I originally did not request. It was something that was brought up to me whether or not I would like to receive compensation on my days off. I do it as a service to my county that I live in, honestly. There's a lot of work, yes, that goes in on my days off, and would it be nice to get compensated for my work? Absolutely. But it's something that if we feel that it's not something we want to do this year, if we want to negotiate it, look at the legalities of it, I'm completely fine with that. It's not like I'm going to stop doing my duties, so whatever y'all decide of course.
I say we should figure out a way to compensate him. I know it's right at the last minute, but we had discussed it, and Dennis hadn't looked into it, or did he?
We received the conversations from TAC. I believe that Luana or somebody sent the initial email to try and get some clarification on the legalities of it. And beyond looking at the emails and asking a few more questions, that was the most important.
Well, we can't create, just throwing it out there, can't create that position, put a higher salary in there and put him in that position. I don't know if it's not, everything's not that easy, but just kind of throwing it out there. I don't know if what y'all's opinion on it. Can we do it? Can't we do it? Because if he's not, and you're still, just like Dennis still goes out there on paramedic calls, you can still go out there on paramedic calls. It's not going to be double dipping because you're getting paid a salary for being an assistant, but you need to get out there on a paramedic call, you're still going to do that too.
I think, Commissioner, I think my suggestion for that would be is just take away a paramedic position, which would leave you 5 total paramedics, and then make a dual position as assistant administrator / paramedic. That way I'd still fill my 48-hour shift role, and then also it just be included in that salary as a compensation for my extra time, if you want to do it that way.
Well,
I think that's what I'm understanding.
Anything we can do that's within our legal, bounds to do, but to where it can compensate it, because I know, you do it out of your heart, and what you just said right now, I know you still won't stop doing it, because you don't do it for the pay, you do it because you want to. But we need to as a county, we need to compensate you too.
Well, I'm concerned too with if that would need to become an position, and I can't keep straight the exempt or the non-exempt as far as FLSA laws, because he will have supervisory experience. So then if he is at a flat salary as a paramedic / assistant administrator, then he's potentially going to lose out on a lot of money not getting that overtime.
Correct.
A whole lot of money not getting overtime.
Correct.
Running just through a salary.
Correct. Because if he becomes a dual position and administration is included in it, that gives him supervisory authority, and that's when he would need to be at a salary, because at a salary, you work whatever you need to work to get the job done.
That's the position I'm in right now.
Correct.
I'm in that same position. I don't get comp time, I don't get anything. Make a lot less money, put in over 100 hours every 2 weeks, and I get nothing, zilch. That's the way it was when I came here, and I accepted that. But anyway, in my current position, I don't get anything.
What do you think, Casey? What's best?
Are they?
I'm asking him because it's, I know that's what we get elected in too. But the same way as we ask sometimes y'all questions, but I'm asking him too. Y'all are both citizens.
Commissioner, as I stated, it was something that was brought to ask my opinion of it. I said, great, if it could work. I'm still, like I said, in the position that if for some reason I can't receive compensation, I'll be fine where I am right now. And I agree with Commissioner Reynolds that if it's not broke currently, yes, it'd be nice if it'd be easier from a legal standpoint. But in order to, like Luana said, you have to be on a salary rate, and you're just losing money on that end. So I'm fine with.
You want to? Because I know currently you don't put in your hours, but he can easily put in all his overtime, right? He can. Right.
Well,
you can mark down all your hours.
They clock in and out now for their services. He would just need to clock in and out also for administrative time.
You have a title.
Why can't you do that?
Nobody said he can't. But he wouldn't be receiving monetary compensation for it. He'd be receiving comp time for it.
I think that given the time and date and lateness that we are in the budgetary process, that it would be better to unfortunately kick this down the road and let Luana and Casey and Dennis confer and perhaps come back to court later after a budgeting process, even for that matter next year, if you can come up with something that works, because what I can see is when you open one can of worms and get them stuff back in, another one crawls out somewhere else in terms of the legalities of this thing. And I'm thinking that we're going to spend a whole lot of time right now trying to solve the problem unless somebody has a quick solution. So I would suggest leaving it as it is and asking the three individuals who are most capable of coming up with a solution, come up with it. And if we have to, if it becomes critical, revisit it after the budget begins. Perhaps we can figure some way of funding it out of the contingency fund, or even for that matter, look at it for next year if Casey's not unhappy with it. But I think we need to, I think it's going to take a little bit more research than we are capable of doing this morning to get this solved. No? Yes? What you think?
Well, I don't think it'll just be Dennis and Casey and Luana involved. There's going to have to be some legal counsel somewhere.
Herb? Okay. I mean, we're to a point now to where we're solving one problem and then creating another one almost. So, and if, like I said, if Casey's happy, I think for right now, we should go with it the way it is and then look at, in the light of less time pressure, look at a way to do it. And I'm not disinclined to see that he is compensated for every minute he works for the county. That's not the issue.
If we do something like David said, just go ahead and pass it through, but if we look into it in a month, 6 weeks, we can get it resolved. Is there gonna be a problem readjusting his salary?
I don't think so. I think you can adjust it basically anytime you want to. If the commissioner's court looks at it and makes a decision, and it's based upon the legal principle, I don't see a problem.
I just didn't wanna tie us in and we can't do anything to the next
I don't
FY.
think it's tied down.
Okay. So would you agree that it'd be better to do a little bit more legal work on it? Show me.
Because you do have, did the court ever do the title for you, this is officially assistant administrator?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, let's leave it where it is.
That's what we're gonna do, Casey, for now, just leave it where it is, but we're not gonna forget about you. And we'll work on it, and then we'll bring it back up, but Herb said there wouldn't be a problem, however, we have to readjust it, and we will.
Carol just had a suggestion. We have chief court clerks, we have chief deputies, we have,
We like the senior paramedic.
would it
Why don't we
be
have a
possible to
senior
be chief
paramedic?
paramedic and pay him at the top hourly rate for a paramedic based on the salary survey?
Rather than mid-range?
Rather than the mid-range?
Which would accumulate to how much more?
Well, I don't know because of their calculations, but currently the
2283.
chief paramedic, the paramedics are at 2283, and on the salary, the paramedic at the top is 2348, but then you'd have to add the 1.7% increase,
Too much, almost 25.
so that'd make it 2388 per hour,
23.
which is basically $1 more than the paramedics are.
Yes, ma'am. $1.03.
You could, that's a suggestion Carol had, which is a good viable suggestion considering we have a chief court clerk, chief deputy, county clerk, chief deputy district clerk, chief deputy sheriff.
I think that'd be a good and viable solution.
But
This sounds like a decent solution to it. You think it works okay? Thank you, Carol.
It's not much, but.
will it account for his extra hours? That's the main
And
thing.
recognizes what he's doing and.
Well, his extra hours will then be paid at, or it'll be at the higher rate than his
Okay, in
Cohorts.
other words, it wouldn't be comp time because he's not supervisory, so his extra hours, but what I'm trying to make sure of is that the whole issue has been is the time that he's putting in that he's not being compensated for. Under
He
the
would
plan
need to
that you're
clock it.
talking about, it would work as far as compensation
We
goes.
would need to clock those hours.
At a higher salary now, if we go with
Well,
this.
all his hours will be at the
At the higher
higher salary.
salary.
Well, what we'd probably, and I'll talk to Vi about it, need to do is set you up on 2 separate payroll numbers so we can track your administrative hours and track your actual paramedic hours.
Correct. That's a viable solution, if y'all see fit.
I say we can do that.
Now that you said it, can you tell us how to present the motion?
And would chief
We're
paramedic
going
be a
to
proper?
create a position of chief or lead paramedic.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, what would be the
What do you
proper
wanna
one for
call it?
paramedic? I know chief is around here. What would-
Senior, did you say senior paramedic?
What do you think would be the
That'll be
proper
the most
Lead
appropriate.
paramedic, senior paramedic?
senior paramedic?
Correct. Or paramedic supervisor would probably be the best way.
But
Yeah,
you don't
I'm
want to
trying
become
to-
a
The
supervisor.
supervisor, then you go back to salary part.
Correct.
But let me make this
Go ahead.
observation. If you do this for him, you've got probably 10 other divisions that have dual functions. Just leave it alone without separating out the duties and say chief paramedic and set his salary at X. Don't try to separate out his administrative and his other duties, because if you do that, you're going to create the same thing for Robert or every other individual that's set up like that.
Okay, but it would still be at an hourly rate, not at salary.
That it's an hourly rate, but don't separate them out.
So
Leave it
just
alone.
say him.
Yeah.
He just gets hours, not this many and this many.
So then you would just need to clock in when you're doing administrative duties,
Correct.
other than your
Now,
paramedic shift.
there's no 2 clocks.
Right, that's what I
One
just
clock.
said.
One
That's what
clock,
I
that's,
just said.
that's what we're saying.
And everything he does falls under that same
That's it.
spot.
So you're gonna set them at 2348 plus the 1.7?
Which would be 23.88 an
Okay.
hour.
So senior paramedic.
And this will be the only senior paramedic that we have.
Correct.
Do we limit any of the other positions in that same way? I'm just curious. Not trying to,
I'm not sure what you mean by limit. I mean,
Well,
nobody else steps forward and does any administrative, correct? Everybody else just does their truck
in the
paramedic.
paramedics, but in the county clerk's office.
They're not paid overtime anyway. No, we're set. They're not changing that.
There's only one chief in each office.
That's what I kind of asked was the proper.
Our office's duties wouldn't be separated like those are. His are, it's not the same, I don't think.
Judge, that's the reason we talked about just the one clock in and out, that everybody in the county would be on the same page he's on. And that's the
You've
reason
already
for
done
it.
that for our departments. We have a chief deputy, and then we have the deputy clerks, and it's the same as having a senior paramedic and paramedics. It's already been done.
Maybe we're doing them all wrong.
I think you're doing them right now.
The issue is all the chiefs are paid at midpoint and he's gonna be paid the max. That's the difference. So the issue is he'll be paid at max and all the rest of us are paid at midpoint. You're gonna open up a big can of worms if you do that.
Well, there's been so many deviations from the salary survey already.
I know that's what I'm trying to say, but I'm not anything against Casey, but when you're doing that, Carol's people, hers and me and the
I know
others,
mine got cut, trust me,
all
I
ours
know.
are, you know, I'm just telling you, better off just leave him the way he is and let him make the money he's doing. I'm telling you,
Is there a job description for the chief?
it's not, we're opening up a whole can of worms here. I do both deputy work and I do administrative work both.
But your position is different.
How is it different?
No, I was just gonna say, I meant to say, different than any of the others.
Fix it
Like,
next year.
when we did the salary survey, didn't y'all put in for a chief deputy as your title? Or
There
did-
is
or
a
you just-
salary survey position for an EMS assistant administrator,
Okay.
not paramedic.
Oh, okay. See, so.
They're
that's what-
creating a new position.
Right. But we have to go back through the survey of it. Or the court says yes.
As I stated before, if it's gonna cause problems throughout the entire county, I'm fine where I'm at here. Because like Robert said, there's gonna be, I'm not the only person, Dennis is not the only person, there's plenty of other public service and county employees that do the same thing we do on a daily basis, and we just do it because we want to and we have to. So if it's gonna cause problems across the board, that's not what the intention was at all. I'm not saying that's going to, but like Robert stated, I don't wanna separate myself from anybody else across the entire county.
I
Just
appreciate
leave it like it is. Other than that, if he does extra work on the time, can he clock in on his regular rate? Would that be the same thing?
Okay, the question there would be, EMS is the only department in the county that gets paid for their overtime. When he clocks in hours that aren't his regular paramedic shift, will that be paid overtime, or will that be accumulated compensatory time off? If he is tracking his additional hours.
I don't think you can do the comp time off, because every time you do the comp time, you can end up paying overtime, so you're gonna be paying double.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's how
Yeah,
that
yeah, I
department
know,
is set up
I
now.
know. But that's what I'm saying, and we pay comp time, to me, you're paying comp time, and then at the end, you pay somebody to come in to cover the guys being off on, that are taking their comp, so you're paying double. You're paying somebody
double time and a
double
half.
time and a half for taking off. I mean, that's why I think it's almost better to pay the overtime and be done with it.
It seems to me that we need to leave it where it is, right?
Just leave it where it's
Today.
at, and let's go on about our business.
And let's look further into a proper way to deal with this, or a different kind of way, if you will help us.
I mean, okay,
And we will help ourselves some by trying to find out and put it as an agenda item on the next court meeting to consider.
Monday?
No, not Monday, that's too quick, a couple of weeks. I'm sorry, that was my fault for saying the wrong thing.
but just leave it like it is, and just go about our business. But back to Robert's comment, then, Robert, I agree with what you said, but then again, you don't go out and patrol like he would do on a truck. You go out only if you have to make to do the other work. So that's kind of the difference to me.
So I guess we're back to where we're gonna research it.
I think that's the wisest thing, and as the judge and Shelby said, let's not fix something that's not broken this minute, and we'll see if we can,
Sorry, I brought it up.
we can service,
I'm glad you did.
we can service the vehicle later.
And if anybody thinks they have a solution that hadn't been discussed or hadn't looked at carefully, will come and tell some of the court.
Don't tell Luana, she finds a problem always.
So we're gonna leave EMS like it is, and
I just want to bring something up though.
I see nothing to
What
change.
do you want to bring up?
Just because Carol's offering some insight over here, and I just want to bring something up. The discussion was current chief deputies in the sheriff's department as opposed to the regular deputies. You have three different classifications of deputies in the sheriff's department. You have the chief deputy at $24.44 an hour, a patrol sergeant deputy at $20.45 an hour, and a patrol deputy at $19.02 an hour. Those are the midpoint salary range, hourly ranges based on the salary survey. So you have a deviation from $19.02 per hour to $24.44 an hour. So you're looking at $5.42 difference between an hour. If a new position was created for senior paramedic, you could also incorporate that deviation in the hourly rate to fund that position, which, as had been thrown around, was $23.88. I know y'all have already talked about tabling it for now, but that is how you would substantiate to your other departments the deviation between the pricing for the services. Just like your chief deputy county court clerk makes 32.5 divided by whatever.
That would be the fair way to do it.
Create that position.
That would be the fair way to do it. Not to cut the overtime out, but just pay him extra, what the title is, like I do.
So in other words, what Robert's contention is that he would be salaried, that Casey would become a salaried employee, or the position would become a salaried employee and would not be subject to any overtime, compensatory time, or anything else, which would be shooting Casey in the foot.
Well, that's absolutely right. That would be the fair way to do it. Pay him for what he's worth.
Because that would make his salary $49,670.40 a year, and he probably makes that in 6 months or less as a paramedic because of the overtime.
Research it.
I still think the same thing I thought a while ago, that we need to quit trying to solve it in the 20 minutes that we discuss it in here and see if there's a solution in the next couple of weeks before the next court meeting.
And to confirm what the judge said, if anyone has any ideas, certainly bring them forward, because it's one of those thorny things that is difficult to deal with because there's so many different rules at play in this.
I think it would be in your best interest, Casey, for us to do the research on there, legally do it, so we don't shoot you in the foot, we don't shoot ourselves in the foot.
He'd be happy to work
Just
for
leave it
you.
where it's at, let's
It's
go.
all shoot her right in the foot.
You mean you don't think he'd work for half salary?
Thank you, Casey.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
We
Thanks,
appreciate
Casey.
it.
So there's no change in EMS budget?
Correct.
There was nothing, Shelby?
Right. Constables?
I'll remind Commissioners Court, during budget workshops prior, y'all had set the same expenses for each of the 4 constables. No deviations as there had been in the past between equipment or anything else. It had just been $100 office, $300 radio repairs, $50 bond, $400 additional liability insurance for the vehicular use, and $1,000 miscellaneous that gives them some latitude in equipment purchases or anything else they might need.
I think we're all okay with all those 4, right?
I would agree.
Well, I will just say I did have one commissioner come by the office after I sent out the notice of proposed salaries for elected officials, and he said, "You got that wrong." I said, "No, I don't." I explained it to him. He said, "They're gonna give us a raise." I said, "Well, don't spend it. It's just proposed."
Oh, the
So,
constable?
Oh, constable, you said commissioner, constable.
excuse me,
Okay.
constables, yes.
Okay. Okay.
So that one in particular was totally shocked. So I'm not sure that any of them would have any problems with the rest of their budgets.
Okay, then we'll set all of the budgets as are presented for the constables.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we need a motion to do anything?
No.
We're not changing.
We're not changing anything. All right.
Okay, it is 11:45. We know the sheriff's office is going to take a little time in discussions. Would we like to skip to the next department and do a couple of small ones? Or do we want to start a potential hour and a half discussion on the sheriff's department?
Let's start the sheriff's department.
I'm for that also, and if we get tired of doing it, we'll take a break and maybe come back and finish it up after the break.
Okay.
So with that said, Sheriff, you want come up and tell us you're not gonna accept any more salary, you're gonna put all of yours in for the deputy? Oh, that wasn't what you told me, was it?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I get things mixed up.
I'm looking at my email to start or
Well,
what do you want to do with your house?
Well, the only thing that, when I spoke to the other thing that I looked at was y'all saying about the Odyssey. That's 200, and what's the total for that one? If they don't take the Odyssey, 290 or?
280.
I'm sorry, Ron, I know you were doing something. But you know, we're gonna bother you
The
over.
maintenance for that was what?
It's 286, James. If they don't take the Odyssey, 286.
That's with the maintenance and all?
Yes, 286, 607.
637.
More
Honestly,
than that.
I went through your judge on my own, and I went with them too and everything. There was a couple of things that were thrown out, but nothing that wouldn't cause maybe a liability to us. If we could take it out.
I find you're a little bit heavy. 6 patrol sergeants for 17 patrolmen. That's a 1-to-3 ratio. Is that just to give somebody a raise?
To answer your question, Commissioner, we have a supervisor on each shift. Like at night shift, we have 4 shifts.
Okay,
And then we have a transportation shift that he arranges all the transports for the courts.
okay.
And that's why there's 6 of them. And our traffic is the other one, the guy that controls all the traffic here. That's why you have 6 total. So it gives somebody out there, when there's a question or a decision to be made at night, for somebody to make that decision so somebody doesn't get hurt. And so that's the way it's set up.
Okay. Well, I personally believe there's some room for attrition in some of these patrol deputies. I'm thinking we're an OJT for the bigger cities with these young people who have spent 6 months in Victoria and come out full of testosterone and want to be highway patrolmen. I think that, I just think that we're real heavy on stuff given where we are in the county right now. I know you can come up with statistics that say you get this many arrests and this many tickets, but if you set out here in a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit where it should be 70, that's real easy to do. So I think there needs to be some people either cut off or places not filled when they're become vacant. But I believe I'm probably the only one on the court that believes that.
Are some of these proposed salary items for the numbers of people that will be in the new jail? Or are they what you need today to operate, or what you're asking for?
Judge, as far as on the jail-wise, we asked for 2 jailers, of course, to be in compliance, because now we will have control, and then you need to have 2 on the floor. Okay? And then the other salaries were for the 2 cooks.
Those are all on staff already.
Yeah, and they're already on staff, if that's what you were asking.
The cooks are on staff?
Yeah, they're already on staff, yes.
They're being paid today for not working.
Correct.
They're working on other items.
Well, that's been a question. You need to explain, when judge says they're not working, they are working, but you have them doing other duties or?
Absolutely.
Correct, Shelby. And the deal is, how was I supposed to know that the contractor they hired was not going to have the jail on time? That's just, I can't. The thing is, Commissioner's Court approved these positions, but it's not my fault that the architecture is not doing their job, or the job's not complete. I mean, yeah, the contractor's not going. I didn't know that. No one knew that. You come here and they presented their outline of what they were going to do with the date that it's supposed to be ready, and it's not.
And that's, you know, that's the thing that every day I get called that, you know, you have all these people. Yeah, I understand that. The sad thing is Commissioner's Court approved to hire all these employees, you know, for the new facility. But if it's not ready, you know, I'm sorry. You know, I mean, I'm not the one building the facility. We're just here trying to get our job done. You know, that's all we're doing is to provide the law enforcement employees that we need. Because if something happens in, you know, out there or in the facility and we don't have enough employees for some odd reason, you know, it's going to go back on me. Well, you know, that's the thing. The jail is not ready, and, you know, this is where we stand at, and, you know, there's, you know, it's not our fault.
We're only talking about 3 positions, 2 cooks and a nurse, and we have them doing other duties. They're writing all the menus, they're doing all the things that's supposed to be done. They're just not sitting there not getting paid as they've been accused of. So we assigned them to do other duties.
And they were hired because of the deadline, the date that
Yes.
they had said it was gonna get finished,
Yes.
and then they just stayed alone.
And we are separating those out at this time and billing those to the overage and trying to
Of course,
cover those
so
costs.
they're gonna refund us all that money.
Well, you don't ever know what they're gonna do. We're separating it out, and that's part of the lawsuit that we're probably gonna wind up in at this time.
Okay.
Is it gonna be an actual recovery of dollars, or is it just gonna be the reduction of what we pay them to finish the
I
contract?
think this is probably gonna be an addition because it's not addressed in the contract itself, so
These
Jill
three,
indicated that it was probably gonna be an additional recovery.
these 3 salaries, along with the daily cost of housing and these other inmates all around, you can look at our inmate budget in there, that we're over that one line item under prisoner detention. We're over because of that reason, but that's gonna be recoverable underneath the jail contract.
How long
If
will
we
it
sue
take?
them and we're successful in doing it, but
Yeah, and how long will it take for a case like that to come to trial if it happens, Herb?
that's why the county wrote that stipulation in the jail contract to be able to recover those items. Whoever did that jail contract used their, a line item in there to recover those costs, and that's what needs to be done. Again, like the sheriff said, it's not our fault that they're not finished. They're 9 months over, and it looks like they've walked off the job now. So if they've walked off and there's nobody working there, that's what Herb and them are gonna have to do. There's been no work done in 2 weeks there. So it looks like they've walked off the job, so I'll let Herb deal with that, but
We have something on the agenda for the 31st.
to punish us for that is not the right thing to do. I mean,
And Robert, in our discussions, you've got stuff that you already budgeted to run the jail again.
if you'll look at page 2 of our budget where it starts down, you'll go down there to some of those items, you can see a pretty good spread as Commissioner's talking about a padding. A lot of those items are orders ready to go. We have the orders here. We're gonna fulfill those to try to get the stuff purchased, so when the thing does get finished, we can do it. That's why you see some of those expenditures have such a wide gap. And, you know, we've talked about the food item for, you know, that's just one example, and we're not worried about that. But some of these other items that there's a spread on is because of that reason. We've asked for nothing additionally except for those 3 employees and a couple of items, or those vehicles, but we're waiting to purchase them with Matera and some of the other contractors that are supposed to be used to run the jail.
I would remind the sheriff's department that your gas and oil budget, your jail food budget, all are over the threshold for bidding. So I think that needs to be addressed when you get to that. I don't know how you bid for food, if you bid Cisco and Labatt or whomever, but they're substantially over the $50,000 threshold.
The law doesn't require that, Commissioner, just for your information, if Labatt's already on contract with the county. They have been on contract for years and years and years, since the 70s, and that's who we're going to continue to use as a contract to correct you on that. And on the gas and oil, we do that on a by pump basis, not by bulk load. The county at one time had bulk tanks. It was just a total disaster. Nobody keeping up with who was taking gas and doing whatever. So they decided to go to the credit card company. So once we go down to the new jail and it is operational one of these days, that's one of the ideas we'd like to do, is entertain to put a bulk tank along with our diesel tank there for the generator and go back to that option.
I think that would be wise, and you, in this day and time, and you're better aware of this than I am, but you can control it with the magnetic cards, which used to was not available, so.
Well, I tell you how the auditor's office is that they won't pay our gas bill if we don't have every single gas ticket. So there's been times under the deal, they stop our gas tickets. So we're very, very accountable as far as gasoline goes. Every single ticket is accounted for, if not, we don't pay the bill.
How come, or why, better way of stating it, don't, and I have nothing against Labatt, but don't y'all price and see what anybody else is doing?
That's what our cooks are doing over there right now. We
Okay.
got with Cisco, we got with Labatt, we got with 3 other vendors when it comes to all those different items.
Okay.
And we picked Labatt is still the lowest for
Okay.
the cost. Also, when it comes to commissary, we did that. Also, when it comes to the
I
paper
remember
products,
the commissary, we looked at the.
Matera is the one that the county chose to go with because they're the cheapest and offered the best value for the taxpayer.
Okay, I'm only concerned, it sounds like you're doing your due diligence, and that's what I'm concerned with.
Yes, sir.
Question, what's the difference between flash monies and interdiction money?
Okay, flash money is what is used to actual purchase undercover narcotics. If we go out and buy drugs on the streets of our county, we use that money. The interdiction money is to buy equipment to pay related costs to that narcotics person or to that undercover operation. And that's why it's split out that way.
Is it necessary to leave $40,000 in the interdiction money?
As of current right now, we have some outstanding bills there that we have not submitted, and that's why that figure is a little bit off because of some things that are going on I can't get into at this
I
point.
understand.
But there is some current outstanding bills there that need to be submitted before the end of September.
Robert, one question that's been asked of my department is line item 5718, the replacement weapons, rifles, etc. Clarify, when someone leaves the department, do they take their weapons with them and that's what we're replacing, or?
Absolutely not. Each person that's employed by the sheriff's office has an inventory property list. And as you're hired, you're given that equipment and you sign for that equipment. When you retire or quit or whatever the purpose is or get fired, you turn all that equipment in, it's checked off and checked off. The only thing we replace is after a pistol life and a rifle life is just like any other thing. They get worn out or think they don't function properly, then we replace them. We had a whole cabinet full of guns here whenever I came 2 years ago. We put them on the surplus market and they were given to another department to use that as part of that. But that's what we do with it, either destroy them or give them away or whatever. But no, to answer your question, it's always accountable what they get and what they receive. So we do have some guns, a few pistols and stuff. We upgraded most of them last year, but we do have some of them that are in poor shape. And the first thing that happens when someone gets into a shooting is they're going to look at your equipment and your training and those type of things. If you give a guy a poor piece of equipment to start out with, the county's liable for that. The shelf life or the wear life on a handgun is 5 years, depending on what you use and how much ammo you burn through it. And that could range from 3 years to 10 years, but the shelf life average is about 5 years.
The one on the same thing is on the vest. You have to replace it.
I knew those had a lot. It's just questions that have been asked, so I thought no better time than now to clarify.
On line item 4991, it says comp time served for employment at 16,000. We gonna be all managing that or? what do we-
Yes, sir. That was a figure that last year during the budget deal was put in there. If someone leaves the department and prior to Sheriff Villanueva getting elected, there was some huge balances that were carried forward, and there still are. We've had some people that have left during the last 2 years that the county has had to pay huge amounts to that were accumulated in prior to his administration. But we have got that under control. We do have a little bit, but It's probably a 1/10 of what it was on the books. We don't allow our employees to have comp time, and if they do, they have to fill out a sheet and explain why they did it, and it has to be approved by him. So,
Is there a limit to where you get either take it or lose it on comp time?
Usually, if we have to go longer, we'll come to Commissioner's Court, and y'all give a 90 days extension.
we would like to see the county adopt a county-wide policy to address that, to say if you don't use it within a certain amount of time, it needs to go away.
Shelby, doesn't the state do that?
Absolutely.
They did.
I just retired from the state, they
You
do
had
that.
a year from the time you took it. I mean, you was awarded it, and some had, you had
Holiday time,
everything.
every 12 months. If you don't use it, you lose it. Comp time, same way.
I
Vacation time, you can carry over, but not the other two.
Yeah, sick leave and vacation.
Sick leave, vacation, you can carry over, but not the other two.
And your comp time rolled over to your, at the end of the year, you rolled to your sick time.
The current policy has limits on different types of leave, sick leave and comp leave. And I believe sick leave is 240 hours, or maybe it's comp, and then the sheriff's department has doubled that in their policy. But then it's supposed to be used, the way the policy, I don't know if it's still currently that way, Shelby, that you're supposed to use it within 30 days of earning it,
I mean, yeah, I believe that's right.
but it's not enforced anywhere across the, any
That's
of the
why that
departments.
Why isn't it enforced?
None of the departments have enforced it.
Well, we're only talking to one today, Sheriff. Why haven't you enforced it?
For their comp time, well, we
Yeah.
usually, but if for some reason they don't, we remind them that they need to take it. And most of them do. I've had several of them take it these past 2 months.
And I would ask the same question of every other department head that's sitting in this room. If you're not seeing that your people take it, why not?
What other departments are we referring to?
Without having a list in front of me, but y'all were provided a list of comp time on the books back in June of all the departments, and I doubt that there were any departments that didn't have some type of comp on the books. It may have just been accumulated within that month, but.
Is it a lot of work for you to furnish us with that same information again?
I will request it from the treasurer's office. That's a payroll and HR duty.
Road and Bridge, what we do is we let them have up to 80 hours on the books, and that's it. Anything over 80, we make them take it, not at their convenience, we make them take it. But we work long hours during the summer, and most of them take it off during the winter to get them out. Because we're shooting oil and everything else. But we get call-outs also, pull trees off the road and stuff, so they accumulated pretty quick.
Robert, how many vehicles are in y'all's fleet total, more or less?
We basically have 30 vehicles, Commissioner, that we use, and 3 of them are totaled out right now. We're down to 27 because of accidents that we had over the last 2 years, so we had 27 vehicles right now. We shared, like the bailiffs here, the bailiff position approved, we didn't ask for equipment, we share for those equipment. We also have pickups that we use for different type of functions, but to answer your question, there's 27 there, and some of those vehicles have high mileage on them, and over the years, like I told you yesterday, we try to gradually, ask for replacement vehicles, and my experience over the 30 years I've been in this business is that you put a lot more money into the vehicles if you keep them longer. Also, if a deputy's involved in a wreck, whether it's their fault or not, they're going to look at the vehicle and all the condition and everything else. So looking at some of the past lawsuits that I've seen over my career, they look at those vehicles. So usually when you get to that 100,000 mile to 125,000 mile range in a police car, that's about where you need to pretty much stop it. But we have a few vehicles that are over 100,000 miles now that are still out there being done. But To answer your question and address that a little bit about what you said yesterday, like I said yesterday, if you run a vehicle 24 hours a day, you run the greater chance of it malfunctioning, having daily problems, things like that. And I just have looked at both sides of the issue. It's just not a good move, longevity-wise. I think you can get a vehicle to last 3 to 5 years if you run it the way we're running it. And that's usually about what it is. Most of the vehicles the county are 2012s, 13s, and 14s. So the county has been very good about keeping up with the sheriff's department vehicles. And we've been trying, like this year's an exception. We asked for 4. Normally, the county's been buying 1 or 2 vehicles per year.
No, but you have 2 wrecks.
We had 3 wrecks.
Three
Now, yeah, we
wrecks.
have 2 that we asked for replacement, and now we have another one that just happened. Now we haven't asked for a vehicle for, but yes, that's why it's an exception this year.
Okay, and you're estimating, like say, your service life of 3 to 5 years, depending on.
We do car books, Commissioner. Every officer that drives a county vehicle, and I think it's a good program for all the county, we do a daily car book where when the officer gets in, he writes his mileage down. When he gets out, he writes it down. He writes the total number of miles he drives per day and how much gas he uses and all that. It's a good evaluation tool for us as administrators to see if a guy's actually doing his job, or if he's sitting parked underneath a tree somewhere or sleeping at night. So we look at all those things and how much gas they're using. And at the end of the month, they turn that into me. So I keep those numbers to see exactly. And it also lets me keep up with the fleet to know exactly where the miles are at. And if we're having a major mechanical problem, they have to put that down there. Every time they have their oil changed, their brakes done or whatever. So it's a very good tool as far as our fleet program. So I keep that, I do that on a monthly basis.
When with these, and I realize that you inherited some really old Crown Vics because they hadn't been made in years, but on these newer Tahoes, when you approach this 120,000 miles, have you any idea what residual value is in them? I mean, I know DPS uses them and sells them through Texas Surplus and everything, but I'm just curious.
A used Tahoe, you can go to Austin right now and buy a Tahoe with 140,000 miles on it for about $6,500.
Okay.
They're running to that range, depending on if they have broken windshields and they have dents and stuff like that. But you can get a fair value from 65 to 85. But what I find out most of the time, and why DPS is kind of in a bind sometimes, is they go over that 100,000 mile warranty. And what I told you the other day about those transmission burn-up, when you go to DPS and you buy a used Tahoe for 8,500, let's say, or 6,500, and you buy it and it has 140,000 and the transmission goes out, the transmission for a Tahoe right now is about $6,000, a rebuilt transmission. So if you buy an $8,500 Tahoe and you stick a $6,000 transmission in, then you're,
Well, I'm thinking, if I remember what your cost is, between 6,500 and 8,500, you're recovering somewhere between a quarter and a third of what they cost. Is that not more or less correct?
I believe you're correct. And I'm not so much concerned, I guess a lot of times about the mileage. It's the total overall condition of the vehicle. Because your suspension's important on when you drive high speeds and all of those items. So that's what worries me from a liability standpoint, because I've seen counties and cities in the state get sued by officers and their families and the people they run into. First thing they look at it and they said they're driving a 5-year-old vehicle with 140,000 miles on it. How do you defend yourself? I mean, you're wide open there. It's very hard to defend, especially if a tire comes off or they rolled over going too fast or they hit somebody. So it's something you got to look at not only from the vehicle's condition but the overall package, because that's what the lawyers are going to look at.
Well, if the recovery is that good, and I would hope that it would be, it makes it a little bit more palatable, because what I've noticed is these old Crown Vics are, not much more than scrap value.
That's right.
And, if you've got something that is saleable, I don't know if it's good, bad, or otherwise, but on the better end of the equipment, and you probably haven't gotten there, do y'all use, I know DeWitt County does, what is it, Gov Sales, one of these internet sales deal for some of the better stuff I've seen put on the web, where you get a little bit broader exposure.
The sheriff's been using the Atascosa County over there. They have an annual sale of
That auction that they have.
Yes, and it's been very
Successful.
Yes, The problem was, with a lot of our vehicles, those old Crown Vics, the motor blows up or the transmission blows up, and it costs us more to tow it over there than once you get it, so we've been just selling them off the
Yeah.
lot here.
Well, I understand that, but I'm talking about the Tahoes that have some residual
And
value.
if you trade them, like now, we have one that has 119,000 miles on it, if we replace that and we take the equipment off it and put it up for sale, you'll get a decent dollar for it.
That makes it a little bit more palatable to buy these relatively expensive vehicles. It's not great, but it's better.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, comments?
You still want to delete your Odyssey conversion and support maintenance?
Yes, we don't need that.
So then we do need a support figure for Hill Country, whatever the licensing and maintenance and support is annually.
Do we get a one-time bill for the entire department? I don't want to, do you know, with the jail dispatch and altogether, is it just a one-time deal, or do you know that?
On Hill Country?
Yeah, 'cause
I don't know what y'all utilize, I don't know.
I know, but I was wondering how they bill the county currently, do you know?
They normally bill annually.
Is
just
it an
one
annual
time.
deal?
When was the last time we got a bill?
I don't remember seeing it within the last 2 or 3 months. We've just started getting the JPs in, so it may be forthcoming just any time now.
When was the last time?
I don't remember, sir.
A year ago?
Do you have in front of you what their annual cost is just by chance, or do you?
Whose? Yours?
Hill Country.
It varies by the number of licensed users you have.
Okay, I'll get that for you.
Judge, you need a motion on taking out the Odyssey?
Probably so.
Okay, I'll make the motion to do a reduction on the sheriff's department, Department 560 for the Odyssey conversion of $253,677. Also, the Odyssey maintenance support licensing for $32,930 for a total reduction of $286,607 out of the sheriff's department. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, is that what y'all wanted? Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign, all voted for it. Okay. Is there any other discussion
Not on that item. Oh, we
on
voted.
any
regular.
item of the sheriff?
Yeah, I was this is just Robert and I sparred a little bit about this the other day, and I mentioned this to him privately, but I'll mention it publicly. I was rather caustic about the individual who has code compliance, and Robert suggested that perhaps it wasn't the position, it was a person. So my comment, and this is only a request, not anything beyond that, is if you do change someone, please find someone that has a little bit of maturity and common sense and some abilities, some real life abilities, I guess, however you want to phrase it. But it looks like, again, from my standpoint, I would do away with the position, but I don't see a vote here to get it done. So just all I ask is try and improve on it.
Commissioner Reynolds, may I ask you a question? Are you discriminating because he's young? Is that your problem?
Yes, he has no background in what he's doing, and certifications do not make up for common sense.
Can I say something?
Go right ahead, Mr. Moore.
Yes. As you all know, probably I have been kind of involved in the trash issues and the illegal dumping and stuff in this community for about 2 years. And talking with Randy Holland and Kennedy and Lataro, and then talking with Commissioner's Court and stuff, and worked very hard to try, because every time there was something new coming up, it would be like, well, our hands are tied because we don't have any evidence, or we can't do this or that. you gotta get a code compliance officer. So we really pushed for that. And at that time, we had a lot of things going on in the community, you know, with the oil boom and stuff. And so we finally got that code compliance officer, which is very important because, you know, it's kind of like this. If you are used to having your house cleaned every week and it's always clean, then you don't notice that it's getting dirty. But if if we do away with this code compliance officer, whatever, you know, I went and I asked to find out exactly how many offenses he is having and those kind of things. But if you do away with that, you will start to notice that again. First of all, some people don't even know that we have a code compliance officer in the county now. I had a suggestion yesterday that maybe we possibly take a picture of that person, whoever it would be, even if it's one that you don't particularly feel is doing his job. You know, and I'm not saying that might be the perfect person for the job. I'm here to say that this county deserves and needs to have a compliance officer to keep some accountability on what is going on out there. And with that being said, you know, I'm not thinking that you would be putting somebody into a job or position. That's why that wouldn't be able to do the job. That's why when I came, Commissioner Reynolds, a while back, and I asked about how that job was going, and then I asked Dwayne if we could possibly see a report every month to see what, you know, to make sure that he's doing, and y'all have shown me, you know, what they've been doing. But I just want to say, I think it's very, very important that we stay all proactive and trying to keep our county clean and neat, and it doesn't just have to be the code compliance officer doing this job. It can be these deputies that are riding around and they see it and they can act upon it, or they can also let the code compliance officer know. Because up until then, from what I got from Mr. Hancock, was that a lot of times some of these things, well, we can't do anything because we don't have any evidence, or we don't, you know, we haven't cited an X amount of times before. So I just want to plead my case that I don't want to see us go backwards. We push forward to try to get something on that, and whether you think you might want to reevaluate if you think it's the proper person, but like, you know, name calling or doing these things to certain people, and that's just not what's part of it. We need somebody that's productive and that can do the job, and I'm not saying that he is not that. I'm just saying that please don't do away with this position.
I don't think you need to worry. I think I'm the only one that thinks it's a junk position, so I think you're safe.
Thank you.
Well, it's only a junk position if the officer's not doing his job, seems to me. And I would hope that we have one code compliance officer, is that correct, works under the sheriff's office?
Correct, Judge.
That y'all see that he does his job.
Correct.
I'm not sure what it takes. Well, I am really pretty sure what it takes, but I have enough confidence in y'all to think that you'll see that all of your employees do their jobs properly. And
Judge, one thing that is our number one goal between the sheriff and myself, and that's accountability. You know, we're not going to be out here spending the taxpayers' money and not be doing what's proper, and that's just the way it is. And I appreciate your vote of confidence. The sheriff has been very on top of a lot of these programs, and I just don't believe in throwing money out there if you're not going to get a return on your investment. This doesn't make sense. And there's two things with code enforcement. First of all, you put an advertisement out there and you ask a standard police officer, you want to be a trash cop. And in the police world, that's what it's known as, a trash cop. First of all, you won't get a lot of people to apply for that job. And second of all, is when you start a new program like we started this year, we're asking for more compliance than we are out here writing tickets. That's why you may look at our overall numbers for that program, and the citations are considerably lower than what I'd like them to be. But you also have the taxpayers out here that need to be aware of what's going on, what we're starting, why we're doing it, and all that. So he's done a lot of work going around talking to people, saying, fix this, instead of writing people tickets. because that's just not what you want. You want compliance, you just don't want a bad taste in people's mouths. So that's why our numbers are a little bit low, and I'm to blame for that, because that's what I told him. We've been training with him, go out there and ask for compliance, and if the people don't comply, then write them a citation or a warning or something like that. So that's the two things that you're seeing in that program. And if the gentleman that's doing it, if the court doesn't feel like he's doing it, we'll evaluate him. If he doesn't, we'll put somebody else in there. That's just as clear as it is. I mean, but accountability is big with me. That's why we do it with vehicles, with the jail, with our budget, whatever. You have to be accountable to the taxpayer. And this man is definitely accountable, and that's what we do.
Is there a need for more than one, perhaps?
I don't believe so, Judge. You know, and then to address Commissioner Reynolds' concern about the number of deputies we had a room full of people here last year during the budget cycle that asked us to add 10 more deputies. And we didn't want to do that. We have enough right now, and when he talks about reductions, we have enough to put enough people out on the street to make it safe for the people. We have, the county broke up in 2 areas. We try to put an officer, 2 officers on each side, and that's the way we run it. We could have easily last year asked for 10 more deputies and probably would have got them, because the court was in a mood to give us what we wanted. But we told them no, we didn't want them. And that's where we're at today. I mean, we have enough deputies right now to sufficiently cover the county, and I understand it comes down to dollar cents, but what we have right now is working. And as y'all mentioned earlier, I don't want to fix what's not broken. You know, and that's where we're at right now. We don't need any additional officers, and we don't need additional code enforcement person.
What I know you said this a while ago, and it ran past me. Y'all operate 3 shifts or 4?
We have 2 night shifts and 2 day shifts.
2 night shifts and 2 day
20,
shifts.
you know, they work 12-hour shifts, so as the rotation is, you have 2 days and 2 nights. Then all during the day, while all the investigators, what all the thefts are, the burglaries, everything comes in, we have those 3 investigators that go back out and meet with the people that got burglarized, and they do the follow-ups. And then we have, you know, other people doing other things, but that's the way it runs, 2 days and 2 nights. And like right now, we have 3 people out on workman's comp, and so we have to fill in those, plus all the vacations, all the time off, the comp time where the people are wanting to take. So that's why it takes that in order to make it work.
Okay. Are your numbers proportionate days to nights? Are there more people in the day and less at night, more at night, less in the daytime?
No, sir. The way it works is we have the county broke up in half, 2 deputies on each side. One of those deputies out of those 4 is a supervisor. You know, he'll go back and forth depending on what goes on.
Okay.
And that's how it's broke up. Now, you know, in your precinct alone, we have a lot of calls. We may have to shift more people over there because Runge's been having their issues with all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Not to pick on Runge, but that's what I'm saying. It has to be adjusted, but that's the way we broke it down.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand more or less how the structure works. And, you know, your presentation's good. I mean, I'm not questioning that or anything else, but I like your illustration of trash cop. So,
well, and you know, there's scenarios for everything you go, but that's the way it is in the police world. That's what people look at. Whether you like it or not, it is that perception.
yeah. And I agree with your philosophy of compliance rather than tickets. I'm 100% with that. If you can obtain what you need out of it at that point, I mean, I understand if it becomes a problem and there's resistance or there's continued problems that you might have to ticket.
Well, if you drive by some of these facilities and you see an orange sticker stuck on the side of it, that's our code compliance guy doing his job, because he writes those people, he'll notify them, but he also puts a sticker on that you're in compliance, like Ms. Moy was saying, with the dumpsters and the trash blowing everywhere. He'll go contact the owner. Next time he comes over there, he sticks the sticker on it. If they have not corrected the problem, then he writes them a ticket.
Yeah, and that's why it would maybe possibly be a good idea to write that in the paper to let people know what's going on. If y'all could get something written in the paper to let people know about, you know, the process of what to do and to report things if they're deep. But, you know, right now it's not windy and blowing like when those northers started, some of the stores, the Sonic, leaving those dumpsters up and everything blowing, and you know, that's the kind of stuff. But thank you, Commissioners Court, very much for listening and thinking that is a job that needs to be done.
Go
Excuse me,
ahead.
you have,
Yes. Hi, I'm Hilda Scriber, and I'm from Rungy, Texas. Daryl Martin is also from Rungy, Texas. I wanted to address the security as far as the police force goes in Rungy. When we first moved from Minnesota into Rungy, that was about 2.5 years ago, we came to an area where we were not sure what was going on. Because the first night my mother died, and the night that she died, along the area in Rungy, there were floodlights all over that area. And I mean black and white cars, floodlights in the back of the yard, which is Dennis Reynolds' property. I did not know what was going on because I was not used to that type of living. When I moved from Rungy, it was a very nice, quiet town. And we always felt safe. So did not know what to do, and I looked at my husband Tim and I said, what did we move into? And my sister Gloria said, this is the way Rungy is right now. So from then on, we did not feel safe. And what happened was that if we had to go back to Minnesota or go back to South Dakota, I would call Commissioner David Reynolds, amongst other people, and I would ask him, and even Sheriff Van Riven, I would ask him if they would please drive by our house because there were a lot of robberies there. We even invested in cameras. So now, at this point, when we look out the window at 2 o'clock in the morning, and the red and yellow lights are going on, and there is an SUV that says sheriff on there, I feel safe. I do, because we are being taken care of. Now, the other thing is that it's not just me, because I have taken a little a tally around the town. A lot of people are feeling very much more comfortable seeing the SUVs, seeing the sheriff, seeing them. Sometimes I go around the cemetery and I will see the sheriff parked there, and then they take off. And yes, I will tell you, they have stopped me. They did stop me once because guess why? I came to a rolling stop on a stop sign. And so guess what? Miss Hilda does not come to rolling stop signs. But I just felt as a concerned citizen, my husband and I, we want to let you know what your department, what your sheriff's department is doing to make us feel safer. And that to me is very important. We're taxpayers. And so we have property. And so we're very proud of the property. So that I want to thank you, Sheriff and Robert, for what you're doing in the town of Rungy. And I know Daryl lives in a very volatile area also, right?
I'd like to say the same thing to the sheriff and his deputies. They're doing a fantastic job over there. I moved back to Rungy, about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and I've noticed a real considerable difference in the security feeling around there since the sheriff and the Wayman have taken over. And it's really made a big difference with the presence of the deputies that he's had in Rungy. We were talking about he didn't want to pick on Rungy a while ago. I hope he does pick on Rungy. I have the deputies over all the time. It's fine with us.
thank y'all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff. Chief, thank y'all very much.
Sit down quick before somebody.
We really appreciate y'all, thank y'all.
No, we didn't do that.
The
We need to make a motion James, you made the motion, right?
And Pete seconded it to,
We need to vote.
yes, we need to vote.
to take
Yeah, I made
the
a
Odyssey
motion.
out.
Yes,
Yeah.
to take the Odyssey conversion
Yes,
out.
286,607, I think.
Yes, sir.
Didn't we vote on it?
No, we didn't.
No, we haven't.
Oh,
They, Luana brought up that they needed to add a figure in for Hill Country to replace it.
Correct.
So we can take that out, but we're gonna have to revisit it once they have an
I
estimate
think
on
you're
it.
gonna come back with that figure with for the Hill Country after lunch? Okay.
Or you've got a figure?
No, we'll have to, I don't have one right now.
Okay, well, let's just do it. We'll wait until you get a figure and then do both things.
That's fine.
Is that okay?
That's
good.
You wanna just leave the first and second on the table and then recess?
Yes,
Whatever you
yes.
wanna do.
Okay.
It's 12:30, I think we need to take a break and eat lunch and prepare cannons for this afternoon.
1:30,
2 o'clock, hour and a half. Yeah, 2 o'clock.
We haven't revisited elections, I take it from your comment.
No, we have not. No, we have not. No, we have not. And I'm still not ready. You have $60,000 for cameras being used up that was specific to the jail. And I can, I get that. I've said that in my office for nothing. Or for my clerk to have $3,000 back. Just saying. We're talking about $60,000.
I agree with you, but that's somebody's golden capital.
Well, I'm gonna start saying it's discrimination against women, because that's what it tells me. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming, Helen.
Hey, David.
Tell Kim hi.
But you know what? We kind of need to get, remember at one time when you were running, you said you wanted to get together, maybe have a place like at Bobby Alexander's or something. I think we really need to get together with some of the people in town, don't you think? I think it would be good.
I know you hear me. I know you hear me, but the rest of it. So, I'm not even gonna try to work mine, it's not even worth the rest.
Y'all been working on maybe we're close to one of them guys, and I don't have law enforcement. Maybe you can help him that up.
Maybe I need to talk to Cheryl. Need to talk to Cheryl.
But I was talking to Robert about it, because he might be able to help y'all in there with his enforcement thing.
Do we need to go through a video with this?
Well, probably wouldn't hurt, but I think you, but you
I'll
talk
talk
with
with Robert.
Robert.
I'll talk with Robert.
That's it.
We need more outspoken. We're gonna get friends.
Well,
Anytime you've got something to say, we'll come
The
see.
last time they had trustees.
See, they got you in the minute. You were, it's a non-secure area.
don't mess with it.
You didn't have to trust me.
They're doing a good job.
I know they are.
We really appreciate it.
I know. Okay, good.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Exactly. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. I'd like that nice kitchen.
Yeah.
I would, but.
Okay, ladies.
Just saying.
Don't come back when you can stay longer.
Yeah. We'll promise for the time.
Tomorrow, then. I don't want to stay longer than that.
I don't want to get married today, but we did. That's what I was thinking. We'll get started in the workshop this afternoon. I believe the next category that we're going to look at will be the Highway Patrol Office.
When they submitted their budget request, they did not request anything different from their current operational budget. I will point out to the court that their current office supply budget's $3,700. Through July, they had only spent $2,225.18. There's potentially some wiggle room there. On the scale testing and upgrading lights at the way station, we've had $5,000 in this current budget. Zero has been spent.
I'll comment on that. We had to get the scale tested the first year, an extra test. And since then, it's been all right, and the state does it every year, so we don't need the 5,000 in there. So we can cut that in half at least. They haven't asked anymore for lights either. But they did want a different light out there on the highway. We were planning on that, but they're pretty much satisfied. So I know we can cut that down at least to 2,500 if we have to have the scale tested. Because the reason we had to before, the state wasn't coming to this area for 3 months, and they want a scale tested. Cut that 2,500, I think would be fair.
Is that the one you were talking about, the one that had wiggle room in it?
The one above it.
The one above it, office supplies.
Oh, the office supplies.
2,700.
Have we got our next bill in, or?
Well, if you take that and divide it by 10 and multiply times 12, you're looking at $2,670. So David's round number of 2,700 would probably be all right.
Okay. So reduce it to 700.
1,000.
Reduce it by 1,000.
Where does the electricity for that building get billed to?
It's paid out of the
Courthouse maintenance?
the general utilities, yes.
It's the only place we can pull off, right? Use. I don't see anything else.
Did you say on the office supplies 2,100?
27, reduce it by 1,000.
There's 2 changes.
Yes, sir.
Are there any others? Is there a motion to change those 2?
I'll make the motion to do a reduction on Department 575 Highway Patrol Office on line item 3,100 office supplies. It's $3,700 right now for the UFY, a reduction of 1,000 on that one. And in the scale testing upgrade lights, it's 5,000, do a reduction of 2,500. That's my motion.
Any, a second?
I second.
Motion and second, any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All voted for. Motion carried. That's all of the Highway Patrol changes. The Health Department.
There is already the reduction in the Camino Real budgetary contribution. Our current fiscal year's contribution is $23,908. If you remember when Emma Garcia came before the court, she said it would be reduced to $20,502 for this year.
And there's no other requested change.
The other is all tied to salary of the medical director.
Wondering what department is Saldana's fee?
He is paid out of this department as the county's medical director, and he's also paid from EMS as the EMS director.
The 4641 is the payment to him.
Yes, sir. And then he's also funded from EMS as he has to review all their protocols, etc. And his salary for that is $5,847.75.
Okay, any questions, comments?
Not much there to work with.
No. And I think we have to have all those that are there. Motion to adopt. I don't know whether, we're not making any changes.
No changes.
It's the same as last year, okay.
But before we flip the page, Sheriff, do you know if Robert had a chance to develop those Hill Country figures yet?
We can check our email. We send them an email. I don't know if they were, he called Will. I don't know if he sent an email back.
If he'd gotten a response? Okay.
Not
well,
yet, but I can check with him.
That's fine. We were just fixing to flip the page, so I thought if you knew, we could address it.
Yeah.
Leave the indigent funeral expense in there. I may need it.
Well, we may all. County welfare, is that the only?
No, on the
No, it
next page is
continues
about
on the
three
next
hundred.
page
That's the
with,
wrong page.
it starts with indigent funeral funeral expense, and then it goes on to the mobile food pantry.
Senior mobile food pantry and the mobile food pantry.
Right.
The senior mobile food pantry.
Right.
And then the vacancy.
We combined them all into one line item this year, and Shelby in budget request had requested an additional $5,000 be added based on the number of constituents that are being served.
So it's still realistic.
I think that's about capped it out for a long time.
So that the figure we're budgeted for is 50,750.
Yes.
All right, here's no other discussion, we'll move on, it's not changes, it changes.
Correct.
No changes.
Do we do the change on the highway patrol?
Yes.
We
Yes.
voted?
Yes.
I was thinking
Okay, the hystericals,
Moved to the,
That was moved with the other budgetary contributions that the county makes under Department 409, rather than having its separate line item. Used to, the county actually paid an employee to work at the museum, and that's why they had a separate department.
and they don't do that anymore.
Correct, we just contribute to their annual budget and they spend it how they so desire.
what's that, dues and donations? Is that what
Yes.
409 is?
409, line item 4810.
Line item what?
4810, 100, 409, 4810. I believe our total is 78,000 for different budgetary contributions that the county makes. Boy, that scares me a little bit about it.
Okay. And not any change, the historical commission.
No, sir.
And that gets us to the agricultural extension service. Are there any proposed changes on that?
Well, I would like to see them go, I would like to see the court go to a mileage basis instead of buying the fellow a vehicle. If he wants to buy his own vehicle, he can get the 57.5 cents. I don't know how much that might I'm sure it will save some because he will not use $40,000 worth of mileage in a year, but it would reduce it some. Do we have any way of calculating what sort of a projected mileage, Luana?
I do not, because I don't receive any type of mileage reports from the extension service.
James has already given up his pickup, and I realize he has one, and this gentleman also has one, so I think that if, somehow or the other, we need to put some mileage money in there, and if he feels he needs a pickup for his services, I think that would be the best, but again, that's my opinion.
And of course, we reimburse mileage at the IRS prevailing rate, and currently that's 57.5 cents a mile. That normally changes in January. There has not been an indication as to whether that will change yet or not.
I guess I'll go ahead and speak second on the court. Okay. I think when we had them up here, we spent a long time with them discussing all of this. We went through it. I don't know how long exactly they were here, but they were here long enough to where we went through all of this. And I've gone through it again for what we have here. I don't see much cuts here because we discussed why they needed all these additional things, but I understand what David's saying. The only thing that we could take out would be the vehicle, but my opinion is just leave it in there.
The vehicle would be then considered a long-term, 5 years, 6 years down the road, it still should be here to use.
We discussed it quite a bit when they were here presenting it, and there was a question about the liability, et cetera, so forth with it. And I think it's proper to go ahead and buy these for let them have it.
Okay, then how can you knock out of county travel? If you're going to buy them a vehicle, then you shouldn't be paying them travel.
Well, that out-of-county travel is not only mileage reimbursement when they do use their personal vehicle, which Megan would still be using her personal vehicle. It's also hotels, meals, registration fees, etc.
Well, again, I can see that I'm the only one that thinks that it ought to be done, so there's no use for me to move forward with a motion and not get a second, so whatever y'all going to do.
That seems like a pretty large travel expense, $15,900.
That $15,900 is allocated through their salary, through payroll, and that is their in-county travel. Then they have an additional $2,900 each is requested. They increase that by $1,000 each in their request for their out-of-county travel.
They certainly would not have any hotel expense in county. Why are we? Is that something the state pays, or is that something just the county pays?
That's all these items that are shown here are county funded. There is no.
Why are we giving them? I agree. Why are we giving $15,900 and buying them a pickup?
That is the way their salary has always been set up. Is they have been allowed a travel allowance, like when we provide the pickup, they still provide the fuel out of their travel allowance.
That's about 100,000 miles worth of travel if you're buying fuel. That's ridiculous. That needs to be one or the other.
Can we get hold of them and get them to come up here? Seems to me we shouldn't change it without giving them an opportunity to.
Susanna's gonna call them.
We'll skip them for now and move on, keep
Yeah,
on going.
let's do.
The next department is the county commissioners.
The FICA and health insurance.
They have $10,000 budgeted for conference expense between the four of them, so that's the average of conference expense basically by other department requests, $2,500 each. And other than that, it's salary and fringe, a nominal amount for their bonds and dues.
What does it take to relinquish your salary back to the county?
Section 152.001.
Okay, well,
22.
Luana, if you will do that, I'm going to give it back because some point in the future, I'm going to get really testy about people who will not take a look at hard cuts. So I don't want anybody saying you're taking a salary and not doing your job, because there are a bunch of people around here who are taking the salary and not doing their job. So whatever it takes, take it out.
Okay, it still has to be included in the budget, because should something happen to you and you are not filling the position, it would still need to be funded for a position.
Okay.
You can donate it back, that's at your discretion, but it still has to be included in the budget.
Okay.
We have
Figure a way that I can do it.
And you have to figure out with the fringe and everything, correct?
That's correct.
You'd have to calculate that number and you write a check back to the county.
That's correct.
Okay.
Or series of checks.
Yeah.
So for right now, it needs to stay like it is, Luana? Is that
Yes, sir.
what you're saying? Okay. Just to back up a second before the people get here, if you take $15,900, and I'm talking about only, if this is in-county travel, at $2.15 a gallon for fuel and 15 miles to the gallon, and that's 110,930 miles of travel in a year.
Then, doesn't that include hotel stays?
Not their 15,900.
That's
No,
just
that's-
for mileage.
Correct. That's their travel allowance, vehicle wear and tear, etc., for using their personal vehicle for in-county travel.
Well, they've been getting that, and they've had a county pickup anyway, have they not?
Excuse me?
I say they've been getting that, but they still have a county pickup, even though it's not new, correct?
Correct.
I rest my case.
Do both of them have a pickup, or
No,
just
there's
there's
one
pickup
pickup
for
per
both?
department.
I don't think, other than my situation, I don't think there's anything we can do with the commissioners, so unless y'all know something.
No, there's nothing,
Okay.
unless we cut you off salary. That's a viable option. Not too viable, but if you were gonna.
You might get 2 votes out of it.
If you were gonna do anything and had 3 disgruntled commissioners, well, that's what you do. I don't think we're there. Budgetary report, what is that?
Okay, the next one that is up is titled New Department 668. It was put in this current year's budget for financial officer as well as the human resources manager and that department's associated expenses. I would, from action of the previous court, I'm presuming we should deduct those expenses, or are we going to create a department for HR and the assistant HR individual?
Given our current budget plight, I think this is something that can be kicked down the road a year, and that should just be all taken out.
So that would be the removal of $43,550 as it is shown there.
Wait, where is that figure?
That figure's not on there, that's what I just added up.
Tell us again, Luana, please.
43,550.
This one came up when I think on that Monday that I went to my deposition. Is that right?
I don't know if that's when it was.
Yeah, I
but-
think it was because I missed that one. I still believe that we should have created one. This is my opinion.
I believe we have a need for a HR department. It's been before the court here, and we had voted to set the salary between $45,000 and $50,000. Oh, we're on finance officer, excuse me.
Well, HR, because it was determined a while back that there would not be the creation of a financial officer,
Right.
but this
okay.
was HR and an assistant to the HR.
All right. So with HR, I think
We don't have a proposed salary for the human resources manager, do we?
Well, that's because there was the range that was going to be negotiated with whomever was going to be hired, and that never
45 to
changed.
55, right?
That was shut down.
It was 45 to 55.
I was 55.
I think you're right.
It was shut down.
Yeah.
Y'all voted on the 45 to 55.
Right, 45 to 55, and the judge would negotiate.
Right.
But I will say, in my opinion, there's not enough work for an HR department unless payroll is included in it. For one full-time position, much less two full-time positions.
Yes.
Well, I think that's what we had first talked about, right? That payroll would be moved to the HR.
Y'all actually took action on that, yes.
That is what
Yeah, that everything would be moved to the HR. One was created.
Correct.
But if it's not created, it doesn't have to be moved.
Correct.
Well, I threw it out there that I wanted one, Pete wanted one, David, I think, was against having it, I don't know where we stand. So, what do you
I
think?
brought it up twice, 3 times, I think it was, and last time it was voted down, I believe, so I just left it. I thought we needed one, but now that we're gonna, after this last meeting, it said that we were gonna leave the payroll with the treasurer, because that was kinda like everything was working okay, not gonna change nothing, other than the policies and the handbooks and maybe servicing the employees. That'd be the only divisions to have one. The last time we tried to, like I say, it was voted down. And it was 2 meetings ago, I believe. I made a motion to nominate, I had one person nominated, and it was just shot down.
Well, that being the case, there's nothing to consider on that.
Is that what you have in your records? You don't remember?
Can go back and look, I don't remember off the top of my head. I know that Shelby did make a motion to nominate somebody. Or,
Yeah, and you voted against it.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was like 3-1 or
Yeah.
something like that.
It was
3-2.
2-2 because I wasn't here.
Oh, okay, it was 2-2, then, that's right.
I think I voted against it because the salary said $60,000 and we had set it at 45 to 50,000, 55,000. Because it was said the motion had 60,000 in there, I voted against it. But I do think we need an HR person. And that's all fine.
So then somebody that believes we should have one should make a motion so we can see if there's a vote to support it.
Herb, how would we do this properly? If it's been voted on as 2 and 2, and say somebody wants to put it out there.
This is a workshop, and
Yeah.
the vote was in a regular
Okay.
Open
meeting
meeting.
Yeah.
So we can't do it, just leave it alone?
until you get into a regular meeting.
Yeah,
Well, the
that's,
vote was already taken to create the position.
Right.
position's already created.
So
You
it's
just never
here.
filled it.
We just need to fund it.
So we either make the motion to fund it or not fund it.
Correct.
In the previous meeting, we voted to fund it at a salary between 45 and 55,000. We did vote to do that, correct?
So this one has the wrong number on it.
So there's
No, this
number
is for
on
the
it.
assistant.
this is,
Assistant.
The
There's no number for
32.5
the
is,
person
there's
manager.
no number
We
for the
voted that.
manager.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
How did y'all vote in the Commissioners Court meeting? The issue was brought up by Shelby.
that's what was said, I think, was, Judge Long was gone, and I think Pete and I voted against it, and James and Shelby voted for it. Was that what it was?
On what?
Creating the position.
No,
Yeah,
on creating it, you voted to create it, but then Shelby put it on another agenda.
For an
After the
actual
fact.
employee?
He actually had someone to nominate, and he had said, he had specified 60,000.
Oh,
And I think
okay.
that's why it was voted against,
Okay.
because that was
Okay.
not the original salary.
60,000, but we voted 45 and 55.
I see.
What you think, Judge?
I think we ought to go on for some of
That's me.
that. We voted on it. Do we just keep voting on everything that somebody doesn't like the outcome of the vote? Hoping that somebody will get tired and
Change your mind. You in charge.
Well, I don't have any reason to go forward with a vote on it anymore, and I'm not going to bring it up again. If I can do that, I certainly can.
Then we would take 43,500 out of there, Luana?
On July 31st in regular session, discuss, consider act on creating a human resource department and hire a human resource director. Interviews were held, recommendation, blah, 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 60,000 per year, report to the county judge. No action taken on the above agenda item.
So it hadn't been voted down.
Lazy right along.
Well, has it ever been voted for it? We must have had a vote for it before then. I'm not sure if that was the last vote on it. That was
Well,
voted
it
down.
was, there was no action on that motion. It was established in our current year budget to fund an HR position.
Okay, but now that has been voted down since then.
I don't think so. It was voted to advertise.
Since the budget
interview-
was
excuse me.
passed.
I'm sorry, in the meeting before that, there was some action. In the meeting before that,
In a budget workshop.
in a budget workshop
Okay, vote.
on July 29th, a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and seconded by Commissioner Dupnick to create a human resource department and fund it, and that payroll duties be moved from the treasurer's office to the HR department. Commissioner Rosales, Dupnick, and Reynolds voted aye. Commissioner Yauer voted no. You must have been gone. And then a motion by Commissioner Dupnick and seconded by Commissioner Yauer to approve the following expenses for that department. So you named expenses and that voted. And so you put HR assistant at 32.5, computer printer expense 3,500, telephone office. So you did create the department with an HR assistant at 32.5.
But no HR.
Director.
Because she would be working, just doing payroll, right?
Correct.
Well, was it a budget workshop? Isn't that what you
When
said?
the department was created, yes.
That's not,
Well, not created, it's currently in effect, it's just never been filled in the current budget.
well, what did it mean when that was voted down? If it didn't fail.
I think only the nominee was voted.
I think you're
against,
right. I think that was the point. I think the creation sounds like it was valid, but whenever it came to filling it was when
That
we
was
hit the
voted down.
fan.
When was it created?
And when last year's budget was adopted, September of 2014,
Somebody find me that and let me look at it if I may.
the actual budget or the minutes?
The minutes from it.
That would be yours.
Did that go through a budget workshop, or was
Yes,
that?
because it's in our proposed budget. So that would have been, when the budget was adopted, was sometime after September 15th last year.
But would it have been in a previous budget meeting that we
Because
held?
we didn't have budget meetings like this last year.
Okay.
Richard did it,
So it would just be in the first proposed budget?
which would have been filed on August
I
28th.
can- You want that first proposed budget from last year?
Wherever it was,
Well, that would not necessarily be in a set of minutes because it was just presented as a budget proposal, but I can get you the budget proposal, which was approved.
we want to see, I want to see, nobody else cares.
Might as well bring the minutes from when it's adopted too, because that's going to be your file stamped adopted copy, right? The budget adoption September 2014, sometime after September 15th.
I got a copy of the budget.
Copy of the budget, I've got a copy of the budget also.
It did get lost.
No. It didn't.
It was in last year's budget, then it was created.
Correct. It's right here. It's page 34 on your, flip.
In our notebook.
Right.
I got mine. Thank you.
At the point that the budget was presented and adopted last year, it was going to be the creation of a financial officer with an assistant, and the assistant would be in charge of human resources.
So given the fact that, let's see, say that a different way, even if the payroll went to human resources, would that require two people, or could one do that strictly as human resources?
I think one individual, that's my opinion.
One person.
One person could handle HR and payroll.
Okay, that kind of makes it a little more palatable if that be the case.
Makes what part of it more palatable.
Well, that you wouldn't have to have an assistant. You knock 32,000 out there plus their expenses and such as that. It would probably reduce it from this 134,000 maybe to what, 80 or 90,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. It would at least reduce the overhead a little bit.
We don't have to fill the space, the slot.
Well, the money was set aside for it last year, but it was not expended, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we have $134,000 in the budget from last year that
Has not been filled.
has not been filled.
Yes, sir.
And we've got 2 months left.
Yes, sir. So if the position wanted to be created now and filled, it could be done because we have the funds budgeted to do it. Which I think is what was attempted to be accomplished the end of July. That didn't happen.
But it didn't work.
Correct.
I mean,
It didn't materialize.
didn't materialize, it's correct. Is there any other comments or anything about it? Because I think it ought to be traced personally.
It's fine with me. I have no issue with that. I think we have enough people to do it at this point. If not, we can adjust some, which we talked about the other day on the treasurer situation, so.
The county judge is gonna be the one that supervises it.
Correct.
He's putting a bee on your back.
Well, I've already said what I think. I
Okay.
don't have to keep repeating it, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
You know, I'm not gonna change the way I feel about it.
While we're waiting for her to get back, Robert, have you gotten a feedback from Hill Country yet?
Yes, sir, should get Reynolds week off and they charge 8,310.
8,000. Okay.
For the sheriff.
So, in the motion, that's what we need to add on to it?
Correct.
8,210 for the support figure for Hill Country?
8,310.
8,310?
That's for licensing and support and maintenance.
That's maintenance, operation, and license, that's everything.
All the maintenance?
Yes.
Okay. Can I add that into the motion?
I don't know where we are, let me find my
Okay. At the,
copy.
You're at the sheriff's department, he's
This
right there,
is-
he's
this
right
is-
there,
this
you
is
need
the
to write
same.
that right in Hill Country Farm,
right here.
up here, just lift to write Hill Country in.
Yeah, the only thing is you would just have to put in a support figure for Hill Country.
But did we do that before the?
No, we
No.
were waiting.
We're waiting on
Well,
that
we left the
figure.
first and the second on the table.
We probably, yeah, that's
I
correct.
did the motion, I think Pete did the second.
That's correct.
And we left it floating before we recessed.
Maybe we should vote till Carol gets back since she's,
Okay,
I mean, I don't,
I agree.
I guess Luana could record the vote.
That's not her job.
Thank you. I have plenty. But as long as we're waiting and had other items that we were discussing, yesterday we talked about the DA's requested budget and the court coordinators' budgets that are handled by Atascosa County as their fiscal agent. I had previously told you on the DA's that from the figures I received from Renee, Karnes' portion would be $173,217.32. Well, surprise. The number from Atascosa, which is final, is $174,480.92.
174 what?
$174,480.92.
So that's what,
That took the place of the current year's budget of $143,000 and a nickel.
Is this in judicial?
Yes.
So we need a motion on that one?
Well, let me do court coordinators too, because we need to increase that one.
Court,
Coordinators, it's on the same page, third from the bottom. Our current budgetary contribution is $23,311.77, and it is increasing to $24,934.82.
I finally found a place. I'm gonna ask you to read the figures again.
Okay, DA's budget expense, $174,480.92.
Okay. District Judge. What number is it? I'm sorry.
3101, 100,465, 3101.
I'm not far, too far.
For 465, you're right here. It's right here.
Okay.
Yeah, 173, it's 174.
174, say it again, Lon. I'm sorry.
174, 480, 92.
And the court reporter, what'd you say?
Not court reporters, court coordinator. It's the third from the bottom on that same page.
Number 4007.
Correct.
24,934.82.
Correct.
And the total of those two, which wasn't never said, I don't think, is 199,415.74.
The last one.
2494.32.
No, not 24,934, 24,934.82.
934. 82.
There goes that eye floating around again.
199,415.74. Yes. And another bit of information that I have received via email, so I don't have it to give you, is from Lewis Fisher. The architectural fees that will needs to be included in the fiscal year 16 budget is $146,657.55.
146, what?
146,657.55.
what is that, Fisher?
That's about 5 pages down. Yes, that's the architectural fees. He sent me an email and I will provide it to the court. I just can't print off my phone. But I will read you what the itemizations are. Courthouse construction documents, $33,977.25. November 2015 grant application, $7,500. Bidding phase services, $17,386.50. In December, bidding phase services for the second phase of the same year's funding, $17,386.50. January 26th, the application, $7,500. January through October, construction administration phase services, $62,907.30, for a total architectural and engineering services of $146,657.55.
And that is where going on?
That is under capital outlay.
Okay, capital outlay.
Phase 2 plans, it's line item 5734.
Say 33,977 on the design.
Phase 2 plans?
Yes, on line 5734.
146. 7,500.
Construction documents, is that what you asked?
The very first itemization.
Completion of construction documents, $33,977.25.
Okay, but the gross amount is 147,65.55.
146,657.55.
146, say it again.
657.55.
So you need that in that line item as a proposed for next year?
Correct.
146, 657,
We're back
54.
on capital outlay on architect fees. 5734 under capital outlay.
that towards the beginning.
That's the only one that we left out on capital outlay.
Yes. We gotta address the VA. It's 146, 657.
You wanna make a few motions?
Why don't we go ahead and take care of the sheriff's department now that Carol is back? We can vote on those two changes in there because there's a motion in front of the court on that.
Wait just a minute and let her get back up to speed.
Sure.
Let me go back to sheriff. Okay, so we're doing the,
We're doing Hill Country at 8,310.
$8,310.
Correct, that's what Dwayne said.
And that's for what?
Hill Country software support and maintenance.
That's gonna be included in my motion, but there's gonna be a new line item for, the figure for Hill Country support, $8,310.
There any pennies?
How
Throw out that.
strange.
And then that was like,
Yeah. You didn't put one in there.
yes, yeah, he's fine with the second, included the same thing.
so you're reducing the Odyssey and then adding the Hill Country in the
Yes,
same motion? I just want to make sure.
8,300.
Yes.
There's gonna be an increase for a
Okay.
new line item for the
Yes.
Hill Country support.
Okay, we have a motion with a second before the court. Any discussion, further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign. I'm voting against it. What's next?
Okay, we have agricultural extension services here, that's right behind the sheriff, it is not.
we're talking about the HR first.
Here.
Or did you wanna go to the judicial, the ones that she had just talked about?
That'd be
We have to
fine.
make those changes
Let's
first.
get those correct.
Let's get those out of the way.
Yeah.
I'll make the motion on Department 465 judicial, on item number 31001, DA office budget expense. We have a proposal for 169, 561 and 20 cents. We're gonna increase that to 174,480 and 92 cents. And then on line item 4007 court coordinator, the proposed was 24,107 and 47 cents. We're gonna increase that to $24,934 and 82 cents.
Say both figures again.
$174,480 and 92 cents.
Not that one, the last one that had the two figures in from something.
Oh, I'm sorry. The court coordinator, the proposed was $24,170.47, but we're gonna increase that to $24,934.82. Those are the two increases in Department 465 division. That's my motion.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign, all voted for, motion carried.
And we're back to the HR thing, or, no, we didn't kill that, did we?
Carol went to get something on HR.
What about the capital outlay? She mentioned capital outlay also. I don't know, 5734, right, Lana?
For the Fisher,
Yeah.
phase two.
Under Department 500 capital outlay, I want to make the motion for item number 5734. We had a zero proposed budget for the new FY. We have an increase on that line item of $146,657.55. My motion to pass.
Second. This one here is stage 2. It had nothing there.
I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Right there.
There's phase 2.
But it had nothing on the outside. This is gonna be an increase
Yep.
of $146,657.65. And we just got that information a while ago.
I had the figure, I just didn't have where.
That's the courthouse plan.
Yeah. It was Lewis Fisher.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With the-
We need to vote on.
Yes.
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 All right, and the figure exactly,
$146,657.55.
for fees by Lewis Fisher, the architect on the courthouse restoration job, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by raising your right hand. All voted for it.
Okay, now we're to the agricultural extension, is that correct?
Right. We can get them out of the way. Jared is here.
Good, Jared.
Go ahead, go ahead.
David, you had questions on travel versus vehicle?
Right. We noticed that there's a $15,900 travel allowance, and we're told that out-of-county travel contains hotel bills as well as travel, and I find it difficult to pay $15,900 in travel allowance and then buy somebody a $40,000 pickup on top of it. Because if that's only gasoline, that amounts to about 110,000 miles worth of gasoline.
Okay.
So really what he's wanting definition of is your in-county travel allowance that goes through payroll.
Okay.
Since you've been here and since I've been here, that's how it's always been set up. You have a nominal salary and then you have your travel allowance.
Yes, that tax-based.
Correct. That is subject to all the taxes, retirement, etc.
Okay.
And then you have your out-of-county travel that's additional to that funds your stock shows, your prospect
Right, which is all
shows.
paid in the form of reimbursement.
Correct.
Okay. So what exactly
So
are we wanting?
his, or maybe not just David's, maybe the court's question is, and I don't remember the breakdown between you and Megan as far as the 15,900. He's wanting support as to that you get, and then the need for a vehicle also if you're still going to be receiving. The ag agent travel is $9,000 through payroll, and the FCS agent's travel is $6,900.
Okay. Well, the 6,900 for Megan has her own vehicle, which she drives 100% of the time. The 9,000 for me, that was in there when I got here. I pay for all my own fuel in that vehicle. If I do travel out of county in that vehicle, I'm not reimbursed for it. I pay for my own fuel, which often I do, especially if it's been a month where I haven't had a lot of in-county travel, because and the only way I can stress that to you is that you take me at my word, because there's no way for me to prove it to you. But that's what that money is calculated in for, is for our in-county travel and stuff that we don't collect reimbursement on. I can say that more months than not, I probably go over that. Again, I don't have a form of proof for you other than taking me at my word. So that's how that works.
$9,000, if it's fuel alone, and even if you take some out for oil changes or what have you, is 62,000, right at 63,000 miles worth of travel. You do 63,000 miles worth of in-county travel?
Well, maybe not. I don't know exactly where the mileage racked up on the truck. But it was more in-county travel than out-of-county.
Well, I'm aware of that, but like I said, my guess is this started out to be a salary supplement years ago when the salary was cheaper, and then it has remained in there, but that's just a guess.
Well, it's similar to the constables, David. They have a salary, and then the constables have a $6,000 a year vehicle allowance.
Yeah. But they furnish their own vehicles.
As are they, Megan 100% of the
Megan
time.
100% of the time.
And even if Jared is using a county-owned vehicle, he still provides the fuel for that vehicle.
I'm of the opinion that you need to either have the travel allowance or a county-owned vehicle with the buy gas from the county, through the county, whatever. This is, to me, this is a double dip. It's travel expense plus a vehicle. I will tell you, I'm still not in favor of buying a vehicle because it's another thing to insure, another thing to maintain. I would much rather pay the 57.5 cents a mile, but see, we have nothing to work from because we have no mileage to tell what you're doing. If you're doing 15,000 miles a year or 150,000 miles a year, so it's a shot in the dark. But that's my concern. Whatever the rest of the court desires to do is fine.
Some months you would turn in your report, I know it's close to 400 miles, 350 miles. It varies monthly, but both of y'all can rack up miles monthly, but.
Right, and that's, I'm sure I missed some entries on those, but those reports are one way to go back and calculate how many miles we've driven. But like you said, it varies. Some months it's 4, some months it's 6, some months it's over 1,500. It just depends. But again, this is the way it was when I came into office.
And even with that, the department had a vehicle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The vehicle was there when I arrived, and everything was in place as it is now. If it seems like a double dip, that was not my intention.
Oh, I understand. I'm not fussing at you. I'm just trying to find out where we're at, like I say. But if you divide that 63,000 and even leave some for expenses like tires and other things, that's still in excess of 5,000 miles a month. And if you're turning in 500 miles a month, that tells me that there's a substantial factor in there that's, I'm not saying not being accounted for, but that there's travel expense being received for that is not being expended for travel.
I understand that. And like I said, I try to account for that.
Yeah,
by driving that
I'm not
vehicle.
fussing at you. What I'm trying to do is figure out words, the difference between, like I said, my personal opinion would be you buy your own pickup and we'll pay you mileage. But that's me, and I think I'm probably the only one, so.
I'll be the second one. I'll be the second one to speak. Huh? Put on my glasses. I can barely see right now.
Can't speak without his glasses on.
Chairman, I know we went with you through. I thought we had gone thoroughly through that. We questioned you quite a few. We had you up here. I think we've gone through. We went through all of this. We asked you. You gave us an explanation the last time for all of this. I know we're doing cuts now. So of course we're looking everywhere to cut, but I've looked everywhere to cut. There's nowhere else except where David's mentioning now. I don't know what kind of mileage you put on there, but maybe, my opinion, guys, leave it the way that we accepted it to begin with. Maybe this year, as you're going, maybe you can keep mileage on it or something. Maybe we can look at something different next year. But for this year, historically, it's been, I know we can always, you don't have to say historically because we can do it any way the court wants to do it. But I know the other agent, they have this, they have a truck, we always furnish them a truck. Of course, it was not a new truck, but they always had a truck. I say leave it the way it was, because I know we spent a lot of time with you and Megan last time on this.
Yes, sir.
That's only my opinion.
Well, I know too, if I can add, Shelby had gone and checked at Alexander's, and the odds that it's going to be 40,000 expended are very slim. I think Shelby, you'd come back with 35,000 once it's traded in.
33,500 at the time.
Cause we're getting like 65,000, 60 something hundred, I'm sorry, 5,500.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, cause we had talked about trading in the old one and getting something else.
And that was contingent on, price could vary because it would be a new, it depends on who we get.
Stacy doubted that it would change much, if any, but, I'm not a car salesman.
Yeah, I
I'm
understand.
a processor.
Well, and very easily, there still could be 15s on their lot by October 1 that we
Yeah.
could still get a
And that,
15.
Even
it's
better.
possible that the same one we looked at is there.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're stalled, so let's do what James said and leave it as it is. Do the best you can on buying the pickup and do some really accurate accounting on mileage. I will tell you, if I'm still functional next year, I want to look at that travel on that and see how that balances out. I mean, I don't mind paying for the fuel and for what have you, but we want to make sure that that we're paying for travel and we're not paying salary.
I like the idea what Robert said in his presentation. They have we call it travel book. Car book, and I think every vehicle that we do, maybe we should implement that process at a meeting. But that way we're tracking everything we do. And I think that includes for EMS, road and bridge, everybody. We just create these car books or travel books, whatever you want to call them, and start of the budget year. And we just need to do some different talking, different meeting time. Just a comment. You agree?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's move on, leave it like it
We'll
is.
have a
And
record of what's going on.
we'll revisit it next year and see what your book tells us. Fair enough?
Thank you for coming up. There was no aim at anybody aiming at you or anything about this.
Yes, sir.
We're just trying to get clear of what was going on.
Wow, you want to help out with me?
All right, thank you very much.
We were just lucky you were available.
You're gonna have to explain all this. 'Cause I haven't read it yet.
I like the idea of the car book.
I don't know how you keep up with miles traveled in any way without to keep records.
Some of these new vehicles may be smart enough.
Anyway, I'll be too done to read it.
Programming.
Okay, where are we now?
We're back to financial officer, human resources / salary, assistant salary.
The judge said he wanted HR, so that was a dead issue, right?
Okay.
But what did you find out, Carol?
The same page I gave y'all.
Okay.
No disrespect to Judge Long, but there are 5 members of the court, just because he says it's a dead issue, if y'all want to take action on it.
I didn't say that. Did I say that to you?
You just said, let's move on.
Yeah, I said that, but let's don't have me saying things that I didn't say. I don't mind being for whatever I'm for.
I don't have any problem with taking out 43,500, going on through this cycle, this annual system as we are. By that time, the situation with the treasurer's office should clarify itself as far as where payroll is going to be. And if we need to look at it this time next year or earlier, I think that would be the time to do it.
We should look at it in the light of us struggling along this year, we should start probably January 1st.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, we haven't done badly. I think we're way ahead of most courts. I don't know, fella, I've been here long enough.
No, we're way behind.
We are?
You're way behind.
Way behind?
See,
You did keep us on track.
I can only do so much.
Okay.
So, to remove that, we need a motion, because it's in the proposed as
To remove what?
the
43.5.
assistant to the HR manager and the associated expenses that had been put in that department, 668.
Well, while the judge is looking for that, I'll make your motion.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. And which ones are we, have we got any kind of motion at all?
Yeah,
David just said he made it. to
I move that
remove
we remove 43,500
And 50,
and 550.
I've got written there.
yes.
Excuse me, I missed 50.
43,550,
Right,
Correct.
from Department 668.
and we voted on it? or-
No,
we don't
we don't have a second yet.
Okay.
We may not get one.
Well, I'm gonna second it, so we'll have a vote. Any further discussion? And what makes up the 43,550?
A salary for an assistant of 32,500, office expense 3,500, computer and printer 3,500, telephone 1,200,
All of those items.
conference expense 2,300, bond 350, and dues 200.
Okay. And that totals 43,550.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Motion failed, 3-2. Okay. Do what then?
Okay, y'all made a motion to remove it. If it's not removed, so it just stays in there, we don't need a motion, we just keep on going and leave it in there, or do we need another motion to keep it in there? It failed, so it's still in there.
It's still in there.
So we really don't need another motion, just keep on going?
Keep on going.
Okay.
I believe that's right.
Okay. Before we get to the next thing, I'm going to bring up something that yesterday, in an effort to try and move forward with some what I considered substantial cuts, I kind of threw two good county employees under the bus and suggested we go to half-time. I'm feeling that there's a lot of pushback on this half-time, even though there was at least 4 positions prior to last year that were half-time. And I would like to move to reinstate the 2 ladies back to full-time positions, because I don't think the court's going to cut the other 2 that need to be cut, and there's no reason they should take the hickey if the court does not have the intestinal fortitude to cut the others.
I'll second it.
Who are we talking about?
I'm sorry, Judge, the special projects and the 911 coordinator.
Which is Department 406.
Both of them were.
Yes,
Reinstate them back to full-time.
right. We had
Special
voted
projects and who's the
911 coordinator.
I think that we should make that a 1-person position and move one to Road and Bridge to make signs. And that frees up the Road and Bridge person who makes signs to go do other stuff.
I don't have
That's
any
just a
problem with
comment. That's just a
What
comment.
about moving the signs to the special projects 911
Well, that-
addressing?
yeah,
And
yeah,
they just
would
absorb that
work.
duty?
That would work. But I just, we need to get more efficiency out of that office is what I'm
Right,
saying.
and I don't think moving one to Road and Bridge specifically only for signs would be a full-time position, because Mike's sign person now does more than just signs.
Mike, do you have any comments? Are you listening?
I'm listening. My
Yeah.
theory,
Do you have any comments?
my theory is the sign person needs to stay at Road and Bridge so we can keep up with those stuff. Versus if it comes back and forth all the time, packing signs around, sign blanks. There's a lot more to signs than what is do. But I'm more than welcome to take her over there. Put her to work making signs. We got nothing. Especially right now, road.
Say it again.
I don't think that would be feasible. I don't think that's a full-time position to make signs.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think that the signs can be made in one place.
Have any of y'all ever made signs? Well, let me relate where I'm going. I spent from making road signs for the state highway department in Austin. And, it's a full-time position if you do it full-time. It takes a lot to do a lot of signs.
Well, I know last year, and I believe it was during budget workshops, that it was discussed that the current individual in the 911 addressing position, and it may have been before budget time, suggested that the sign making come over here or that they go to Road and Bridge and make the signs to free up the individual. And I know that Mike does use the current sign tech for other duties besides just signs now, so it must not be full-time.
Well, he chooses to do it that way. And that
this would
doesn't mean he is or isn't full-time, frankly, the way he chooses to do it.
I think because the guy's pulled out to do other duties, that's why he's never caught up making the signs. As quick as people stealing.
Regardless which way the signs go, do you think we should end this motion and then talk about it?
Yeah, why don't you vote on the motion?
Because that's the one at hand?
Yes.
Which is the one
The one that David.
That we would reinstate the two ladies to full-time in 911 and special projects. And, you know, I'm not going to add this to the motion, but if it's feasible to add some additional duties, that's not an issue from my standpoint.
Okay, you made the motion then. Jim, did you say?
I second it.
James said, okay. Is there any other discussion on it?
I would ask David, do you still think that there's not enough work for two positions in that department as you stated yesterday?
If they move something else there, and if they retain the inspection for pipes and such as that, that would probably keep them pretty well occupied. The department is still way money ahead, and I realize you save every place you can save, although it's not as flush as it was last year, obviously, or year before. And I don't have a year-to-date as far as the permit, water pipe permits go, but I would imagine for the year it's somewhere in the several hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do y'all have anything? 300,000?
It's 305,280 that we collected with.
So, I mean, they earn their way. If the court feels that, and then I have no argument with this, if the court feels that we can assign the additional duties of sign manufacturing, not installation, to them, I would hope that they would be accepting of that and that we could move forward with this.
I will let y'all know those monies generated by road permits do not fund this office, because those monies go into Road and Bridge, and this office is funded through the general fund.
But we do take money. I mean, they do.
Right, but it's
Someone
not
gets the
payment.
use of the resources.
Someone in Karnes County gets to use it.
The Road and Bridge Department.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that it's not our money. Don't
It
misunderstand.
doesn't have a mark on it.
It doesn't have a mark on that, but it is Karnes County's money, so.
Yes, it is, and just because they took in $300,000 plus doesn't mean that they generated that money. I got two $450,000 grants. I didn't make that money. I just did what I needed to get it done.
I guess, I mean, you're right.
They didn't earn that, in other words, you don't figure it that way.
Okay.
Well, I will tell y'all, with the proposed cuts from yesterday, that was a $49,924.67 reduction. So now if we add that back in, we've increased what we still need to cut.
What is that again?
$49,924 and, 61 cents.
You want to add that in, David, with that increase?
Yes, I mean, put it back in. Like I say, I know two more positions, and I can tell it's going to be a fight, and they're not going to be cut. If those can't be cut, these two shouldn't be cut.
Where are you going to suggest the cuts that we have to make to get to where we need to be in the budget?
Well, I hope Mr. Dupnick has presented us with some stuff that when we get to Road and Bridge, we're going to see some daylight. And then I think probably we're still going to have to go back and look again, I'm afraid.
Well, let's move on and get to where we need to be.
Sure.
You gonna vote?
Any other discussion? Nobody's concerned on the court. So, all in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign. I voted against. The vote's 4-1, passed.
Can I ask something, Judge?
Sure.
David, in my motion when I seconded, I didn't second to put the signs.
No,
on. It was
I understand, it was
okay.
just to reinstate them.
Okay.
We'll,
It was to
you know,
reinstate 'em.
however the
And then
court
we can-
wishes to reassign duties, that's
Right, then
still
we
to
can-
come.
Then I think that should be on another agenda item. We bring y'all up here and see exactly what y'all do per day. Ask y'all, because I don't know, what y'all do. And see if y'all go out, y'all go out, how long y'all go out, and then you come back, and then we can work it from there.
That's fine.
Excuse me? Oh, I know, the times I've been there, I've seen that, but I don't, before we try to put anything on you, I would like y'all to be present here and then let us know exactly what y'all do. But y'all are going to say it full time.
Okay, Department 669, IT. I know we've had discussion of funding a on-site IT director. We've had a discussion of contracting that out. Knowing that there would be at least 2 proposals on the table, I would suggest that we probably need to go out for RFPs for that rather than hiring an individual to fill that position.
I agree.
Where we at, going off blabbering my mouth,
Information
669.
technology.
669.
The current budget has monies in it for the position. But it has not been filled, obviously.
Well, we've gone 10 months in this year without having anybody in that position, have we not?
Correct.
Which means there's not some deep, dark need for it to me, but
because
perhaps I don't understand.
Well, because we've continued to contract out any of our information technology issues.
How much have we spent on that?
Well, let's see.
131,000.
Well, but that includes your
Computers
access
and
and T1 lines. That includes your software, different things.
We can tell all the numbers for the different.
I would have to go back and pull actual amounts that we have paid to Texas CompuFix this year.
Well, I think we need to get RFP proposals out because one, we still have the pending question of the fiber optics. And that needs to be, to me, in my opinion, done. So if we decide to continue with this Tyler and the software package for the treasurer, her to make sure everything runs right at the tax office, everything else, we're gonna need to make sure that we're running on 8 cylinders and not on 2. And if we don't, we have some stuff that we can't efficiently use, and it doesn't make any sense to have it. E-filing is going to be a big critical issue. That's something that's mandated, and there's going to be a lot of questions as to the speed of everything and the accuracy, but not as much accuracy, but more like the speed. And moving a lot of data at one time. Now, you talked with AT&T, they never called you back, have they?
Well, I haven't been in the office the last day and a half, but correct. I am pending information on that fiber. But even if we have fiber, we're still going to have day-to-day
Computer.
or month-to-month computer issues or networking, et cetera, that aren't going to be day-to-day, hour-to-hour issues, but there may be times when we need access, immediate attention to address them, because everything is computer generated.
And that person, whoever this RFP thing will require them eventually to if it's, the courthouse,
Correct.
you're gonna have to have that ready to go into that as
Correct.
well.
And AT&T's engineer has identified that they have talked to Boyle and they are going to run copper and fiber to the courthouse. And that fiber was part of the presentation from Art Flores that would have to be run.
And you talked to who said that?
That is the local AT&T engineer, whose name is Darren Jones.
And if he's local, where's his office?
Well, it's out of San Antonio, but that's who services here locally, that does all the engineering for their construction.
So he's really not local, he's from St. Thomas.
Would you like his phone number?
Nope.
Do we need to consider $100,000, or just wait for the RFPs?
Well, we won't have the RFPs back before we have to propose a budget. So yes, we need to put something in here. If nothing else, a blanket IT budget for 100,000 or whatever, but we need something in here.
I think 100,000.
And hopefully I will have some more reliable figures for the fiber numbers if there's going to be anything that we have to do with that before we file this on Monday. If not, we can always add it before it's adopted, but I'd prefer to have it before proposing.
I'd just then put $100,000 in there for computer services, and then if, see what that comes in, because you could have possibility of, a server or something going out, as well as some other issues, but I think we need to see what the proposals come in. At least we'll have something in the budget. It may not even be that much. I don't know. We don't have to accept it. We can see we can try and let us if we need to. But I think we need to get this thing streamlined.
100,000.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second to put in $100,000 into the budget for computer services. Is that what you said? That's what I wrote there. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign. I'm voting against. Vote carried 4-1.
No, 2-3.
2-3.
I'm
I
sorry.
done voted with you, Judge. You
Thank
weren't
you.
watching.
I appreciate it. The vote carried 3-2, not 2-3. Okay. Next item.
The next is county and district clerk fees. It's referred to as CDCF fund. These are fees that are collected by the county and/or district clerks departments that are exclusive for their use in record management, archive management, etc. Carol has requested $20,000 and Denise has requested $75,000 because Denise is going to restore several books through the co-file system. Correct?
That's why it's gone from 1075.
Correct.
Because of one, Denise.
Restoring the files.
Okay, that's not something that just started. Is it, you've been doing that?
I've done one book.
Okay. Why
Last
the large increase?
Because I'm choosing to do several at one time.
Will it be cheaper that way? Is that what you're saying? I'm just curious about it.
What will this be spent for? What will it be spent for? For personnel, for files, for paper?
They actually restore. They're restoring the original book, the documents, and they're preserving and protecting the pages. They're putting an overlay on. They're just restoring the entire book.
You send your books to them?
Do they do it
We
on
send the case files to them. We send the case files.
Case files to them.
And these are not actually monies that are at the discretion of the court for budgeting purposes, but they have to be included for disbursement through the budget.
there are funds available
They
for
are
that?
funds that they collect specifically for these purposes that are set
Every-
aside in a separate fund. With
Every
every
case.
case that's
Every
filed,
case that's
there's
filed.
a certain dollar
Right.
amount tacked on.
Every
And-
case, every filing, every motion that we can charge, $10 of every motion, $10 of every new filing is collected.
And that fund does have adequate money?
Yes.
Okay.
And that fund stays in Karnes County, the money doesn't go into a big pot.
In the
for
state or
other-
anything else, those
Yeah.
are Karnes County dollars, yes.
Okay. Well, they're not all Karnes County dollars, they're all spent in Karnes County.
They are Karnes County dollars to spend.
They're lawyers from San Antonio and elsewhere that are spending the money.
Right, but they're the clerk's
They're
monies to
through our
spend.
clerk,
Correct.
no question.
Okay, the next one is general records management. Consistently, the budget has always included a blanket $5,000. For that, it can be used for a mass shredding. It can be used for if somebody's computer blows and there's no money left for computers, that money can be utilized for any type of records management within the county. Again, it's a fee collected by the clerk's offices, but it is for general county records management, not specific to their departments.
So the records stored across the way that if people go through there and deem that they can be destroyed, we could take those records and shred them with this fund?
And in the past, we have had a company come out and shred. It was, Carol, what was that most recent quote you got from them? $2,000 or something for?
There was a minimum of
Right.
a minimum of 2,000. That would be for 300 boxes. Anything over that was $7 a box, I think.
But we're gonna have to furnish somebody to make sure they do the right ones, and that has to stay with them all the
Right.
time.
For that day. I'm sure it's just
Yeah.
one day.
If you take all the good stuff out of Karnes Cafe and put them in there, I'll burn the whole mess for you.
The
Might be
next
quicker.
department is JP court fees. This includes the technology fees that the JPs collect with every case in their court. You will notice each one of the JPs has denoted different dollars to be expended out of those funds. JP1 has 3,000, JP2 has 400, JP3 has 6,000, JP4 has 3,000. They utilize part of that for the Hill Country technology training that normally each one of their clerks at least goes to in the fall. They also use it for computer replacement or printer replacement, anything with technology base, those funds can be used for. And that's what they've each requested for their specific department. The jury fund, which is the next one, I just put a blanket number of $10,000 in the budget for expenditures. That has been the standard amount that we've used year after year. Although we receive reimbursement for a lot of our jury monies, we still have some expenditures that actually come from county funds.
Okay, that's jury fund 466?
Yes,
You said 10,000?
right.
It was not funded last year?
Well, it's not in the system, but it's in the summary pages that I gave you in front of all the pages last Friday.
Okay.
So that doesn't.
We do
have-
not allocate any amount of ad valorem taxes towards funding the jury fund because we have a comfortable fund balance that can front jury payments before we get them back from the state.
So we don't have to make a motion for a new proposal, it's,
No, I've already got it in the summary pages.
all right.
Okay.
Next department's emergency management.
Hold on,
Wait.
just 1 second. Okay. We would, if we're keeping up with the pluses and minuses, that would be a plus 10,000, wouldn't it? That's really.
That's in these pages, yes, but I already included it in the summaries, so it's not an additional
No.
to these amounts.
Okay. Thank you.
Emergency management. We currently have a budgeted position proposed as full-time at $32,695.27 with the associated fringe. Then there's office supplies at $3,000, operational supplies at $8,000, vehicle insurance $1,000, vehicle repairs and maintenance $3,500, and fuel. Telephone $1,200, cell phones $15,000, mitigation $8,000, conference $3,000, vehicle $27,000, vehicle signage $1,000, and a desktop computer and projector at $5,000.
And that's what exactly?
That's the emergency management department.
And what are they responsible for?
Susanna, would you like to address
Emergency
that?
management.
I didn't have Suzanne.
Emergency management of the county. Actually, emergency manager is really the county judge, just the manager coordinator is an extension of him, so the judge doesn't have to do all the other stuff.
But it's assigned to the county judge, is it not?
Correct. And most judges choose to have a coordinator because there's so much other stuff involved in it. Currently, you appointed me at the time, so I'm, I asked y'all keep the position there, but
And we asked that you run it until we could make a good.
correct, and I don't mind doing it, but I'm saying is that, that's right now it's a savings of, or any other commissioner could step up and run it. I could, it doesn't matter to me, but that's a budgeted item, but yet there'll be no expenditures coming out of there other, than what supplies might need. The vehicle can go, that's $27,000. The vehicle signage can go, that's another $1,000. The desktop computer and projector can go, that's another $5,000. You can probably cut the conference into maybe $1,500 from $3,000. You can also probably take the vehicle repairs and maintenance and the fuel to $3,500. You can cut right there. So, we don't have to use that unless you want to fund the whole department like it is. But yet, those expenditures shouldn't be coming out. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think we can cut the vehicle for sure for now. I don't know if, unless somebody may decide to take the position that comes up to want the position, which is fine, but right now, it's, I'll gladly do it. I don't mind doing it.
I got a little lost with you, Shelby. I'm sorry. I was trying to keep up, but okay. I know you're doing it for now until we hire someone.
I was gonna say, but keep the position there.
You want to keep it open.
Keep it
until
open.
somebody comes up.
Yeah,
and applies for it.
Yeah, but I don't think, I think the vehicles and the vehicle signs for sure, you can cut that out for now.
You're thinking the 27,000 to 1,000, and you mentioned some other ones.
There was like a,
50.
The conference in half.
Yeah, conference in half, and as well as also the vehicle repairs and maintenance, which is $3,500 in fuel. I can cut that too. You don't have a vehicle, what do you have to have fuel?
If we hire someone, won't we have to pay a mileage?
Well, yeah, I guess if whatever you work out with them, just to travel. Everything else should be in-house, or unless they go to San Antonio for a meeting, go to Austin for a meeting or something, if they have to.
Because they would have to travel when there's an emergency.
Yeah, you could.
Out on the roads, they have to get up and go to they're using their own vehicle.
Well, yeah.
We have to
And before,
pay the mileage.
when I did it, I
We
never
haven't
got
before.
mileage. The only time we got,
We have not before, no.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
See, before, only time we ever got mileage if you traveled to something, to a
Out of
conference.
county.
Out of county.
Okay. only out of county.
Everything else was in-house, so,
And using their own vehicle.
yeah, and that's what I did. And I had an office in my house. I didn't have no other place.
Oh, I got you. So that's for sure. Could we cut it off? What about the desktop computer projector?
You might want to keep that in case we do get a person that wants a job, at least they can set up an office for, have a computer, other than that little surface that they have down.
And what was your proposal on vehicle repairs and maintenance?
Cut it. You don't-
Totally?
You don't have a vehicle, so.
Okay, I'm just
You know,
asking, make sure.
I mean, unless
Yeah,
you wanna
yeah.
add a little bit back in for, unless you wanna leave it 3,000 for conference and training, and that would include their travel and stuff. Last year, if you look at the reimbursable mileage was $710, so.
You want to leave the whole 3,000 there?
Yeah, just leave the 3,000 there and just cut the vehicle, the signage and the maintenance.
What about on the cell phones? If we hire someone, they're gonna need a cell phone, but will they need a telephone, or they're gonna be over there, or they'll be in the office in the front, which is the sheriff's, gonna be the sheriff's old office, right? But that would have to stay into the 1,200 for a phone?
Yeah, I'd leave all that in case we set up an office. And the cell phone, the sheriff's office controls the cell phone at this time, and, so he has a cell phone right now.
So the vehicle insurance of 1,000 can go to the vehicles, McLean.
Yes.
There's an agenda, an item here for fuel for department vehicle for 5,000. Okay, that's at
But
zero now.
It's at zero, it's unfunded. Office supplies probably could be reduced a bit, maybe?
What is that right now?
3,000? Is that realistic?
I'd leave that there, that doesn't mean you're gonna have to spend it, but I'd leave it there in case we have to
Okay.
make some print out books or something.
For the first year and see where we
See
spend.
what goes.
So far, Shelby, you saying the reduction would be 27,000, 1,000, and the 1,000, so 29,000 of reduction, which is all to do with vehicles.
Yeah, 3,500 for fuel,
I'm sorry, and the 35.
and 1,000 for insurance.
And what?
There's 1,000 for insurance.
Yes.
That's 4,500 right there.
So that's 32. Okay.
3,200,
Yeah.
32,500.
Right.
I came out with
2,500.
34,000. 35, that's 1,000, that's 4,500. Oh, I see what I did wrong.
You know, next year, there might, if you get something next year, there might be a
vehicle.
Yeah, vehicle, maybe. It depends, we may be able to pick one up from in-house.
Is that your motion, or?
Yes.
What is second?
I make a motion that we continue to fund the position of the emergency management coordinator. However, the following recommended cuts: vehicle insurance, $1,000 that should go to zero. The vehicle repairs and maintenance currently budgeted is $3,500. That will go to zero. Vehicle at $27,000. That will go to zero. Vehicle signage at $1,000. That will go to zero. And those are all the recommended cuts in my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to cut from the proposed emergency management coordinator, proposed budget, the items that shall be outlined. All in favor of the motion? Well, first, is there any discussion of it? And if not, all in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign. I'm opposed. Vote carried 4-1. Okay. What's the next item?
Well, the next item is either starting road and bridge, or we can go back and address elections and the JPs that were left off yesterday. The questions on the JPs.
Let's finish everything except road and bridge, and then,
How,
I don't know, whatever else.
I think that's a good idea, Judge. Finish everything out and just leave road and bridge for the end, right?
Yeah.
First the biggie.
Okay, then we need to go down 4 pages to the library.
I'm sorry, what, no,
4 pages down to Fund 250. county library.
Is there any question about the Department 637, the courthouse security, or is that pretty much a cut and dry? That's bailiffs.
That is just salary and fringe for 2 bailiffs.
Okay.
And we're going to work.
County libraries are Department 650.
It's 3 pages down.
Not in my opinion. I'm going to see more stuff. Somebody go ahead and what isn't there now in this section?
Find a judge?
No, he's making a copy.
Okay. I'll wait before I make a comment.
Go ahead.
Is that okay? We're under Department 650, right, County Library?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
I've looked at, all the topics, of course, that's all taxes, and salaries and all that. The library supplies, they stayed the same. We've gone through it with them, and then the travel stayed the same. They had a $2,000 increase on the automation technology. The content stayed the same, library. The wire fee, they don't have anything on there, but they use $40. Do we gotta put something else in there?
That will be coming out of the non-departmental if there's any wiring fees associated with outside investments.
That comes out of the 460, 490,
409.
409. Okay. And then in the books, they had a 4-day explained a $4,000 increase. My opinion on that, I don't see anything that can be cut. I don't know about you.
Don't make the librarians mad. Huh?
Any other comments, questions? All in favor of the proposed budget for the library?
I think it's just gonna go through.
Yeah.
Well, if there's not any.
Yeah, we don't have
We
to
haven't
change
changed
it,
anything,
Judge.
Judge.
Okay, you're right. Let's move on to,
Okay, so all that will be left for the court to consider, because the next department or fund is rural fire, and we always budget the expenditures for whatever their taxes will generate. They are a separate tax fund. They are an emergency services district. They do not come out of the maintenance and operations of the county.
And the county has no say. I mean, they basically are divvied up. That's
Correct.
a
Correct.
specified fund.
Right, we are just technically the administrators for them.
We can't grasp the $900,000 to cut our deficit.
No, we cannot.
Okay,
Sorry.
we could charge them a handling fee.
gotta go.
Yes, we could.
I'm not suggesting that we do, but we could.
The fund below that, the SOFF, Fund 600, that is the sheriff's office forfeiture funds. Out of that money, although the commissioner's court has no jurisdiction over it, something has to be included in the budget in case they spend any of those monies. So the flat rate of $3,000 has been carried for the last several years.
And it's covered it, right, for the
Yes.
last year?
And so we are now
Down to drinking already.
No, not heavy enough.
walked through all the departments with the exception of Road and Bridge and addressing elections and the JPs that were under discussion yesterday, awaiting additional information. So we can either go back to the JPs and the elections or go forward with Road and Bridge and go back to the JPs and elections.
I'm sorry to say again what you just said.
We can either go forward with Road and Bridge and then go back to the JPs and elections, or do the JPs and elections and then go to Road and Bridge.
That way.
The judge wanted to get it all before going to
Yeah,
bridge.
let's do JPs and elections and then end up with a road and bridge.
Okay, under JP3 yesterday, the question was the Hill Country software, because her estimate in her budget was higher than the other JPs. Her estimate was at 3,810, and the others were at 2,610, I believe. And I do have the printout that Daisy had supplied me for the $3,810. That's why that was put in there.
Okay.
So Daisy's Hill Country is it 2610 or 3610?
3810.
3810?
It's 3810?
Yes.
Is that for 3 users, or how is that
So just
determined?
leave it as is?
Excuse me?
I say, is that for 3 users?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Leave it as it is.
Okay, so what other one?
Yesterday, there was the discussion about JP4 and the staffing, and someone had asked yesterday about the revenues to date. And the discussion was that's not a true picture because it could be cases filed but not closed yet. But I did pull up the revenues through July 31st as requested. And JP1 was $288,059.08. JP2, $112,320.10. JP3, $198,809.01. And JP4, $83,701.36.
What was JP1? I'm sorry, the one I missed it.
288,059.08.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Judge, may I address this just a second?
Sure.
Before we go any further? The money, I know we're talking about a budget, but if you put a dollar amount on criminal justice, if you say that we are going to collect money based on our traffic tickets and are loaded, we're fixing to get into a wreck because we cannot charge and make the courts, the county court or the justice courts, a revenue source for the county. And if we do that, we are in the wrong business. So we assess fine based upon the penalty that is to be assessed to a particular individual. If we do it otherwise, we're going to get into trouble. And I ask y'all not to consider the fact that the revenue is a basis on which to work, if you want to even look at that, because that is, and can I, y'all, if you go back in the paper and the archives over the years, these little communities that have used speed traps, they get caught, and the legislature will slap the fire out of you when you get, they'll take it away from you if you're not careful. And Judge Long and I've talked about this. It's something that's tough. We try to assess fines in county court and in justice court that's based upon the gravity of the penalty of the offense that's being involved. And I'm sorry, Judge, to interject that, but
Okay.
thank you. Let me say that.
I'm probably the one, excuse me, I'm sure I'm the one that brought up costs, and I'm not so concerned that we become a speed trap. My concern is the volume of business through the court and justifying the costs that are being requested. As I say, I don't think there's any stomach on the court to mess with what I was headed to, which would have been a halftime position in 4. So, from my standpoint, I'll shut up and sit down.
Well, wouldn't, Herb, it be a better thing to look at the number of cases that have been filed in each JP court if we're trying to compare the caseloads? I'm not sure we're even trying to do that, but that's a more accurate description of their work than the money they brought in. The money they brought in is something that we had got to look at.
I agree.
The only thing that I can say, sometimes judges spend more time on a particular case than other judges. One judge may say,
Well, sure.
And it's hard to tell because the JPs are at the level to where I like to say where the rubber meets the road. So they deal with a caseload that's different sometimes from even the district or the county court. But if there is a way that you can set it up, numbers would be close, but that's only because they do civil, they do criminal, they do evictions, and one eviction could take 2-3 days to take care of sometimes. So it's just what they deal with, all of them is different, and it's very hard to put a stamp on one saying this one does more than the other one does, based on the caseload. That's just the opinion I have.
Well, I didn't say that, I don't think.
I know that you didn't. I didn't mean to apply to it.
I don't think there's any way that you can compare caseload in JP courts by looking at the schedule they have, or I just don't think there's any comparison. There's not any use wasted time as far as that's concerned. And now there's a way that those courts can be combined into perhaps 2 courts rather than 4 courts.
That has to do with voters making a decision.
Well, I understand that, but if we are doing what we should be doing, we have to try to do what we think is best to present to the voters. We can't all make all their decisions for them. They got to vote. And then they may decide that we're not making any decisions at all for them anymore. Which,
Judge, can I say something?
Sure.
Back in 1998, any county that had 4 precincts or more, it was going to stay that way. There could be no.
that one, I'm sorry.
Any county that had 4 precincts or more.
Okay, you can't change that
Yes,
now,
yes.
is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's something I didn't know.
I didn't either because surrounding counties all pretty much have 2
No, sir,
JP
that's not
precincts.
correct.
I don't
The
think
only
so.
county that has to is DeWitt County. So your information is not correct.
Grandfather in, I think.
Okay, well,
That was very good.
I'm with the judge. I think 2 would be fine if you had to go to the legislature to do it.
I don't know that there's a way even to do that.
I don't think
Contact it. Judge, do you know whether there is any way that you can cut the number of courts down, JP courts in the county from 4? Is that the amount that is statutorily required to?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what you
And
understand?
If back in 1998, any
Yeah.
county in the state of Texas that had 4 precincts or more had to stay.
Had to stay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we don't need to waste any more time talking about it.
Not today, anyway.
No. Okay.
Okay, yesterday the court had asked to gather figures for the elections department if there was to be a chief elections clerk created under the county clerk's jurisdiction and then a part-time worker for 26 weeks out of the 52 weeks of a year. The salary and fringe for those 2 positions would total approximately $58,326.85. The current salaries and fringe in the proposed budget for an elections administrator and 2 part-timers is $96,476.52. So there would be a savings in salary and fringe only of $38,149.67. That does not take into account any reductions in required supplies, phones, etc., by it being absorbed back into the county clerk's office.
Well, and if I understand, the clerk hadn't said anything, but you would prefer not to have that back in your office, if I understood.
That is correct.
So at this point, looks like to me that might be just a dead whatever.
My opinion, Judge, is leave it the way it was, leave it the way it is.
Why don't we take a look at dropping off the most expensive clerk and keeping one clerk in the elections administrator?
You want to speak to that?
Well, I would argue that obviously, I always have worked in the best interest of the county. I don't feel like I'm overstaffed, sir. I mean, we're working, all three of us are working all day, every day. Again, the part-timers, I use them only when, I drop their hours when we can. The reason that they're actually scheduled or budgeted for so much was because the initial thought was we would use them primarily during the year for a lot less hours, but then during the elections when I need to use them, obviously their hours increase. There's actually been a couple of times where they've gotten overtime, they've been over 40 hours for that week. And so the budget is set based on a 1 year look at how long or how many hours they might work. On average, over the year, I might give them 22, but if you will look at my budget, I always stay under also with those part-timers. I don't overuse them. I also know that, once we get done with the project on streets and those types of things, that there will be some reduction in the second one. But the first one is really important to me, the one that he's actually proposing getting rid of, because she's the one who, has the purpose of her is that she could take my place if needed. And I think everybody in their office kind of needs to have that person there that's got that kind of knowledge and is paid for the knowledge that they have.
Why don't you review for the court what everybody in your office does, and you said that you all stay busy all of the time. Just review for us what all you do and what each one does.
The prime, I'll just tell you like their primary duties as far as Mary's primary duties right now, or my chief clerk's primary duties right now. She's actually working primarily on the mapping, the streets, making sure everybody's in the right jurisdictions, things like that. So that's her primary purpose. However, obviously, we still are getting phone calls. We do get people that come in on a regular basis, but that's what she focuses on. The other clerk that we have focuses primarily on the registrations, cancellations, changes, including, address changes, making sure that all of the coding, is getting into the team system correctly so that those individuals, when they come to vote, we know if they've been checked through the live system, if they're allowed to vote, if they're, just because you've registered to vote, if you don't meet the live check, then you may have been kicked out, you may not be registered to vote. So we keep in contact with those people, obviously. We are daily sending mail back and forth, making phone calls, obviously, to accommodate that and to try to get all those people in. I, of course, number one, have administrative duties, which every department always has, but also assist with the new registrations that come in, as well as the answering of questions. And primary duty for me is truly elections and the doing the machines, properly coding the machines. There's a lot more to it than people realize. Getting in touch with HART to get the ballots put in place or the ballots done correctly. Getting places lined up, getting people in place for each and every precinct, making sure
that, again, that the other girls are, you know, when they need assistance, obviously I jump in and assist them as well. Again, I just told you what their primary duties are. It's important that we, you know, remain politically neutral within our department, so we make sure that, you know, we're not, you can't come into our department at any time and talk about politics or who you like or who you don't. That's not allowed in our office. And we also I am in charge of and responsible for the fact that our department is following all of the laws, the election laws, not only the state but the federal, as well as keeping track of all of the legislation that is that goes on with the elections and voting. I also am in charge of ensuring that the team system gets the voting history when we need to input that after elections, as well as the archival of records and making sure that we keep them for the length of time that we need to, and we store them for the time that you know, that we're not, that they've got to be taped up, they've got to be, you know, put on so that you can tell that they've not been tampered with, and I guess that's primarily what we do.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can I make a comment while we have a little break here?
Sure.
What Judge Villanueva told you, I think, was incorrect. Galveston County just yesterday voted 4-1 to consolidate a couple of their JP precincts. And I'm not in favor of consolidating any precincts. I'm just telling you the information was incorrect that you just received.
I can bring you the information if you
Well, I
want
got it
to
right
see
here,
it.
if you want to read it. It just happened
I'm
yesterday.
talking to the court, I'm not talking to you. I'm addressing the court. If y'all want to see it, I'll bring it to you.
Did Herb leave?
Yeah, he's not.
Well,
That's all right.
I might just suggest if you're, you know, you could look into it rather than just.
Yeah, it's not a today, but I agree. I mean, if there's a way to do it, it needs to be done, because you kill off two.
I'm not condoning doing it or not doing it. I'm just saying Galveston County
Yeah.
just did it yesterday.
You take out you take out 4 positions in the process.
In the article, that was part of their reasoning, was it saved $1 million for the county. And like I said, I'm not condoning it, I'm just verifying the information you received, I believe was incorrect.
That needs to be looked into.
Herb, there, we were talking about, you were saying Galveston County had yesterday?
Yes.
Is that what you
Yes,
said?
that's what the article says, you're welcome to read it.
Not interested in reading.
Consolidated.
Consolidated their JP precincts into 2, or,
They consolidated precincts 5 and 7 into precinct 1, trying to reduce funds.
so they had more than 4
Yes,
to start with.
Daisy is telling us that in '98 there was some legislation passed that you can't reduce, if you didn't have it done already, that you can't reduce the JP precincts.
Scott, how many did that leave after they did the reduction? Is it still more than 4? Because I think that statute said it couldn't be below 4. Or do they still have 4? Did they have 7 and went to 4?
That could be.
The statute says it can't be below 4. If they had 7 and consolidated them down to 4.
I think what he's saying is correct, but I'll check and get that.
If you'll check and let us know. All right.
I believe what the statute says, Judge, and I've read it before, is things can't be below 4. You have that.
Okay. We'll check.
Harris County, for example, has 6 or 7, and they'll when they'll create a position when they want to sometimes.
Yeah, it says they went from 8 to 4.
Yes, that's what they did. And they still met the requirement of law went from 8 to 4, but they're still.
And this got brought up like in 2002 or 2003, remember that, Judge? And it got knocked out of court too.
Yeah.
It's been about 13, 14 years ago. I don't remember what commissioner brought it up, or somebody out of the court brought it up and it got kicked out too.
Judge, I'll bring it to you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't think we're gonna find any relief for us, but we live.
Another item that was asked yesterday when I brought up the potential of a COLA increase for the retirees of the county, and I had told the court that it would increase the retirement rate from 11.88% to, from 10.84% to 10.95%. The approximate cost of that COLA based on retirement wages proposed would be $4,643.99 for next budget year. But that percentage increase is going to follow us probably for 7 or 8 years to fund that COLA to the retirees. It's not just a one-time increase, just for the court's information.
How much total would it cost over the period of time that we have?
Well, that's all going to be associated with how many retirees we have, how our fund depletes, what our wages go to.
Is there a range that you could tell us?
No, sir, because there's too many unidentified factors.
Should we just go home and lay in the bed with our eyes open and study about it tonight?
No, but I think we need to sharpen up, because we certainly haven't addressed the budget shortfall very well yet, and we are now down to road and bridge.
Well, what,
We've got to get started on road and bridge.
yeah, okay. My question was, and I probably slept through as much as I've been here, but did we vote to give the retirees one?
No, there had been discussion of it, and the question was how much would it cost, and so I did that calculation and came back with the figure I just gave of what it would cost next year.
I suggest that that be dropped.
All right, let's move on.
What are we gonna do with elections?
Yeah, what are we going to do?
What's the,
Nobody's made any move to reduce anything anywhere. Like I say, I suggested the cutting one of the positions, and basically we were told that that couldn't work, so unless somebody else decides that it's worthwhile, that's about as far as we can go, as far as I can see, as much as we can do.
are both of her assistants both full-time people?
They're both part-time.
Part-time, they're both part-time.
And they're
One is
both,
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't
I
realize
use
you were
that
still
for-
back there.
I use that for the flexibility
I'm-
because,
I
you
know
know,
this-
I can just let them off and they don't get paid or whatever. Go ahead.
I know this is pennies, but your conference expense, you have $5,500.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. There is only, 3,000 of that is for me and I
But
doubt.
are you still doing your certification, whatever it is?
I want to, but it'll depend on when classes are available,
Well,
and to be honest with you.
how many have you done?
I've done half of them. There's 12 total that need it.
So you've
I've
done 6.
Yes, sir. So, that conference, Luana said yesterday that actually part of that needs to be moved to elections expenses. Is that where you said it should go? Because it's for consulting. If Hart should have to come in and do a consult for an election, should something happen to me, and there's nobody else who knows really and truly, who knows how to program those machines. They've been shown, but could they sit there and do it? Probably not.
Who's
How to
been
program
shown?
it. And so if we were going to need them.
Who's been shown?
Mary has been shown, but she's not.
Well, you can program them, can't you?
That's exactly what I just said. But
But-
what if
but-
if I get hurt right before an election? I'm just, because that's all, that's the only reason. I'm just planning because it can't be considered an emergency if we thought about it ahead of time. Y'all can take it out, I don't care, because you know the legalities. I mean, that's neither here nor there for me.
Well, why isn't Mary trained if she's your chief deputy?
she does, she has been shown how to do it, but Luana, it's something that if you're not the one who does it every time, every single time, it is not that easy. I mean, I know people think it's easy, but, and if you're not that type of a person that catches on, you don't get it. I mean, I'm lucky in that, truly. I mean, they showed it to me the one time with Art, and they also trained Mary at the same time she was here when we did the training too. But I caught on to it, and I know enough computer skills and language to, if I forget a step, I can go to the book and understand what it says. But she's not there yet, and she's not comfortable with it. I mean, the only choice I would have is to, hire someone else who's technically skilled, but I don't think that's worth it. It's only in case something should happen.
Well, then should she really be classified as a chief deputy clerk if she can't actually step in and take over the duties?
She can step in and take over the duties, but she would need the assistance to do it, just like anybody else would.
So we're leaving everything like it is.
Well, even if that $2,500 is rearranged from conference to elections expense, that's not going to reduce the bottom dollar.
No.
No, it's not.
I said leave it alone. She always said leave it alone.
There we go. Let's go on to bigger fish.
Move on to,
And that's interesting. Road and bridge, I guess.
road and bridge, all we have left.
Yes, sir.
All right, get it on.
At one point in time, I believe that Mike or Alma had emailed a vehicle listing to the judge's department. Did y'all get that? The reason I'm asking that is because one of the requests that Mike has made is 10 new positions, 5 laborers, 5 truck drivers technically, and 1 mechanic too. If he doesn't have the equipment to handle that many positions now, and there has been rumblings from members of the court not to buy the 2 new Peterbilts, is there the necessity to fund 5 truck drivers, additional truck drivers?
Yeah.
Mike. On the,
Mike, you might as well come up to,
on the, sorry about that. On the 5 truck drivers, I know that we have previously said we have for the 5 truck drivers and then the 5 laborers, right?
Yes.
Okay, on the 5 truck drivers, if we go ahead and keep the 5 truck drivers, where are they going to be placed? The additional 5 truck drivers?
I have 5 belly dumps. I have 5 belly dumps. I have 3 tandems. I have a distributor. I have 2 water trucks. And if I get the 2 new dump trucks, that will have 2 more.
And how many truck drivers do you have right now?
5.
Okay, you have 5.
I got 7. Because the other ones are Class B. They can't do nothing.
You have 5 Class A's?
5 Class A, 2 Class B.
5 Class A's, you got 2 Class B's, and these other 5, if you still get them, will be Class, you're gonna hire all Class A?
Yeah.
They can drive anything, truck, trailer, everything, tanker.
Right. Everyone that has tanker goes.
So you would have 10 Class A's that could drive any piece of equipment in there. You'd have 2 Class B's, which is just a tandem. And you said you have 5 belly dumps?
5 belly dumps.
3.
I got 4 tandems. One of them we don't use very often, but we use it.
You got 4 tandems.
I got 2 water trucks, 3 water trucks.
3 water trucks?
3 water trucks, yes.
And then you had said 5 belly dumps, 3?
I got 5 belly dumps. Got 3 tandems we use. One of them we use periodically for shower and bleeding pavement, so that one we can't actually use that. Dump truck, but it is a dump truck in there.
And And then you said one, piece of equipment?
Well, I got the distributor,
The distributor, I'm sorry, I forgot.
and I have 3 water trucks.
And then possibly if the two new dump trucks come
Yes, I
inside.
have 2 dump trucks.
Okay, the 2 new dump trucks came in, you said that you may retire, not get rid of, but partially retire 2 of them and keep them just as part-time, or?
Yes, just in case one breaks, because we got the 2 internationals, we won't get no money for them, so.
Those are the
They'll be a
better ones.
backup, yes, those are the 2 better.
Okay, so just say you would get the 2 new dump trucks, and I'm sorry, I'm just asking you questions. You get the 2 new dump trucks, and you partially retire the other 2, you would have 3 tandems, 3 water trucks, 1 distributor, and you'd still have 5 belly dumps, and then 2 in the back burner if you need them.
If I did.
So you'd have 8, 9, you'd have 12 vehicles that need a Class A or Class B. And you would have 10 Class A's, if you get the 5, you would have 10 Class A's and 2 Class B's, which would be 12 truck drivers. And you're saying that you can keep 12 truck drivers and all this equipment at all times, basically?
Yes.
I'm dreading him a little bit. I don't know if anybody else wants to interject, but I'm just asking to see if, if those 12, I was trying to add here, if you'd have, each person would have a vehicle to drive with them. If anybody else want to?
Maybe a better way to address this to begin with would be off-the-top reductions that we know have to be made, which would be the reduction in the CTERS monies of $2.9 million. Mike, do you have a proposal where to cut your budget to cover those amount of dollars?
Yes, we've cut $3 million, what I did was I took the 1.9 million, moved it into road and bridge special, that was for Sitco. So that came out of CTERS, that was presented at Commissioner's Court.
What was it, 2 million?
What's in your road and bridge special for seal coat right now is 2.9931259. That's what you proposed for seal coat.
Okay.
But you still need to take out 2.9 million more of road and bridge regular to account for the CTERS reduction in monies. The
So we
CTERS.
got 8,160,377.58 last year. It got cut.
Correct.
Okay, 3 million. So what we did was we pulled out the contractor's equipment or the assistance, and then we moved 1,937,200 road and bridge special.
Mike, listen to what I'm saying. What you proposed in the budget, that's in the proposed budget right now, has to be cut by 2.9 million plus more. Otherwise, I don't know where else they're gonna cut the rest of the $4 million. Because everything basically that they've cut, they've already put back in.
Well, instead of buying 2 trucks, if he needs the stuff, we need to get better utilization of what we've got. He's got a 2013 Kenworth that's a haul truck. That's not busy every day. Stick it under a belly dump. He has a 2015 something or the other water truck. That's not busy every day. Stick it under a belly dump. You can't dedicate one piece of equipment to one thing.
Water truck is busy every day.
Okay, then that's fine. That haul truck isn't busy every day.
The haul truck basically hauls the equipment from one road to another when they're completed. If I had a spare belly dump, it would be underneath it, it'd be on the road, but I don't have a spare belly.
Well, maybe we can buy you a trailer anyway. That would take care of part of the project and cut some of the costs.
Well, let's start, I want to start with 2000 first, this 2015, 2016 seal coat. You presented to us County Road 139, that's 1 mile, 138, that's 3.75 mile, 137 is 1 mile, 136 is 3.2, 218 is 3 miles, 219 is 2.4 miles, 277 is 8 miles, 271 is 6.5, 269 is 1.7, 359 is 1.7, 112 is 2.5, and 111 is 1. Now, that's, your total is 35.34 miles, and you saying that it'll take 2 cores per mile. That's what you plan to put on is $76,000 per course, correct?
Not per course,
For,
for both courses.
for 2 courses.
32,000.
Those 35 miles is $2,685,840. That's what you plan to seal coat for next year.
Yes.
Do those roads already have limestone on them?
Yes, they do.
They do. All of them?
All.
Are you sure?
Now Shelby, just for 1 second, the seal coat program, he is budgeting out of Road and Bridge Special.
Special, I know that, and that's part of that 2.9 million or whatever it is,
No,
2.6.
the 2.9 million is in Road and Bridge regular.
But I'm talking about the special.
The special has its dedicated tax rate, and that generates $2,155,898.40.
800 and what?
898.24.
Is that anywhere in our stuff?
It's in your summary pages.
Summary page?
Okay, so right there, you're gonna be short
That's correct.
500,000, well, about $400,000. So you won't be, so you're gonna be short there before you can ever do any type of seal coat.
He's gonna
Now,
have to
what I did was, and this, Pete, here's your copy. I didn't give Pete a copy. I did something that I didn't want to do because I was just looking at cuts for Road and Bridge. And the most trying issue we've ever had, since I've been on the court, has been the roads. Now, your 2015, 2016 proposed limestone road miles was, you have 57.55 miles. And you gave us an estimated route of 6,200 tons per mile at a cost of $21 a ton. I took the 57.55 miles, which is $7,493,001 and $10, and that is your number, and that's what it come out to be. But in reality, if you listen to what everybody's saying, we can't do that because we're gonna have to cut that budget, Road and Bridge. So I just played the game of what if, and I didn't want to have to do it this way because this is not the right way to, I guess, you're trying to get most roads you can covered for your roads. So I went to 35 miles instead of 57.55. I went 35.41 using those roads you projected that you wanted to use, and that's $4,610,382. That's a savings of $2,882,628. Then I went a little bit further. If we did 27 miles, 27.77 miles at 6,200 miles times $21, so it's it'll be a cost of $3,615,654. That would be a savings of $3,877,356. If we went to 21 miles, that would be a cost of $2,834,454 and a savings of $4,658,556. And I did those for the court to look at as to see what miles we might want to do. I know we need to continue to go put out all the roads we can, but we're to the point now, and quite frankly, this year and last year and this year was the 2 years that I had hoped that we could make big strides and take care of everything. Well, this year is not going to happen. So if we took the lease miles, that's $4,658,000 in savings, right? If we didn't do nothing, but yet we're shooting ourselves in the foot for not trying to do what we can. The court, I've given you all a copy of that. You can look at that, but the court's going to have to decide to give Mike some direction as how many miles of limestone we need to do. And you're also going to have to do a better job of reporting back to the court what contributions you receive from whoever, so we can make sure those are acknowledged and put on that road with a dollar figure to that road, those roads.
There's one real easy big savings here without having to take miles here and there, Shelby, and it's the $2.1 million rehab road. It's County Road 354 that y'all have not gone out for bids on. It's $2.1 million. It's a huge amount of money. It's 5 miles worth of road. It has been hauled out. We have driven it multiple times. It has limestone on it. It has a dust suppressant on it.
Mile and a half of asphalt.
If every other county road was to that standard, we would be living wonderfully. And it does not need to be gone in and torn up and rehab. You immediately save $2.1 million just if you eliminate the rehab road. That is our taxpayer dollars, and that $2 million could be used over many, many more miles worth of road and be used much more wisely.
Well, to answer your question, the 354 is part of the limestone road, and I started at the top from County Road 111, and I worked all the way down to the different ones, and those at the very bottom of the list are probably the ones that would not get any type of work at all.
But if you look in the budget, Shelby, he's asked for $2.1 million. It's on there, right above County Road 211. He's asked for $2.1 million for that one road. If you take that out, that's a $2 million savings right there.
Well, and some of my other notes that I had, in which I have seen the loss or something, but we had to look at what you consider a light road, a medium road, and a heavy road at the cost for those deals. Now, we may be looking at, as Shanna is saying, we may be looking at some of these heavy roads where you consider doing a total rehab that includes drainage and stuff, that you may have to look at revisiting those roads. And some of the light roads, taking care of them first, and then come back and take care of the medium to the heavy roads. What I was trying to do is, and with the deal I had, I was trying to find a way to reduce. Well, we need to slow it down to the point, because we can't. If you reduce the materials, you're reducing equipment you need, as well as in personnel. It all ties together. But I don't know. 354 again. It's one end is a dead end, the other one is not, and well, but the one goes to another, ties into a road, the other one doesn't. Yeah, it ties in where you can go back around in Karnes City, but the other one goes straight to the river. It's a dead end. But there are several people that live down that road, but nevertheless, that road was done in, I don't know what year, and this held up very well because the edges are starting to flake. That road's starting to give, but that road I think has a pretty good subgrade where you might just get away. We may have to just continue to do not do so much of the rehab, but just get a good stabilized base without the mixing the the dry cement or whatever, just getting a good base and paving those and then getting to a regular maintenance system till things just all goes away.
If you look at your precinct tracker, Shelby through July, you'll find that he's already spent $240,000, $478 of material on that road. $240,000 is a lot of material already spent on that road.
You just have other roads out there that get zero attention, and we're pouring a lot of money into specific roads. You know.
But I asked the court to look at the limestone roads, and your limestone roads, you're the one, after that you propose that they be sealed or be paved the following year. Is that what that does?
Yes.
And next year, we may not have no C-TERS money to do that. So it's a question we have to ask ourselves, do we want to do it now or do we not do it at all? And take what money we have this year and try to go further out and maintain some of the roads that we have.
Bottom line, you gotta do it this year, because next year, Brenda and I were talking, there might not be no more C-TERS. This year, last year.
I know that's what I'm saying. It's almost like a double-edged sword. It's, you're gonna have to, either we take some of that, say $2 million for that 354 and use some of that money to do more roads to get us into a little better shape than trying just to put one road, put all that money in one road. $2 million can get you maybe another 25 miles. I don't know. I just what I'm trying to say. You know, this is the year we have to make a firm basis decision on which direction we're going to need to go, because next year, I don't want us to go back to like it used to be where we couldn't fix nothing. But $2 million can buy a lot of limestone if you want to try to catch out all the residential roads where you get them all taken care of this year. And some of these roads we may have to just, like 354 to the dead end, we may have to just not piecemeal it, but maintain it to the best that we can while we take care of everybody else in the county. And to me, with this, what I gave y'all, to me, it's a start on either you take that 55 miles and you increase it to 155 miles, or you take it and go to 21 miles and save some, you save some money, or are we going to spend more money? I mean, it's just a question. Maybe I'm not trying to, maybe I can't get it across like I want to, but what I'm trying to do is to either we get more roads done with taking money away from a high dollar road, we take that money and shift it to where we take care of more, a bigger area in the county other than 4 miles. Maybe we can get another 20 miles out of that 4 miles.
Well, I think that's what we've been saying all along, is to not, I've been pounding the table about it, it's just $400,000 a mile roads. And it's basically chasing the oil field traffic. And I mean, if we're just honest and admit it, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, if you have a brain, you can see what's happening. And if you're trying to spread the money out, you have to lessen the cost per mile and expand the miles.
211, I'm pretty sure has been bid, hasn't it?
Yes.
How about 354?
211 been bid,
211 is
and 199 has been
$3.6 million.
199.
326 is coming up for bid. That's a 1747 road.
It is, okay.
Yeah, 211 is not.
Okay. I knew that, I was pretty sure of that.
And I guess my thing is, I I was talking with James earlier now with the trucks. Do you take the trucks and you want to replace some of your 2 tractors that are maybe worn out, and then to extend the life for future use, you'll have those are good, which should reduce your maintenance cost over time. And maybe fuel too, they should be maybe more fuel economic, and not hire your 10 people, and then your mechanic, or do you hire 5 truck drivers, or do you take money from what you don't hire and shift that money to contract labor, which in turn, contract labor is extra help that you would bring in to do anyway with their equipment, and use them for those type of projects. I don't know, commissioners, that's just my thoughts. I mean, go ahead,
Mike, I'm gonna ask you something here. Just looking at what Shelby was saying right here, and it's nothing set in stone, just asking you questions here. Let's just say for an example, right? He has here a good way, because you gotta meet with the CTR at 2.9 million, and he got the quick way to do it. It's 2.882, 628 with no cents. Okay, boom, that'll be the CTRs right there. But that'll be taken away from the county 22.14 right there, 22.14 miles that won't have the limestone on there. Okay, let's just say just for an example, say we do it that way, right? Okay, that means you would keep the five Class A's, the 5 laborers and all that. Would that affect keeping them busy by cutting those off, or are those strictly for the seal coat?
The 5 laborers are strictly for mowing and brushing, tree trimming.
Okay.
Those are the 5 laborers. The truck drivers are basically for the seal coat, which is covering the limestone we have down there on our part.
Okay. We take this off, we take the 2.9 million for the C charge, and we just say we drop this, okay, we drop this. This is gonna affect the roads. It's gonna drop a lot of the roads that we're gonna be able to have limestone. But the people, the new hirees, they would still be used the same. The 2 trucks would still be used the same.
You still have to maintain it, just because you're not putting limestone on it.
Everything in the budget, nothing in the budget will change because this changes. You still need everything else to do that. Okay, to do that. You know what I was asking Shelby basically, because you came out with this right here, and that's an easy way to meet the C-ters, and we're not trying to find an easy way out.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that for an example. You do that, you knock these roads out, okay, and then there's a concern about the $2.1 million road, the County Road 354. Even though you go over there, you still don't have bids on it or anything. This is a way to balance the budget. Once they come in, the bids come in, we can refuse them here. It's still not set in stone. It's on here for that road. The Commissioner's Court can still stop that. But this is one way, the way Shelby said, a simple way to go ahead and balance the budget and leave it at 26.32 and not raise taxes over that, because then there could be a rollback election.
Have you been on the 354?
Excuse me?
Have you been on the 354 road?
Not yesterday, but I've been there maybe a few months ago, so.
Have you been on County Road 109, 113, 115, any other county roads, and even compare them to the quality of that road?
I know, ma'am.
It's the difference between day and night.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that this is the way to balance the budget, and then the bids still have to come in, and then Commissioner's Court still has to accept them or refuse them.
Why would you go through that?
Yeah, why would you go through that process then?
What would it, if the road is ready, what would it take just to seal coat the thing with the county labor and materials?
We don't have that operation going again. We don't know when we're gonna get the chips printed. It usually takes about 6 months by the time they build it.
I don't want to take away from the public because they pay taxes and knock out 22 miles, but maybe the way to balance the budget, and then they'd still have to come in for that road anyways, because it's not big enough. I think that's as simple as the way Shelby said, and it'll pull out those 2.9 million almost exactly.
The question I have, which is sort of related, because y'all are talking staff, Mikey requested mechanic 2 at $46,800, which is above, as I've mentioned before, the midpoint.
What is the midpoint, 37 or 38, 36?
37, 236, 51.
37.
That's it?
Yeah,
What is it, 37?
37, 236, 51.
My understanding on that would be that would assist us with our repair costs, although we wouldn't have the diagnostic equipment to be able to diagnose the issues with the vehicle. So what would we have to do? Haul a vehicle to San Antonio to be diagnosed, then bring it back and potentially the mechanic to fix it? We haven't reduced our budget for heavy equipment repairs by anything. It's still remaining at $150,000, but yet we're adding a mechanic at 46.8 plus fringe. So we aren't saving anything, obviously, by adding a mechanic.
Well, I don't know if they have the, like, I don't know how the diesel mechanics work, but like on my company trucks, just buy a handheld little computer, you plug it in, and it tells you the same thing as you go to AutoZone and.
Yeah, these big boys.
Okay.
You have to have a laptop.
laptop.
The programs are anywhere from $3,500 to $10,000.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know how those work, but I know your regular half tons, full tons, and no.
So then we would still be having to take it to San Antonio or wherever the closest dealer is to diagnose what's wrong with it.
Or buy the machinery.
And what did you say, David, what are those, how much are those?
I'm, this around, guesstimate, but in the back of the trucking magazines, you see 3,500 to 10,000, depending on how fancy when you buy. And then that does not get you into your John Deere or your Caterpillar, because that's another whole system right there. That just, all that'll do is, it'll diagnose the manufacturer by manufacturer and by engine type, et cetera, transmission.
You still got 2 million in there for property acquisition. If you take that out and you take out the $2 million 354 road, it's a real simple $4 million fix.
That $2 million out of unencumbered funds, that's not out
It's listed
of,
here is the reason I saw it, because it's.
it is listed there, but it's not included as coming out of the ad valorem tax base.
It's not, not in the
Still,
M and O's,
the
it's
354 is an
what
easy
is
$2 million
interest.
fix.
Yeah, it's a, that would be a nice, easy fix.
I think that $2 million building is probably not available anymore, so I've been told. And I think we could take that 2 million out and leave at least 500,000 in there to find a different place, because we do need more room than what we have down there at Kennedy.
But I'll go back to, that's not gonna help our $4 million shortfall, because that $2 million is budgeted to come out of unencumbered funds, whether it's $2 million or whether it's 500,000. That's not gonna help the $4,076,497.33 shortfall.
Well, we can take that other $1 million, $1.5 million out unencumbered and spend on road and bridge this year.
Well, how much do we have on the certs amount this year?
What will be generated is $5,239,091.10. It's a shortfall from last year of $2,921,286.48, based on our trustee tax assessor collector's figures.
Bids for tires.
All of those have been mentioned, but, that's gonna nibble around the edges.
You reduce it by $2.1 million just taking off the rehab road immediately.
Well, I'm with that,
I'll remind y'all again, the salary and fringe for those 11 new positions is over $500,000.
Almost there.
That's for the 10 positions?
The 11 positions.
Oh, yeah, with the mechanic.
You have
If we get a chip seal equipment, we need more people to handle the job. We can't cut them all out.
Well, I understand that, but Mike just said it would be at least 6 months before we had that equipment, so we don't need to fund 10 more positions for 6 months out of the year then. If those are mainly gonna be used once we get that chip spreader to do our own seal coating.
And you can bear in mind that you have 200,000 in there for general engineering services.
I recommend we cut that to 100, we got to that point.
The estimated total for those 11 positions is $528,923.88.
Again, 500.
528,923.88.
Batteries, range, everything.
That's including it all, correct. I'll just remind the court that although proposed, y'all have gone well above the calculated rollback rate. You can feel confident you're gonna have a lot of people in here, and if you are wanting to try and cut, we've gotta get it done because the proposed budget has to be filed by Monday at 5 o'clock.
And that means we have to cut how much out of what we're looking at now?
The total that needs to be cut is $4,076,497.33.
And that only gets us to the rollback rate, no
That's
cushion.
correct.
Can you say that again, Juan?
$4,076,497.33.
Roughly, what have we cut out of all the departments in the last 2 days? 400,000-500,000?
Well, y'all are lucky that I made that slight error on the postage machines and put
For
the
139,000?
other in twice, because what y'all had cut, you've added back in. I don't even find my page.
I was gonna say, I don't think we've gotten very far. So. I started adding it up, but I didn't get anywhere.
Watch me.
Okay. She's getting down to the serious part of it.
It's
Well-
not helping.
No, y'all watching me isn't helping.
We're all
Keep
staring
talking.
at her. All right, we want to look at
Oh, you've cut about $327,000 is all?
Without the other, the 139, or with that too?
What,
Or
139?
137, the one that you had
Where
put
you
in there
doubled
twice?
the,
That's
Okay,
included.
that's
in there.
included in there? Well, how much is it?
327,000, something.
327 what? Okay.
That's a round
A
figure.
rough number.
And we have to cut $4,076,000.
Correct.
But out of that,
So we like $3,700,000 more dollars.
out of that 4 million, $1 million is a one-time cost, or 1.2 million is a one-time cost this year. So I think we need, like, the Odyssey's gonna be like, what, $600,000-$700,000? That's not gonna be one next year.
Right, and we
Right.
took the sheriff's department Odyssey out, that's included in my figure, but we left the both clerks in.
What would that, so that, what's that gonna end up at? 900,000 or?
If we added both clerks to it, we've already taken the sheriff's out in that
Right.
number I gave you a while ago,
Okay.
because the clerks.
All right, Mike, what roads will deteriorate fastest, was 354 or 218? You know, and give us some, in my opinion,
Well, I've got a
218 will deteriorate quicker than 354.
the county claims they're gonna assist us on putting material 218 and 219. So, got with Cole this morning and he said he'd get back with me. So we'll find out. They do like they did these other roads, well,
So we need to leave those in the program.
Okay.
All right, what other choices do we have?
Did you just say Encana was gonna help you with the material on that?
they're hoping
Did-
to. No, nothing in common yet.
Who called out 277? pay for that material?
We did.
$269.
And Canna, we paid for part of it, then Canna turned around and paid for $269 and $359.
Okay. You want me to ask you something? Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, how much was that number that was put in there twice? What was that one, 100 and what?
131, 789, 18,
Okay. And then the sheriff cut out how much? 280 what?
278, 297. The total that we've reduced so far, the correct total,
Yeah.
I've got it 3 times, so it must be
Okay.
correct.
All right.
445,288.17.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask because my figures were a lot more than that. Okay. That includes the sheriff's, obviously that we didn't put in there, the 131 that was in twice, and then all the other 1,500, all of that was 445,288.17,
Yes,
roughly.
yes.
Well, if you do away with the 10 positions, you do away with CR 354, and you do away with 2 Peterbilt or 2 trucks, period, you've got just shy of $3 million right there. And that's something that can be done without. I mean, if you don't buy the trucks, you don't need the extra help. And 354, if it is in that good a shape, and to spend $400,000 a mile to do that is absolutely ridiculous. And I suspect if somebody up or down the road that there's a reason for doing that particular road. I don't know what it is, but
It's obvious sitting out here that there's something up with the 354 because it's just not right that, I mean, it's right in front of your face and it's 400,000 a mile and you just keep pushing to do it. And I gotta ask myself why. I mean, it just doesn't,
I don't know who lives on the road, but somebody's got some influence.
There's roads out there that's never even gotten any material.
What do you mean?
The disparity is unbelievable. I mean,
And that
it
leads
actually
you to-
needs to be put in the paper.
And that leads you to believe that there's some reason you don't want to scrap the 354. Yeah, well, you're not following the list, Mike, so
It's so easy.
we've already determined that.
Like I said, it's so easy.
You have already cherry picked on the list.
Throw that paper away. That's done for. You got the 1747 roads already set up and done. Throw that damn paper away and look at what needs to be done. Forget the highway department.
Well, I'm sorry, wrong road. No, the 112. 112's not on your list of 1754, and you just hauled that out because I drove down it today. So that 1747 list is no good.
I mean, you can take a little bit out here and a little bit out there, and you're to $3.5 million plus another 400,000. You're to 4. I mean, this ain't rocket science. You take 100,000 out of engineering services. How about the 50,000 in capital outlay for precinct 2 yard? Is that
That's part of the
unencumbered? Okay.
But you're right, though.
I mean, you can go down through there and you can chop this thing, and I can do it in 5 minutes and we'll have what we need. But there ain't gonna be some people happy.
I'll do whatever the court decides.
Well,
Also included, as far as salaries and fringe were discussed, the court has previously discussed an engineer as opposed to an administrator, so I used the discussed salary of $100,000 for engineer or administrator, but please understand, if it's not an engineer, the administrator would only be at the current salary plus 1.7%. Not the 100,000.
okay.
Sorry, Mike, wouldn't give you 100.
So the chance of getting an engineer at $100,000 is not very good, and has to have a whole lot of support with him to replace the engineering that we're paying for now. it will not replace it without a whole lot of other support and expenses. So,
Well, I know you've said that, Pete, but I beg to differ with it. I find it hard to
We
believe
have a
that.
perfect example out there on County Road 326. He just hauled out and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars hauling out 5 miles of that road toward Rungy, and he just seal coated it. Looks great, looks wonderful. Underbrink's gonna do the other half of 5 miles toward Kennedy, and it's gonna cost us over 400, it's gonna cost us $450,000 a mile. He probably did it for about $200,000 a mile. What's the difference? Is one side of the road, deemed golden and the other not?
I mean, Mike's, to give him a little credit after throwing rocks at him, the 326 part going toward Rungy, they did a fine job on.
That's my point. It
Yeah.
wasn't engineered at $450,000 a mile.
I mean,
And we didn't even have an engineer on it. So how does that
the
work?
engineer, and I like David Underbrink, but he has found a fresh Jersey cow that is giving milk.
Oh, yeah. $1 million worth.
How are we seal coating roads without the blessed engineer?
How do we do that, Mike?
the Kennedy side has a whole lot heavier traffic on it than the Rungy side. I do know that. And you could look at them in 3 years and you'll be able to tell the difference in the two roads, I believe.
Well, I know it had
If
the.
you're gonna drink whiskey, drink good whiskey. Just well pay for it now.
Well, somebody else's money, somebody else's money, Pete.
We make coffee drinking good whiskey.
Text off, maybe.
Would you say how much that would be, 3 million?
If you take that engineering fee out of there, you're right at 3 million.
Well, 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm adding now. 0. If you take the 10 positions, the
10
2
or
trucks,
11.
100,000 in engineering, out of engineering, you're at around 3,100,000 right there.
Did you take it 10 or 11 positions out, David?
I took the number you gave me, 528,
Okay, that's 11.
923, that's 11, excuse me, my mistake. And that would still leave him his entire budget for this, pretty much. We might have to trim a little bit to get where we're going, but it would pretty well leave Mike with all of that. I haven't looked carefully to see what else there might be. It would leave him with his chip spreader and his washer that he needs. And there are some things I disagree with, but those two I do agree with. Not that that makes any difference.
Those 5 items that you just mentioned, David, minus the reductions that have already been identified from other funds, would leave us with a balance of approximately $567,000 that would need to be cut if in your itemization, David, you were including County Road 354.
I was. And we can go back, and I know this is not happy, but we can go back and cut the total budget for a couple of those un or underutilized offices that I think I voted against one and Judge Long voted against the other one, but that we could take them out right now. And I'm thinking of HR, and I'm thinking of emergency management. And you're going to pick up a couple of $100,000 there on the budget, and you're getting closer and closer. And I haven't picked at Mike on the rest of this. I'm sure there's a little room for some wiggle in there, but I don't want to jerk all of his repair money out if he's keeping older equipment. So, I understand that you've got to give and take on the thing, but to me, that wouldn't look like a. It would leave all your SB 1747 stuff in there. That would continue until completed. Mike, could you live with a little less in light equipment repairs? I mean, we're down to picking at pennies now, but Do you think that's,
The way the mower's been breaking down,
maybe
I
not?
don't think so.
Okay, I'm just asking. We don't want to I don't want to devastate you. I don't, like I say, I don't want to, rip you up so bad you can't do anything, and then public as well as commissioners court are on you later. But, these are some things that look like they have some wiggle room to me. Equipment rental, how about that? Is that your contractors, or what is that?
Well, if it maintain the brakes, I could get one. I could run.
Okay.
And there's nothing in there for contract maintenance or support.
Not that I can see, unless I missed it. Does Mike have any, I mean, this doesn't help with this year's budget. Does he have some carryover on this year's budget going to next?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Couldn't tell you. Okay.
Well, the thing is, this is, again, if you use this here, that saves you that there.
Yeah.
It might give you $1 million just for contractor support.
Yeah.
As well as an extra additional for you, the money that you're looking for.
Okay, well, that's fine too. You may have to, like Shelby said, you may have to work some off of this in order to close that last part of the gap. And instead of going to 57 miles, go to 34 miles, and you pick up a couple million, right? 35 miles, you go to a couple million there, and you don't have to hit exactly this. I mean, Shelby added up roads in order to coming down the list to get to that, but we may wind up somewhere in between there. In other words, you might wind up with 44 miles, 43 miles, or something like that you could haul. So, that could possibly take care of the rest of it. I mean, I don't know what anybody else thinks, but that's my 2 cents worth.
I was just trying to find money.
Yeah.
And the only thing I wish y'all would do is that if you use the drivers, because when drivers are off, I have nobody to run the trucks. If they're sick or whatever, you get 2 drivers off like I got today.
Yeah.
There's 2 trucks parked.
How many did you ask for? 5? Would 2 more help keeping no more new equipment?
Give me 3 and I'd be happy.
Give you 3.
Because that'll take care of my seal coat, the 3 tandems.
I will tell y'all, there's still a lot of rumblings out there on the street about the hours of road and bridge not being available 5 days a week.
They're available 5 days a week, 10 hours a day. Monday through Thursday's one crew, Tuesday through Friday's another crew. Everybody's out there.
Including yourself?
I'm by the phone. I work my 40 hours, plus I'm out there on Fridays, here on Fridays. I'm out there on Saturdays pulling trees with some other guys. I'm out there.
If we put 3 drivers back in it, what would it do? I don't mean to be a pain in the tail, but
Oh, you are.
$300,000.
It's gonna add it quick.
little less than that, but
A little bit.
hold on, let me find my.
About 3 drivers and 1 new truck.
Yeah,
Y'all are going backwards.
Yeah, we're going backwards.
You almost had it. You were almost there.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Before 5.
I really think the first proposal is what's gonna have to do to get it done, and then some on this. But, I know Mike, I know what he's talking about, and I don't know how to address it, but, there's just not much left here, and we can go back and get maybe $200,000 or $300,000 out of just dropping those departments off at the most, but that's it, so. And
So then what your proposal, David, is, or your suggestion was those 4 items and then the balance out of road materials?
yeah. What does that look like?
If you're talking with the 3 or was that?
No, that's the original. I mean,
That would be no trucks, take County Road 354 out of the plan, 0 new employees, reduce engineering by 100,000. Those total $3,064,347.88, and the remaining shortfall of $566,861.28 from road materials,
And that plus what we've already cut. will
plus
get us
the
there.
$445,288.17.
Go through those figures again.
Just 1 second, sir. Okay, the shortfall is $4,076,497.33, less the reductions from other funds of $445,288.17, less the requested road and bridge trucks, $315,000, less County Road 354 as proposed in the budget, $2,120,424. 354.
Yes.
Less the 11 new requested employees plus that associated fringe, $528,923.88. Reducing engineering from 200,000 to 100,000. And road materials reduction of $566,861.28.
And that would barely get us over the hump,
That gets us to the hump.
to the hump.
There's no,
No, over the hump.
no, that is at the hump.
$10,000 short. How much? 10,000.
What do you mean $10,000 short, Pete?
Could reduce 10,000 more. Just pretty rough figures. I didn't write your exact figures down.
Okay, I zeroed it out with those numbers I gave you. So that would mean the total reduction from road and bridge would be $3,631,209.16. From other funds, $445,288.17 covers our shortfall of $4,076,497.33.
Anything else we can do, leaving 2 drivers in there?
Then you're gonna have to cut more out of road materials.
Which is better, Mike?
You need
Take the 50,000 off Wall City Yard, the trash material.
But
50,000
that
is
doesn't
not
help
gonna
us.
cover, and that's,
We'd love to, but that doesn't help us.
Yeah, I know.
and 50,000 isn't gonna be the cost of it anyway. 2 truck drivers.
What's the cost of 2 truck drivers?
Just the salary alone is $57,170.24. Then you have to add all the fringe to it.
That's 160,000, 70,000.
Is your fuel got any extra in it?
You already cut that.
I've cut that. Put wire on that.
I was gonna say, well, what kind of, I'm sure you're,
Oh, wait, that figure was wrong, because I was doing maintenance 1.
what now?
Truck drivers are more expensive than that, sorry. 2 truck drivers would be $75,915.84 salary only. I was doing the maintenance 1 text.
75,000,
It's right at 76,000 just for salaries.
figure another 20-30%, so you're at 100,000, give or take a little bit. You want 2 truck drivers and trade it for materials?
Yeah. I mean, I can't haul material up.
Okay.
What about $50,000 worth of signs and stuff like that, instead of taking the material away from the roads? Is there some other way that you could do it where I don't think anybody's gonna die from the lack of a sign.
Well, we're putting curb signs up now since everybody's driving a lot faster.
We had lots of shortage of signs. A lot of them missing.
Put them all up there in Fall City, Pete.
They all disappear almost as
They're
soon as
missing
they
in
go
my
in.
precinct too.
Sir?
They're missing in my precinct too.
No, I'm saying you can have them all up there. Y'all need them, I guess.
You don't need them in Romney?
No.
They just
They just shoot them and knock them down.
They just deteriorate, they just disposed of.
Let me show you.
There's excuse me. We have unencumbered funds. I understand that we don't need to be taking all the money out of there. But in order, if you want to help Road and Bridge a little more, get what he's saying that he needs. At one time, we have from the Odyssey, the county clerk, district clerk, county attorney. We got some the EMS vehicle sign, EMC. We took all that out of there. There's a lot that we could take out. Not a lot, but we could take some out of the unencumbered. Take just say $1 million. And because we have how much in there? 45.
Give or take.
Okay, we have $45 million. We have took out of the unencumbered funds when we had no money, when we were dead broke, and we took
Not
it
at
to.
the $1 million mark we have.
No, I understand, but if you take in consideration the percentage we have now, it's what we had over there, it's what we needed and we need now. It's probably about the same thing, because now we have more money.
Does it have to
Okay.
be drawn, or can it be
But
utilized
it
later?
can be taken out of there.
Does it have to
balance
be
the budget,
budgeted for and
so
taken
we can
out of
actually have
unencumbered
more road
Yes.
material to take care of more of these roads
Yes.
and what you have to do. So
Sure
we don't
does.
have to, just let the court know, we don't have to balance the budget by taking everything out of road and bridge. We can balance the budget, taking out a small percentage out of our unencumbered funds in order for road and bridge still to take care of more roads and have what you need to go ahead and, public safety, you want to fix more roads.
We can also take away a 1.7% salary increase. And I know we said we wouldn't do that, but we're down to the, what are you frowning about?
168 adjustments plus all the rest of the fringe.
You know, we did it last year. Took out the unencumbered last
Right,
year.
and I don't want to
No,
make
I don't
this like
either.
a every time
No.
thing, but we're not taking the $4 million out
But-
of there. Just saying,
Well, one I had a discussion the other day is that we need, the court somewhere, I don't care, you need to set a number that says, you can always maintain say $30 million in reserves, at this time or something, because what we're doing, we're building a piggy bank over what we need for right now. I mean, and we're giving it back, taking some of the unencumbered, to me, it's like you're giving it back to the taxpayer, because if you didn't, you'd have to raise taxes.
Or you could cut monies that aren't logically budgeted. You start dipping into the unencumbered funds and it's gonna be hard to recover, even if they're only one-time expenditures for this year. The next year, you're
It'll be
gonna come
another
back
one
and
time.
say,
It'll be a-
there's
No,
another one
that's-
time, there's another one time.
every
Y'all
year.
also have to think of catastrophic events. It's been since 2003, since Hurricane Claudette,
Yeah,
2003.
and that one wasn't a really catastrophic one.
no, that was just
That was
a
kind of
good
like
blow.
a kick. Remember, hurricanes happen. It could happen. We could have floods of 2002 and 1999 again.
I was gonna say, well, we're supposed to have a cold, wet winter.
That's
so
right.
I'm personally opposed to taking it out of unencumbered funds. I think we've gotten there. If Mike can live with what it is with the 2 drivers and what we've come up with, I think that, we keep dancing around trying to find more money. And I'm sure by the end of the year, somebody will be complaining, maybe quickly, but anyway.
We have a new financial officer, we should make lots more interest.
You have a new investment officer.
Ooh, that was a cheap shot.
And I'm sure there will be more, because there will be more investments made, but it won't fund $1 million shortfall.
And she already said she wasn't gonna do 145 calculations, so that's not.
I mean, I'll
Judge,
do
what
the
do you
board
think?
direct. I'd do it every year, but I prefer not.
Is the drug testing still gonna go on for the safety?
I don't know what.
You have to do it for your drivers, don't you? You have to do it for your,
For my drivers, and if it's in a, yeah, and if it's in a safety sensitive position, which that's on my hands. I'd like to get a drug test, but I know it'll
I
come up
think-
and.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I'd like to have a county drug testing policy. I think we all ought to be able to do it.
That's what I want.
unless something you can't read.
I don't know what Herman was saying, but we're on something else. I don't know, we jump to that. Do you wanna?
Purchasing, I don't know what all's in there.
There's only,
Okay, okay.
Would there,
chips
Out of
are
where is
out.
that, you got 20,000 in there? 20,500?
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be enough for
Well,
whatever.
we can just keep that in there and then we'll talk about this and then we just work it out.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Mike, are any of the employees you have now eligible to move into these two created positions if they are created?
I've got maybe one that Mike Randall too. He came in as a laborer and he's got a class A with a tanker endorsement. I think there's one. Then I'll have to publicize one.
So then,
That gives me a driver.
you're making sure that you're funding a truck driver so he can move into that position.
I'm not funding a truck driver.
You just
He's
requested
already-
to.
He's already driving. We have to have it.
So he's already driving, but at a maintenance
At a
tech
maintenance
one
I got a big
salary.
fat one here. Has there been anything happen since I woke up? Okay, live or die, here we go.
Wait just a minute, let me tell you what those two truck drivers are gonna cost approximately. Approximately $104,749.48.
I was with $4,000, so that's pretty close. Now take that off of road materials, right?
Right.
And tell us what the figures are gonna be and let's make a run at it. It'll either live or die.
Like guys, y'all may have to just get up and get off and go get on a motor grader or something and start doing our own blading, which I ain't got a problem doing. I don't know about y'all two.
I got a CDL.
I've done it before.
I know you have.
Get on it.
I might be dangerous on a grader. He can run any machine. It's got wheels, tracks, or hoofs, huh?
Hey, and again, you know, you gotta look at 300,000 for that old jail. There's some money right there that you could reduce that,
That's unencumbered funds.
I'm trying, Lamar.
Okay.
What about the remodel on the building over there? Did you leave 200 or 150 in?
On, which
For
one was that?
Remodeling the canal building, or what's that, Pete?
That still would be out of unencumbered
We left
funds.
150 in there, right? Yeah, we left 100.
But that still is unencumbered funds, because that's
Yeah,
capital
it's still
improvements.
unencumbered, right? It doesn't affect this one.
You got all your figures down?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna speak this and let our honorable auditor put the figures with it, the ones I don't know. But I would move that we would remove $2,120,424, which is the rehab on CR 354. Okay. Let's see, I had all the wages in one. How much are we actually net in wages now on the positions that we're not funding? I'm sorry.
$424,174.40.
Again, please. 424,000
$174.40.
that we remove 424,174.40 from wages primarily, 2 drivers and 4 laborers. Is that right? 5 laborers, right?
And a mechanic.
And a mechanic. That's not right. He's getting 2 drivers, right?
So 3 drivers.
3 drivers,
A mechanic and 5
mechanic
laborers.
and 5 laborers. The acquisition of 2 trucks and belly dumps, which is 315,000, any change?
315 is what was in the proposal.
315,000, okay. 100,000 from engineering services. Now tell us how much we're going to take out of materials.
$462,111.80.
462,180.11.
No. 462,111.80.
Okay, and reduce the aggregate materials. Let me see if I make sure I'm on the right line here. I'm going to misspeak. Maybe it's road materials. We're going to take this out of road materials, I guess.
Road materials number's going to be wrong.
Anyway, 462,111.80.
You just did that for material.
Yeah, I'm just repeating that.
I think that's going to be wrong. Just a minute.
I think it is too. I think it's going to go up a lot.
It's going to go up instead of down.
Yes, what I'm thinking.
633, 673, 36.
Say it again.
633, 673, 36.
Okay, and out of road materials, $633,673.36 for a grand total of
$3,593,271.76. $3,593,271.76.
271?
Yes.
271, what was the last one?
76.
Staring at her again.
Yeah.
Let's hope there ain't no computer windows open nowhere.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then what did we have?
Would you
before
say
that?
one more time, please?
Just 1 minute. Okay, we're still short a little bit. The road materials that I had said was 633, 673, 36.
Right.
But that's gonna go up because we were still short from our overall. $671, $610.76 needs to be road materials.
Say it again.
$671,610.76.
Out of material.
Yes, sir. 671, 610, 76.
About 5 miles an hour.
Okay, I'm gonna repeat back numbers for you, David.
Sure.
County Road 354, $2,120,424. Trucks and belly dumps, $315,000. Personnel, $424,174.40. Engineering, $100,000. Road materials, $671,610.76. For a total from Road and Bridge, $3,631,209.16.
And that is the motion.
And the $1 million we have in the contingency, that's, we can't take that, can
Excuse me?
I just want to verify the $1 million in contingency.
That is in, the $1 million in contingencies in general fund.
General, okay.
Yes.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Second.
All right, and the total was 3,631,
20916.
Mike get 3 guys?
16 or 15?
16.
Mike gets 2 people or 3?
2.
2.
Your target number is 4 million.
Does that get us down low enough?
That gets us where we zero out utilizing the rollback tax rate. That meets our shortfall. That plus the amount from the general fund.
All right, repeat the number again, I want to hear it one more time.
The total reduction from Road and Bridge, regular, $3,631,209.16.
Well, okay,
$3,631,209.16.
15,
16.
16.
Yes.
And that doesn't look like enough to me.
Plus then you add in the $445,288.17 from general.
400 what?
$45,288.17.
There you go. That's it.
That totals $4,076,497.33, which was the shortfall.
That's it. That's good.
Is that exactly the amount of
That's
shortfall?
exactly. Yes, sir.
Well, maybe we could cut the salaries of all of the court and make it less.
That's true.
Would that make any difference?
Not to me.
Comments from the court?
It's gonna be a tight year.
I think salary needs to stay the same we said. We can take 5% from everybody in the county if you want to. Your way about it.
Luana said that's 145 calculations. You're far enough away. When I said it a while ago, it was
I have pretty
dangerous.
long arms, David. You'd be surprised how fast I could get to people. I'll do what I have to do. I always do. It's not that I agree with it or I'd be favorable to it. And y'all wouldn't suffer in the long run.
Too much. Vote?
No more discussion?
I have a second.
Is there a motion and a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Second, David made the
You
motion.
second it? Okay.
What was the motion?
You make him laugh hard.
$3,631,209.16 from Road and
Motion was
Bridge.
to cut Pete's salary by zero. Way to go, Pete.
Must have got all that whiskey.
Everybody ready to vote?
Fix and get one.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, signify by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Vote 4-1, motion carried.
Okay, James, you always give your explanation as to why you dissent. Would you give it today too, please? Why you voted against it?
Voted against,
This motion that was just there for the
which
reduction
was
of
for
the bridge.
the reduction of the road and bridge. I think I made myself clear before, when I said you could take it out of the,
Contingent.
out of the
I mean,
unencumbered funds. I thought I made that clear. And the reason was to have more gravel on the roads. That's why I voted against, and I would vote against 3 more times.
Well, he only lost 10% of his materials budget. It didn't kill him. He lost about 600,000 out of 6,600,000. So it's not a devastating blow. It's got to be an inch thinner.
And I do always give an explanation on something big, why I don't vote for it.
And that's
I will
good.
always do that.
We appreciate that.
I will always do it.
Below is the equipment and fantastic.
Is the bleeding and everything over with?
As soon as you adjourn.
But wait, before you adjourn, y'all had asked, or I think Judge had asked earlier for the comp time.
Oh, yeah.
This was the comp as of June 5th. It will have changed significantly, and I will request an updated version from the treasurer's office following this payroll that we are needing to go check right now. The total, you'll notice on here, as of June 5th, was $116,105.34 just for the time part. That does not include the associated salary and fringe.
Where is that number?
It's on the very last page, page 11.
Sorry, I gotta look for mine.
116,105.34.
Yes, sir. On top of that, you would have to add Social Security, Medicare, and retirement,
About
and unemployment,
About
and
30%.
workers' comp.
Anything, any further business? Have you got everything that,
I hope.
if you need anything after we leave, it may be tough to find us again for the next month or two.
Well, we will put an item on the agenda to review any updates of the proposed budget before filing on Monday afternoon.
I think every year we make our life hell, right?
I'm gonna be, if y'all look for me today, I'm gonna be in Austin till Friday. I'm leaving
What
since
do we need to post on
We don't,
notices for,
we don't have to post anything for the filing of the proposed. The only thing I want to do is put an agenda item on to review any identified changes on the proposed that I find when I'm going back and putting all this in.
but that would be on something that wasn't proposed today.
Right, it would be adding in the fiber optic costs, should I get that, anything else, or if I've had some minor mathematical calculations, corrections on that.
So it's just gonna be minor little things, right?
And, once we get the final number official, when you're comfortable with it, we get to put that on the website as well for,
But we won't put it on the website until after it's
After the vote.
officially filed.
yeah, on 31st.
Well, there's no vote on it, it
Oh.
just gets filed as
Filed.
proposed.
No, if something comes in that we hadn't seen yet, or some numbers or something, is that gonna adjust with the materials on road and bridge? If it's another 30, 40,000, will that
If
adjust there?
that's where I'm directed to make that adjustment.
Okay, I see what you mean. Because there may be an adjustment, there may be a little increase or something, so that's gonna have to.
Or it could be a little decrease.
Yeah, I understand.
So if that's the place, if that's the plug figure,
Either way, right? Okay.
up or down, that's where I will adjust.
Okay.
You will have to send the Austin PD out to 6th Street if you want to find Sheldon.
I won't be on 6th Street.
You ain't going on 6th Street?
I ain't for lost nothing on 6th Street.
Have you found a better place to park?
I have not that much love for Austin.
Well, okay.
Go to Schultz's if I have to.
Yeah, there you go.
I have a cousin that lives there and she knows where to go.
You're a good hand.
She's a anesthesiologist.
I've got 4 grandkids, 3 grandkids, going to school.
Are you having an opportunity to contribute to their welfare?
No, I've already got it.
I want to thank everybody for their input as well as what everybody else did here. I mean, we may not always agree, but at least we came to some type of a consensus. And please make it amen, build the one, but don't.
Yeah, thank y'all very much.
Move we adjourn.
County proposes, oh, we're already in the paper. County proposes high tax
Front
rate.
page.
Huh?
Front page.
Oh.
County proposes
Well,
tax rate.
Good.
Goliad County yesterday,
I haven't seen it.
64.
Oh, there it is.
74.
Tax rate.
But you have to understand what happened up there. That they've been sued twice for over appraisal values on that energy plant, and power plant 2 years in a row.
There was a motion.
I said I move we adjourn.
Oh, I
I
second.
heard that. I didn't hear a second.
I second.
Okay, all in favor of adjourning, get up and go, 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 get up and go,